Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 8019 Years. Chapter 8019 Years. Lex was not even remotely tempted by Bacterius' offer. As if the man himself was not suspicious enough, he was refusing to properly explain what the invitation was or who it was from. He also did not explain its purpose properly and seemed more focused on teasing Lex. Perhaps inviting Lex was just an excuse, and in reality, he hoped that Lex would not attend. Something like this could be a shady way of ensuring the success of someone who would consider Lex a threat. Of course, this was just a random guess Lex had, and was one of endless possibilities. I don't need to test my pride, nor validate my worth. Maybe if Bacterius had gone about it a different way, Lex would at least be curious about the tournament. After all, Bacterius himself had proved himself to be quite powerful, and yet he was only in charge of extending invitations. Clearly this matter was far from simple. Moreover, if the tournament really encompassed everyone across the Origin Realm, then Lex could make a few guesses of his own over who the tournament was being held by. But in his current mood, he was not the least bit interested. Bacterius, who had been grinning in confidence earlier, froze upon hearing Lex's refusal. He had been sure that would work. He even watched a few marketing videos that said he had to bait his clients into developing curiosity before he could get them. He planned this out thoroughly, but it was not going well. His smile faded a bit as he quickly thought of his next plan of action. Among all his peers, he had the lowest number of accepted invitations. If that did not charge, he would be humiliated. If you're not interested, that's fine, Bacterius said, feigning disinterest. He remembered the marketing video said he had to appear as if he did not need the client's business, but rather that his business was bringing benefits to the client. However, it won't hurt to know a little about the tournament either way. Afterwards, if you still remain uninterested, that is up to you. Bacterius felt that his shift in strategy was extremely flawless, and that Lex would not notice at all. But Lex, who spent countless hours dealing with guests and talking with people of all ilk, immediately picked up when Bacterius changed his body language, and actual language as well. He immediately made a judgment that Bacterius was someone with an incredibly high level of cultivation who had lived for a very long time, and thus was not used to speaking to people. He was more used to others sucking up to him and hanging on his every word, so that he never needed to make any effort at all. Some things you are genuinely not qualified to know, and are even better off remaining unaware of. But no doubt, you have heard of a few things. Have you ever heard of the war with the Fugan? You've surely heard of the Henali conventions. You probably feel like these things are too far away from you, and while that may be the case now, as long your cultivation keeps rising, that won't always be the case. Well, this tournament is an opportunity to get a head start on these things and secure the future of your cultivation by getting in contact with the peak of the Origin Realm. The purpose of the tournament is to uncover the best of the best and provide them with the support they need to properly flourish. You probably know how difficult it is to cultivate. For now, you can get by on the resources you accumulate on your own. But as your level grows, the resources you need will grow ever scarce. To accumulate them, you will need the power of an entire organization or sect. When you enter the immortal realm, growing will be even harder. Entire galaxies are unable to give birth to a single heavenly immortal all too often. That's not because those galaxies lack the necessary resources, but that they are too scattered and well hidden. It is almost impossible to regularly come across all your required resources on your own, let alone get your hands on incredible techniques and special items that can help you maintain the overwhelming strength you have in your current realm. After all, although you can surpass your realm now, there is no guarantee that in higher realms you won't become average. But through this tournament, if you can prove yourself, you will be given the best opportunities across the entire realm, let alone galaxy. Maybe someone of your skill has already been invited to Ventura. That is one path cultivators can take, but it is not the only path. Moreover, joining Ventura comes with its own restrictions and is not suitable for everyone. This tournament, however, is an opportunity that comes with no strings attached. Of course, if you get selected and become eligible for the next stages, then you can choose whether you want to continue or not. After all, at that point, there will be a few conditions. But that comes later. Here, I'm leaving the entry toke with you. The tournament will begin in 9 years. Without waiting for Lex to reject again, Bacterius disappeared, leaving behind what looked like a convention coupon. Lex did not know how to respond. It seemed teleporting away to end a conversation was not just a habit he had. He looked at the coupon and scanned it with his spirit sense, but discovered nothing extraordinary about it except that it had his name on it. After considering it briefly, he decided to put it in his spatial bangle. He would leave it at the end for now. 9 years was a long time. Who knew what the situation would be then? He closed his eyes and began meditating. He had to wait for the confirmation from Hicks and for this planet to connect to the inn. He decided not to leave his room until everything was done and he could leave this planet. There was already so much trouble. He did not want to attract more. Slowly the day turned to night and nothing worth mentioning happened, to Lex at least. On the border of the town, a pale elf was running as if his life depended on it. A few miles behind him, cloaked figures seemed to be searching for his tracks. Chapter 802 Boring When Nothing Happens. Chapter 802 Boring When Nothing Happens. Lex spent the next few hours peacefully cultivating in his room, but discovered that it was much harder for him to lose his sense of time like before. Previously, Lex would get lost in the feeling of cultivating, especially since he could feel himself grow stronger. But now that he had tasted how it felt to cultivate atop a dragon, normal cultivation no longer enticed him as much. This was especially because his gains were measurably greater whilst atop the dragon. Eventually, his thoughts could not help but veer toward his family. His parents were a lot more formidable than he assumed. They did not just have the backing of a powerful family like the Williams family, but also had tremendous individual strength. If that was the case, he really could not imagine what reason there could be for them to keep him out of the loop. He sighed, then stopped thinking about such matters. To be entirely honest, he no longer even cared what their reasons were. He had completely moved on from it. There was, however, a single thought that occurred to him, one that he did not contemplate for long since there was no way of verifying it. On the entire planet Earth, it seemed that he was one of the most unique beings if one did not count Batet or Phallic. His connection to the origin realm and the cultivation world was much more complicated than even he ever realized. Given that, and the fact that there were about 8 billion humans and countless billion other animals, the chances that he specifically would get the system by accident were too low. It was almost as if it were by design. After all, unless his family continued to ignore him until he died, it was destined that his life would be extremely eventful. Whatever the case, whether it was concerning the system or his family, he put it aside. These were matters he would consider in greater detail when he was stronger. As for his family, so he had family problems. What was the big deal? As a millennial, that came standard for him. He let his thoughts wander on other things for a while. Lex could easily deduce that the tournament he had been invited to was some watered-down, basic version of the upcoming Champions tourney. As the innkeeper, he already had an invitation, but knowing that he as Lex had one as well felt nice. He suddenly had the urge to compete between his two identities. As the innkeeper, he had many advantages, but as Lex he had very few connections or affiliations. He was more or less developing his innkeeper identity regardless of whether he wanted to or not, but his own identity was really lagging behind. Originally, he didn't care about it, for he did not have a complex about his identities. Whether he was called the innkeeper, Leo, or Lex, all of them were him. Sure, he behaved differently when exhibiting each identity, but even that different behavior was a part of him. But the idea of competing seemed interesting. If that was the case, how should he compete? As far as fame went, both Lex and the innkeeper identities had various levels of fame across the origin realm. Then it came to connections and influence. As the innkeeper, he had all of the Midnight Inn at his disposal and had connections to various Dow Lords. As Lex, he had that connection to a mysterious man who was much stronger than anyone he had ever met, but that was not a connection he could really leverage. In that case, The best of his connections were a few Earth immortals down in the Crystal Realm. The main difference was that as the innkeeper, he would not need to do anything, and everyone would come and find him. As Lex, if he wanted to develop his connections and influence, he would need to be more proactive. Was this really something he should waste his time on? It wasn't as if he had only a few things on his plate. After considering it for a moment, he decided that he would not go out of his way to do anything, as he had his priorities set. But since he had the time and energy, he might as well make the most of it right now. He stood up, no longer content to cultivate without his dragon cultivation mat. It seemed he had been in the wrong for blaming his fate for always getting him into trouble. Now that no trouble had come his way, he was a little bored. He stepped out of his room and began to stroll the streets with his hands in his pockets. Although there were no street lights, many of the plants around him gave off a gentle, bluish-green light that not only illuminated his path, but gave the entire town an entirely different vibe from during the day. The streets were not empty, and seemed just as busy as they were during the day. The only difference was that everyone made sure not to make too much noise, staying as hushed as possible. Feeling like he had entered a storybook, Lex walked the streets and took an inspiration from all that he saw around him. At night, the inn was usually illuminated by the sea of floating lanterns in the sky, but it wasn't a bad idea to incorporate bioluminescent plants here and there. Of course, he could not add them randomly, as he used to do back in his early days in the inn. Instead, he would find suitable locations where the lanterns don't shine. That way, at night, different areas of the inn would take on different shades. Lex smiled as he walked among the crowds. It seemed that he was most comfortable when he was around large crowds of people. Getting a system focused around having lots of guests really suited him. His casual, simple stroll slowly led him to the heart of the town, and then through it towards the outer boundary of the town on the other side. This entire time, he had been following the path outlined by his instincts. Something interesting was waiting for him this way. A few minutes later, once Lex had left the proper path and ventured into the grassy wilderness, he discovered an elf laying flat on the ground, panting and heaving as if he had run the longest marathon of his life. The moment the elf saw Lex, surprise and fear flashed in his eyes, and he froze. He seemed to have given up on life and was waiting for an inevitable horror to descend onto him. "I guess I shouldn't be asking if you're all right," said Lex as he squatted down and summoned a bottle of recovery pills from his spatial bangle. The pills not only sped up the recovery of spiritual energy within the body, they also helped eliminate some physical fatigue. They were very generic pills, although he had them in the best possible quality available, and were some of the many items he took with him on his excursions now. He had come a long way from only carrying a few gold coins and a couple of weapons whenever he visited a new planet. "These will help you regain some of your stamina," Lex said as he held out the bottle. Asked the elf, his voice filled with equal amounts of incredulity and a sense of being offended. "Should I recognize you?" As Lex spoke, he looked out towards the horizon for any sign of the elf's pursuers, but there was no indication of them for now. "Is someone trying to harm you?" "I was under the impression that this was a very safe planet," he commented. Powell had told him that there was a formation covering the entire planet, and that the Tyleans took security very strongly. "Harm me," said the elf despondently, as he swallowed one of the pills and handed Lex the bottle back. "That old geezer is trying to get me married. A single interplanetary incident with the Princess of Astoria, and now I have to take responsibility." "What take responsibility?" The elf was grumbling, but then suddenly realized that all his energy was entirely recovered. A moment ago, he had been completely spent, yet now he was as fit as a fiddle. "What kind of pills did you give me?" "So you're someone famous on this planet, and you're getting married," Lex mused, ignoring his question. He had too many of such pills he had taken from the Emporium, so he never really considered them too valuable. Chapter 803 Tragic Life of an Heir. Chapter 803 Tragic Life of an Heir? Asked the pale elf. He stood up and took a good look at Lex, but with his entire body covered, there naturally wasn't much to see. To hide his current situation, he had his entire body covered from head to toe. "Oh, you're from one of those races. My apologies, I didn't mean to stare," the elf quickly said as he looked away from Lex. Wonder what race is? I think you may be misunderstanding something. As for how I could tell you were the heir, it was simple enough. There's no need to consider you talking about princesses or anything else. You're quite confident in your luck, the elf replied, not realizing what Lex had meant. Quite. Speaking of my luck, do you want to leave this area? Yes, that's a great idea, the elf said before beginning to hastily march towards town. Will you be coming as well? Lex said as he joined the elf. I'd like to hear the story of the heir being forced into a marriage. So far, I've only encountered happy couples, so this will be somewhat of a change. By the way, how did you get out of the princess situation? The elf said with a look of regret on his face. The old geezer in charge directly told the princess's family that he would accept any punishment I receive without any interference since I started the situation to begin with. He likes looking high and mighty, but I know he was just getting back at me. What was your punishment? No, nothing like that. I had to give up all my gains from the field of Sacred Harvest and pay a little more on top. It's quite sad, I have to say. The field is, predictably, filled with the absolute best harvest in the galaxy. A single crop or fruit from there just tastes absolutely divine. I mean, yes, it's good for you and packed with all kinds of medical benefits, but let's be real here. Lex did not comment, and simply silently wondered if the prince was someone special. Was that why he had been locked on his own territory his whole life? But once I got back, the geezer decided I was too wild and irresponsible. The heir scoffed at that and looked absolutely disgusted. It seems to me that you're not quite happy with your position as heir, so why don't you give it up? Lex was only speaking randomly, but little did he expect that the heir resonated with his words tremendously. Exactly. I think so too. Since I've been young, I've tried to get out of it. Sure, it brings with it a lot of power and authority, but neither of those things are edible. They also come with a lot of baggage. Although their conversations seemed casual, the two of them were moving quite quickly now that the heir had recovered somewhat. Instead of continuing deeper into the wilderness, where no one may notice him, they actually went directly into town. A few passerbyers already noticed the heir and were struck with confusion since they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lex did not comment on the situation and just followed the heir as he seemed to know exactly where he was going. But the way we do things here is a little different, he asked. Darmin was the name of the neutral organization which ran Talea. Besides the fact that they run Talea, not at all. I guessed as much. It's quite simple. Darmin owns 4-star systems, and we have about 21 habitable planets within that space. The territory is quite small, but we are able to maintain our neutral stance even so. In fact, we even accept dealing with pirates and all kinds of outlaws, and do so quite openly. Such actions not only begin retaliation from the forces in which those outlaws are wanted, but often we are targeted by those very same outlaws as well. All in all, there's a lot of pressure. We would not be able to cope with it and maintain our situation if we were weak. But at the same time, being strong also presents a conundrum, for why would the strong limit their own expansion? Now, thoroughly within the center of the town, the heir led Lex to a very inconspicuous little restaurant. There were only 4 small tables and a counterware. Guests could sit, and at this hour the entire place was deserted. The restaurant remained open nonetheless, and their heir sat down on the counter, ignoring the state of the place. The heir yelled in the back, prompting the sound of dishes falling down somewhere in the kitchen. Clearly his yell had startled someone, but the heir simply continued his story. Chapter 804 Old Geezer. Chapter 804 Old Geezer, the heir sighed, as if lamenting the abundant availability of endless resources, practically paving the cultivation path for himself. What a burden it must be to be rich. You'll excuse me if I don't go into the details, the heir said casually, as if it was already understood. But the point is that, ultimately, what Darmin values is a specific kind of talent. Unfortunately, I have talent pouring out of my every pore, so from the day I was born, I was destined to be heir. Did you know? I'm not even related to any of the previous rulers. My parents ran a small clinic in the capital. When I was born and my talents detected, the royal family adopted me outright. My parents received 13 billion supreme spirit stones, as well as noble titles, property, as well as the ownership of one of Telea's 13 moons. Suffice to say, after that, my parents became extremely busy trying to give me as many siblings as possible. The heir sounded both proud and mad at that statement. So who are you supposed to be marrying then? If not the princess? Since he was building connections, there was no point in hiding his identity, though he seriously doubted anyone would connect him in his current state to Lex William, Dragon Tamer. Oh yes, introductions. Nice to meet you, Lex. My name is Kenoharu. Sorry, I'm not used to introducing myself. I forgot it was something one has to do. As for my fiancée, I am not sure of her identity yet. She has been selected for me. No doubt, she will also be tremendously talented, though not as much as me, or she would be the heir. Kenta sounded absolutely disgusted at his own words. From behind the counter, the kitchen door opened and another elf walked out, holding a tray carrying 3 steaming bowls. Lex was already mentally prepared to face some extremely unusual alien food, but was genuinely surprised to find that he had been served ramen. It seemed that it was not so unusual that the elves also cooked ramen. After all, in their long lives, they had probably experimented with various kinds of foods. The elf tapped the wooden counter twice, and 3 pairs of chopsticks grew right out of the wood. Treating it as completely normal, the heir grabbed the chopsticks and began eating. So what's your plan? Oh, absolutely not, Kenta replied casually. The entirety of Telea is being monitored, not to mention the fact that all teleportation formations have been disabled to prevent me from escaping. No, I'll probably be ignored until I'm needed. But as a man, I must at least show some form of protest. How can I just accept without expressing my dissatisfaction? Lex asked, looking at their heir strangely. Well, even though the royal family knows I cannot actually escape, they also have to go through the motions and try and prevent me. To get away, I actually had to erase a formation that had been conjured right on my very skin. I had to actually excrete all the spiritual energy within my body to cause the formation to fail. So, this is all just a game? How anticlimactic. Ha, no. To actually do that is impossible. Kenna pointed at the empty seat beside him, and Lex looked there but saw no one. The seat was empty. He was just about to say so when he noticed that the 3rd bowl, which had been placed in front of the seat, was empty. His pupils constricted, and he looked back at the seat, and this time saw a rather aged-looking elf who winked at Lex. The elf had long, braided gray hair that reached the floor and a short but well-groomed gray beard. Please, go ahead. The man had no aura at all whatsoever, and appeared entirely forgettable, despite the fact that it wasn't common for elves to have beards. Lex asked, having quickly recovered from the surprise earlier. At this point, he was all too used to very strong cultivators acting mysteriously. He was even looking forward to the day he could do the same. Lex, meet my adopted father, or as I like to call him, Old Geezer. Don't mention his age. Don't ask his age. When I was young and did something bad, he would punish me by making me count all the way to his age without skipping a single number. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Lex as he began to eat his ramen as well. Both Kenta and his father were surprised by how quickly Lex adapted to the situation, but did not comment on it. By the way, you shouldn't challenge me. At this point, both Kenta and his father looked at Lex with curiosity. Are you sure, Lex? Chapter 805 A Bet. Chapter 805 A Bet. Lex took in Kenta's words easily, as by now he was all too used to bumping into extremely strong cultivators. But while he was not surprised to hear the knowledge, encountering powerful cultivators outside the inn was very dangerous. Not only did he have to maintain proper decorum to ensure he did not offend the other in any way, but he had to utilize this opportunity to the best of his abilities and expand his network. The greatest advantage he had in the current situation was that as someone from a neutral organization, the chances of being killed or harmed were extremely low. The categorization of a neutral organization was extremely difficult to attain, as this was one given through the Henali portal and not assumed by oneself. As long as Lex did not break any laws, he did not have to fear randomly being targeted. But at the same time, he had to act as if his meeting with Hicks had been exposed. Theoretically, there was no reason for a celestial immortal to be spying on him at that time. That was most likely even true. However, there was no guarantee that he could not detect clues on or around Lex. Essentially, besides the system, Lex had to assume that all of his secrets were laid bare in front of the immortal. After all, the gap between them was too big. Lex could not even begin to imagine the power the elf in front of him wielded. Fortunately, the reason Powell had sent him here to begin with was that even if Lex were to be discovered contacting Hicks, there should be no issue. After all, as a planet of a true neutral organization, Talea was often the ground for such clandestine meetings. My apologies for not acknowledging you sooner, Senior, Lex said, though it was clear from his voice that he lacked the usual reverence and fear that was associated with meeting a powerful cultivator. Not at all. In fact, I would be surprised if you had acknowledged me earlier. It is not difficult because it's not my power that I would be using to do it, Lex said before slowly lowering his mask. He had removed half of it to reveal his mouth so that he could eat, but that had revealed the gruesome state of his body. Now that he was done eating, he naturally would not continue to put himself on display, especially with a celestial immortal nearby. But even though I can do it, that does not mean I actually will. Interfering in local political matters is no doubt illegal, and I still have work here that needs to be done. I don't want to be arrested. Besides, what would you even do if you managed to escape? PFT, if it were some noble pursuit, I would at least be impressed. But no, what this no-good son of mine wants to do is open up a small restaurant somewhere and create new cuisines. What do you know about noble pursuits? I'm a common elf with humble roots. Doing mundane tasks is in my blood. Creating delicious food is my divine duty, and even the status of heir will not prevent me from following this path. All right, said Kenta's father, muting him with a wave of his finger. It seemed like he had heard this speech too many times. This elf truly did not exude the usual dignity and arrogance of a peak cultivator. Or perhaps, because of his strength, he did not need to pretend to be anything other than himself. You're quite interesting, Lex. I sense quite a few auras on you. The elf said his name with derision, as if he did not like Jotun at all. But while there was derision, Lex could not sense disdain of him being weak. That either meant that Jotun was not exactly weak, or that Lex was reading too much into the situation. There's also some inscriptions in your body. That's interesting. The inscriptions are using your body as talisman paper. Quite ingenious, but not good for you in the long run. Instinctively, the elf straightened his back as he said the name, as if even mentioning her required the appropriate decorum. You also have the aura of a dragon on you, the aura of a primordial seed, the aura of, my goodness, look at me. I cannot control myself at all. I did. Not mean to pry. I was just wondering whose strength you could possibly use to take the brat away. But even with everything I've seen, I cannot find an answer. Now, I truly am curious. I'll leave you with an invitation to the brat's wedding. There will be a lot of ceremonies, but in essence, the main wedding ceremony will be in 5 days. If you can take this brat away before that happens, not only will I not charge you with any crime, but I will help you remove one of the inscriptions in your body. Whoever placed them, there was very skilled, but clearly they did not account for your cultivation technique. It's interfering with your growth. Kenta, who had been muted this entire time, was extremely surprised when he heard his old man speak. He tried to comment in the middle, but his words wouldn't come out. Lex was also surprised, not by anything else, but from the fact that the immortal offered to help him voluntarily. That was not something he expected from someone who was supposed to be neutral. If he had to guess, it may be a way of him apologizing for investigating Lex. Whatever the case, if he could get rid of the inscriptions, it was truly worth it. Are you sure it won't cause any problems? Ho ho, look at that confidence. You are quite certain that you'll be able to take him away from me. In that case, do not worry. The immortal smiled before he and the heir disappeared from their seats, slowly fading away. Old geezer, that's not like you, said Kenta, who reappeared with his father inside a large mansion. I made a mistake. I thought he was a junior, but how was I supposed to know that he would have such a deep background? Since I saw that which I should not have seen, I need to repay him lest I become infected by his karma. Kenna asked curiously. The heir's father did not answer, but an image flashed in his mind. The last aura he sensed, before he awoke from his stupor and stopped, was the aura of the accursed Cthulhu clan. He had flashbacks of the damned war they fought, and how devastating their powers were. He thought that clan had perished, so why was there someone who wore their aura still around? He did not know, nor did want to find out. The Origin Realm was really not peaceful these days. It was best to stay away from trouble. You should prepare. Kenta grumbled, but walked away anyway. There was no point in arguing. He did not really expect to be rescued by Lex, so he needed to maintain the best possible relationship with the old G's. Moreover, even if he really escaped, could he really stay away indefinitely? He turned back and looked at his adopted father. No, it was absolutely impossible. When he had to choose between freedom and possibly becoming a celestial immortal, he would choose the latter every time. Back at the restaurant, Lex looked at the angry waiter with confusion. He asked, concerned, "What do you mean what's wrong? This is a restaurant, not a charity. If you eat, you have to pay. 3 spicy bowls, so that's 3 Thailand credits." Did the heir as well as the literal immortal just dine and dash? Damn, they could at least have warned him so he could have dashed as well. On second thought, he could not break any of the laws here. Apparently the whole planet was being monitored. "No, it's just a misunderstanding. I'll pay right away," said Lex weakly as he transferred the credits. Now that he had stirred up a little trouble, his heart was finally at peace and he could rest. Maybe he'd even go back and take a nap. He couldn't remember the last time he did that. Chapter 806, Another Cultivation Session. Chapter 806, Another Cultivation Session. Lex thought that he would barely nap for half an hour, or that if he entered deep sleep, he'd be out for a couple of hours at most. He couldn't be blamed for thinking as such, because lately he would sleep very less unless he was injured and using his recovery techniques. Even though, right now, he was technically injured, he did not plan on using any recovery techniques, so he planned on only passing a few hours at most. Unfortunately, due to the fact that none of his pain receptors were working and his incredible physique allowed him to function normally, he underestimated how injured he really was. That was not to mention that any time he was injured, his spirit was injured as well, which really affected his decision-making skills. It was the most significant flaw of his cultivation technique. Though to be fair, Regal Embrace was on the path to ensure that he never got hurt in the first place. Now, though, the end result would be up to his own efforts. He fell asleep the moment he hit the bed and entered a deep, dreamless sleep. He did not move or flinch or even let out a single sound besides his soft breathing until he was roused from sleep by the sound of a system notification. Lex woke up a little disoriented, wondering who he was and what was going on. A couple of moments later, he remembered everything and realized that he may have overslept. He asked as he stifled a yawn and pushed himself up. The bones in his back gave out a satisfying crack as he stretched. "A little over 30 hours, she said, sounding distracted. He repeated, startled. He checked to see what notification he had received and saw that the planet had already been connected to the inn, and he could head back at any time that he wanted. But, fortunately, not too much time had passed, and the notification had come very timely. If he missed the wedding ceremony, he would not suffer any harm, but he would lose an opportunity that was not easy to come by. So far, only celestial immortals had been able to sense the inscriptions in his body, and it was not easy to meet them, let alone get their help. Speaking of which, he had guessed earlier that Jotun was also a celestial immortal, and that fact had more or less been confirmed by the heir's father. Jotun having such a cultivation was something Lex could understand and accept, since he was the emperor of a massive empire and worked for the Henali directly. But this small neutral organization, Dharmin, which barely had a few star systems, was also led by a celestial immortal. Did that mean that, in essence, Dharmin was just as powerful as the Empire? At least in terms of the power of their upper echelon. But one spanned galaxies, and the other did not even cover 1% of a single galaxy. How was that possible? Ultimately, he could not come up with an answer, and chalked it up to the personal preference of the celestial immortals. But whatever opportunity that Kenta had been talking about that required his special talent must be extraordinary if it was enough to keep the Celestial satisfied. The outline of a plan formed in Lex's mind as he checked the card that the Hicks assassin had left him. A small, gray circle had formed on it, indicating that the task had been accepted by Hicks. Fortunately, he did not oversleep, or he would miss the deadline to pay the assassin organization. He channeled his spirit energy inside and received the details of the required payment. Since Barley's cultivation level was low, the task was originally not expensive. However, since his location was unknown to the extent that not even the star system could be determined, the price shot up drastically. It was sufficient to say that the price of this commission was completely not worth it for an ordinary person. However, Lex was not ordinary, and the price meant nothing to him. Not only was his museum of wealth filled with countless treasures and spirit stones, but soon he would receive the first payment from those refugees from Earth who had leased out a minor realm. Their payments would be in terms of resources mined and collected from that realm instead of MP. So at this point, it could even be said that the cost to hunt down someone through an entire galaxy cost but a paltry sum for him. He channeled more spirit energy into the card, causing it to turn to ash once again and form the reality filter, once again painting a portion of his room black and white. He placed a small spatial ring filled with 1 billion spirit stones, 130 vials of spirit liquid, and 10 tons of a version of gold called red vein gold. All of these came from his loot from the Dragon Horde, and didn't even cover 1% of what he looted, let alone what was in the Horde itself. At that thought, Lex could not help but lick his lips. Robbing dragons was a very lucrative business. He asked, "I know many old dragons, but none who are dying." The wooden ring answered dutifully. Lex shook his head. He hadn't asked the question seriously. He was not crazy enough to go face a living dragon right now. Maybe when he reached the peak of the nascent realm, he could consider it. The filter vanished alongside the payment, and the card reformed. Satisfied, Lex put the card in his spatial bangle and disappeared back to the inn. He spent a couple of hours handling various tasks at the inn. Recently, the population of the aquatic beasts inside the inn was booming, and he needed to expand his rivers and lakes to ensure there was enough space for them. In fact, he decided to make a supermassive lake far away from the main attractions where they could live for now. Once all urgent tasks were taken care of, Lex grabbed a device connected to the Henali portal and teleported back to his restroom. By now, unfortunately, Lex had learned to tolerate the unique cultivation conditions absorbing items with laws required. He planned on using his next cultivation session to do some research on Kenta's wedding and come up with a proper plan. Even though all it would take was to hand him a key to the inn and crush it, Lex did not know how easy or hard the Celestial was going to make it for him. He planned on treating it like an infiltration mission, allowing him to once again act like a spy. Not delaying the matter further, Lex bit the blade of grass given to him by Zuri and began his cultivation session. A couple of hours later, once Lex had gotten used to it, he began perusing the Henali portal. He looked up royal weddings in Talea and what customs they usually entailed. He looked into what Kenta's wedding would entail and discovered something unusual. No one knew who the bride was yet. There was endless speculation on why the identity of the bride was hidden, but the most popular conspiracy seemed to be that she had a troublesome identity, which matched the habits of the similarly frivolous heir. Lex did not believe it, nor did he care so much about it. What truly caught his attention was that there was no real mention or detailed explanation of the inner workings of Darman, just a brief mention that each star system was controlled by a different family. At the same time, it was mentioned that Kenta was only the heir to Talea, not Darman. Moreover, his adopted father was only in charge of the star system with Talea in it. How is it possible that a Celestial was not in charge of the entire organization, but just a single star system? The only way that made sense was if there were more Celestials in other star systems. But how is that even possible? Celestials did not grow on trees. They were not so easy to come across. Lex raised his guard somewhat, as the ambiguity of the situation concerned him somewhat. It also strengthened his motivation to build a connection with Kenta and be in Darman's good books. He did not expect any significant help from a neutral organization, but sometimes having a relationship was help enough. 12 hours later, a weak Lex crawled out of the bathroom. He began to seriously doubt the prophecy he had received. Maybe what Leslie had foreseen was not regret that could only be avoided using a blade. Maybe what she saw was him regretting the decision to use it. When he remembered that he had 90% more of the blade still left, Lex lost the strength in his arms to hold himself up and collapsed. Chapter 807 Infiltration. Chapter 807 Infiltration. A few days later, Lex found himself sitting in the fastest, non-teleportation public transport on Talea. For all intents and purposes, it could be considered a train, except for the fact that it did not require a track and could travel at supersonic speeds. As the train hurtled forward, its soft vibrations providing a steady backdrop, Lex sat by the window, fixated on the approaching city skyline. Tall towers pierced the sky, glinting in the sunlight, each building a testament to wealth and glory of the capital city of Talea. The past few days had been spent in painful preparation for today, as he thoroughly investigated not only the layout of the city, the itinerary of the weddings, the necessary proceedings, but also thought out several plans with the help of Pell. He needed some insight into what to expect from a Celestial, and what Pell told him pretty much solidified his ideas. Basically, he had no hope of hiding anything from the Celestial. Even as he sat in this train, in his stealth suit, he could be assured that the heir's father already knew he was coming and saw each and every one on his moves. The only possible way for Lex to succeed in his mission is if the Celestial never interfered. If he did anything, even so much as creating an indirect obstruction, then Lex could not hope to win. But since the bet was not anything too significant, Lex could assume that the Celestial would watch, but not interfere. Of course, this was on the premise that Kenta was not too valuable to Darman, or that his father was confident that even after escaping he would come back. All in all, there was no point in raising the bet to begin with if he intended to interfere, or at least that is the approach Lex planned on taking with his current objective. With each heartbeat, a surge of confidence coursed through him, reassured by the thought that he was prepared well enough. After all, under the guidance of his wooden ring, Lex finally got to checking out the dragon's library in the last few days. Most of the books were beyond him, and required some prerequisite knowledge that he lacked, making it so that he could not understand them despite being able to understand the individual words. Of course, there were a few books that even he could gain from, but none of that mattered. What was truly important was that Pell had guided him to a single book that he could not only comprehend, but contained knowledge that he could put to practical use, right from this very mission. All he needed to do was master the written technique. 1% of the technique. While that percentage may sound abysmal and pathetic, it was only so if there was no context. The technique he was learning was not a spiritual, soul, or body technique. Instead, it was one specifically to be used by Dragon's Might. As his domination grew stronger by absorbing Dragon's Might, it could also use the same technique. But even though he could only understand such a small amount, that was already enough at his level. He could subtly influence domination and change the effect it had on people. It no longer necessarily had to suppress or pressure them, but could instead make them feel various different emotions or sensations. Of course, Lex had not mastered that yet. He barely understood enough to reduce his sense of presence further. This made it so that even if people saw him, they would subconsciously ignore him. The effect was very weak right now, but when augmenting his stealth suit, the overall result was commendable. He planned on further augmenting his stealth capabilities by bringing Fenrir, but discovered that the pup had fallen into a deep sleep upon its return from Phrygra. Why did this pup sleep so much? He had only asked the question rhetorically, but Pell had provided him with a sincere answer. Lex had used a very potent and powerful binding talisman on Fenrir to bind the two together, keeping himself as the master always. He had procured the talisman from the Emporium, and other than binding the pet with the master, it had the effect of linking their cultivations. If one of them was stronger than the other, through their bond, they would influence the other as well, raising the speed at which they cultivated. If Lex had a greater cultivation level, that was great for Fenrir. But if the pup tried to gain a higher level, and thereby support Lex's cultivation, it would hit a roadblock. This was due to the fact that Lex's cultivation techniques had historically been as far outside of normal as possible. It was like tying the pup to a mountain and asking it to drag the mountain along. It just wasn't possible. So, when it encountered a situation where its cultivation was rising, the bond forcibly stopped that rise. If there was a single redeeming factor in all of this, it was the fact that all the extra energy in his body would only strengthen him further within his existing realm and not harm him. So ultimately, Lex was helping him in the long run. As the train steadily closed the gap between him and the city, Lex's anticipation grew. The distant buildings were now distinct shapes, each one signifying a step closer to the moment of action. Unlike the town where he originally arrived, the capital felt more manufactured and less a part of nature, but that was only comparatively. Lex gathered up his thoughts, no longer musing randomly, and prepared to disembark. Planning and preparing was all good, but ultimately it was his performance that would determine everything. As soon as the train stopped, Lex got off and seemingly vanished into the crowds. The city was jam-packed, as countless beings from a multitude of races had all gathered to take part in the festivities. It was a way for them to enjoy Darman's generosity, as well as strengthen their connections with this neutral organization. A stronger bond would not mean they expected any help with their own matters, but that they could enjoy more benefits within Darman's territories. All in all, between the tourists, locals, security personnel, and foreign dignitaries, the city was jam-packed. Even for cultivators and races that could fly, there was immense traffic in the air. Anticipating this situation was one of the reasons why Lex arrived in the city hours before the ceremony happened. Silently, and without attracting any attention, Lex slowly approached the center of the city, where a grand palace stood out even when surrounded by so many majestic buildings. Getting inside the function was not difficult for Lex, since he had an invitation, just time-consuming. Reaching Kenna once he was inside, however, would be the true obstacle. All guests would have designated spots where they could freely watch the ceremony or even roam around. But the area where the ceremony was taking place could only be accessed by a select few who were important guests, relatives, or played some role in the ceremony. The ideal situation was to reach Kenta inside the palace, right before he was brought to the main ceremonial altar. Slowly and steadily, as if he was not in any rush at all, Lex approached the palace without attracting any attention. He also kept his senses peeled, listening in for any latest news regarding the wedding. Even rumors might end up being useful, so he did not dismiss anything. Yet even with his slow speed, in a couple of hours, Lex had navigated his way through the massive city and approached the palace. 6 white bridges connected the city and the palace, which was built on a floating island that had been chained to the ground. Although Lex could have slipped by easily, he got in line and passed through the queue normally. When he reached the gates, he intentionally coughed loudly to attract the nearby guard's attention, before showing him his invitation. Upon gaining entry, he silently followed the guests who walked across the bridge, taking in all its majestic glory. Although Lex did not originally plan on sightseeing, he made an exception because he felt there was something usual about the bridges and the castle. His instincts seemed to have picked up on something, but it was too vague to give him a clear feeling. Nonetheless, once he reached the end and finally approached the palace doors, Lex finally veered away from the other guests. He had no interest in going to a specified space. He only needed to find out where Kenna was. His infiltration mission was finally beginning. Chapter 808 Case Nova Lex. Chapter 808 Case Nova Lex at the palace doors. Lex took in a deep breath as he reviewed all the information he had gathered, as well as his plan. The most ideal situation would be if the guard and staff in this castle were mostly around his level, with a few notable exceptions who would be counted as bosses. If this were a video game, that is how things would proceed. Unfortunately, real life did not operate like a video game. As Lex had personally experienced time and time again, there were countless strong cultivators everywhere, all living their own lives. Just because you were low-leveled did not mean you would not run into them. In fact, If you went to specific areas, your chances of encountering strong cultivators would increase exponentially. As it happened, the palace where the royal family of Talea resided, which included the celestial immortal, was one such place. It was too much to expect every guard in this place to be an immortal, but surely there would be no shortage of such guards here. Moreover, no doubt there would be countless guests who were immortal as well. In fact, he would not be surprised if there were a few other celestials here as well. After all, the adopted son of a celestial was getting married. So, relying on his stealth capabilities would not get him far. He could also then rely on his wit and conversational skill to get him where he needed to go, which in fact he planned on doing to a degree, but even that would not yield adequate results. No, to complete this mission, Lex would have to rely on the most powerful tool in his utility belt, so to speak, money. Let's see, in the third-floor botanical garden, Lex murmured as he relied on his memory to guide his steps. From the Infinity Emporium, Lex had bought a blueprint of the palace, or at least what was publicly available, as well as a tentative guest list for the wedding. Getting a layout of where the guards would be stationed would be impossible. Once he had that list, he gave Velma access to the Henali portal and told him to get him all the information she could on the entire guest list within 24 hours. Her success left him a little worried, actually. She was more of a Sherlock than any TV show character he had ever seen, as long as it concerned digging up dirt on someone. With that information at hand, he thought of the simplest and most direct way to get access to Kenta using this information. The more complicated and convoluted his plan, the greater the chances of messing up, considering the lack of time to prepare. As he walked the well-lit halls, rooms, and corridors, Lex tried to remain as inconspicuous as possible. When possible, he would merge into other small groups of guests who were heading in the same direction. A few times, he ran into certain checkpoints. If you crossed that point, and the invitation you had did not belong to the area you were entering, a guard would be notified. There were no drastic alarms and no serious actions that would be taken at first, as the role of such points was to make sure that all the guests stayed in their respective places. After all, as a neutral organization, it was expected that some of their guests would actually beat each other's enemies. By allocating different sections of the palace, Darman ensured that they would not encounter one another and cause a scene. They had too much experience in avoiding such things. For Lex, this was the first hurdle that he solved with money. After all, using money, he had actually bought 108 different invitations to this event. So as to not arouse suspicion, he would keep most of them in his bangle and only take out the one corresponding to the area he was entering to be checked. The only unfortunate thing was that all the invitations he managed to purchase were from the periphery of the palace. Otherwise, he would have directly bought one that allowed him to get in contact with Kenta. Like this, in only 20 minutes, he had found his way to the botanical garden on the third floor of the palace. Standing in a corner, Lex surveyed the room and looked for his target. It was not certain that she was here now, but this was most definitely the area she had a ticket to. He could wait up to an hour for her to arrive, but if by then she had not arrived, he would have to give up and rely on his plan B. After surveying the room a few times, he was unable to find her, but that much was more or less expected. After all, Lex had arrived hours early, and not everyone was inclined to wait so long. They would only arrive once the main event was about to begin. While he waited, he took note of all the guests in the botanical garden. Not every area in the palace had a view of the main ceremony, but that was fine as not all guests wanted to see it either. Some guests were instead more interested in the unique way that Talea manipulated plants. They could seemingly create new variants on a whim and control how each of their traits were developed according to their needs. The botanical garden was where some of their more exclusive plants were nurtured. Those who came here were either biologists, pharmacists, alchemists, or belonged to some profession that would take advantage of the traits of plants. The average cultivation level of the guests here seemed to be the nascent realm, while others, Lex suddenly paused. Across the room, he saw a particular guest and, based on his information already gathered, identified the guest as a dwarf called Nanamon Hellsun. His information had recorded that he had great achievements, but Lex had not paid attention to him since he could not use him. But now he realized that this dwarf who was also in the Golden Core realm, seemed to give off a dangerous aura. This had never happened to him before. He had never felt danger from someone in the same realm. His curiosity was piqued, but he did not focus on him too long, lest his gaze was noticed. Meeting a formidable peer was an unusual experience for him. A short while later, just as Lex was getting ready to move to Plan B, his target finally arrived. Aoi Haruki, a garden nymph, entered the room surrounded by a few elves. She adopted an elven appearance, which was quite common here, but her soft green skin and hair that looked like small vines easily marked her as a nymph. According to her background information, she had strong relations with various elven organizations and was held in high regard due to her extremely formidable affinity with trees, even surpassing the standards of her own race. More importantly, she was a close personal friend of the princess who Kenna had flirted with before. Lex took in a deep breath, readying himself before he walked directly to her. He stopped using domination so that his sense of invisibility reduced, though most would still not notice him unless they saw him directly. "Pardon my intrusion," said Lex as he approached Aoi, his voice gentle and warm. Since he could not rely on his appearance to help him make a good impression, he focused heavily on his choice of words and tonality. "I could not help but approach once I recognized you." His voice was filled with seemingly genuine excitement, anticipation, and passion as he asked that question. It seemed that he admired her greatly, not for any other reason than the fact that she had achieved something exceptional. It was in fact a remarkable achievement on Aoi's part, but not one that was widely recognized, as that particular species had only limited pharmaceutical uses, and even those could often be replaced by other plants. Aoi, who was originally surprised at being interrupted, was unexpectedly delighted to hear the question. Her achievement in altering the plant so that it could grow in a different environment, without losing any of its innate qualities and gaining any negative ones, was actually widely acclaimed, but mostly only academically. Her achievement was seen as a practical example of many theoretical rules that were difficult to implement. Yet no one actually cared about the rose itself. Yet from the man's question, and the subtle passion she could feel from his words, she almost suspected he was different from the rest. Yes, that's me," she said, though she did not know why she stuttered. That was unlike her. Lex placed a hand on his heart and gave her a deep bow. "Miss Aoi, you have my deepest admiration, although not many care about it. I believe that what you have saved is more than just a single flower. It is an emotion, nay, an experience that can only be felt when that flower blooms, and can only be expressed through poetry. Miss Aoi, I have carried this with me for many years in hopes of finding a way to save it, but have failed." Without giving her the chance to respond, Lex summoned a glass orb from his spatial bangle and handed it to Aoi. Within it, frozen, was a beautiful white lotus the likes of which had never been seen before. Chapter 809, a poem. Chapter 809, a poem. Aoi and her cohorts all paused as their gaze was fixed on the mesmerizing visage of the white lotus. The petals were longer than a regular lotus, spreading farther apart, and looked more beautiful. But at the same time, the cost of that beauty was an almost palpable beauty. Just looking at it alone was enough to determine that the lotus was on the verge of falling apart, and only by being sealed in that orb was it surviving. The peculiarities of the lotus went further than just that. Its texture, the thickness or rather thinness of each petal, the lithe stamen, were all different from what was usually seen. There was a very simple reason for that. Lex had specifically requested the sovereign turtle to create a new special of lotus for him, one that was both exceptional, beautiful, yet incredibly frail. The turtle had delivered admirably, as this was too simple for him. But for once, the turtle had requested a payment from a single drop of dragon's blood. As Lex had appeared in front of the turtle as Leo, he could not tell how or why the turtle could tell he had dragon's blood on him, but he obliged. Of course, Lex was not capable of piercing the dragon's skin to extract blood. Instead, he used the blood he had collected from the pool where Fenrir had swum. Later, he learned that the drop of blood had been used to nurture Little Blue. Apparently, it was awakening as a beast and progressing nicely on its path. Regardless, This lotus was just one more item that Lex had prepared to ensure his success in this task. Aoi Haruki was slightly confused by Lex's statement about her saving an emotion that could only be captured by poetry, but she could sense the general positive emotion he tried to convey, which was enough for her. Before she could dwell on it, he handed her a species of a flower she had never seen before, catching her off guard. With the extent of her knowledge, it was very difficult to encounter a plant she was totally unfamiliar with. Moreover, it was also extremely beautiful, which captivated her on a level that only plants could. "Where did you get this lotus from?" she asked, not lifting her eyes from the flower. Sounding pleased by her genuine curiosity, Lex answered, "I was traveling through the wilderness when I experienced an earthquake. The quake destroyed some of the terrain, and that is where I discovered a small, hidden environment filled with such lotuses. But exposed to fresh air, they were quickly dying. I was only able to save this one." While Aoi looked at the plant, Lex had his gaze fixed on Aoi. Anyone watching him would think that Lex somewhat admired her, and was possibly even pursuing her. That is exactly what Lex wanted it to look like, but in truth, his target was never Aoi from the very beginning. Right beside Aoi was a seemingly ordinary-looking elven girl. Of course, even an ordinary elven girl was still earth-shatteringly beautiful by human standards. She was looking at the lotus like everyone else, but she seemed a little distracted. She murmured, not really intending to receive an answer. But Lex, who had been specifically waiting for this moment, could not really let it slip by. After all, from the start, everything he had done was to get this girl's attention. He didn't like acting like this, but they did say the best way to attract a girl's attention was to target her best friend. As a forever bachelor, Lex would never use such tactics to actually pursue someone, but in this instance, he felt it was okay. After all, he was not really harming anyone. The blood rose was a peculiar and ominous flower that many actively avoided using, even if it could provide some meager medicinal benefits. This was because this rose only grew on battlefields, once the fighting had subsided. Moreover, it did not grow in the soil, but in corpses. It would stay hidden in the body until it reached a sufficient size, whereupon it burst from the skin, emerging from the victim's heart. What was peculiar was that the rose itself was actually white, but that could only ever be discovered if it was washed. Otherwise, it would take on the color of the blood of the corpse it grew from. Without ever really looking at the elf who asked about the poem, Lex began to recite what he had prepared. A glance turned to a gaze between two eyes. An acquaintance became a friend, but not a lover. A destiny divided two souls forever. A duty brought me to arms and to a far-off battle. A blow brought me to my knees without a morrow, a life I could not give to you. But will death suffice, I wonder? His voice was low, unlike when he had talked to Aoi, and he recited the lines as if reading something that had been burned into his memory. It was only after he recited the poem that he seemed to awake from his reverie, and turned to look at the elf who had asked the question. It was supposed to be only a glance, but like the poem, he caught her eye, and the glance turned into a gaze shared by the two. Lex gulped. He was only supposed to be acting. Why did things get so intense? "Please excuse my crass poetry. I am not very good," said Lex, feeling genuine embarrassment. The poem had actually been written by himself, and while it seemed to regale a story of a dying soldier, its true purpose was to evoke a certain reaction from his target. His own awkwardness and embarrassment aside, it seemed to work. Chapter 8-10 Chapter 8-10 As Lex looked at the ordinary-looking elf, countless thoughts ran through his head. If he did not have overwhelming faith in Velma's deductive work, he would really doubt that this simple elf was actually the very princess Kenta had flirted with. This was not the first time the princess had snuck out using an alternate identity, and putting all the clues together upon researching all the invited guests. Velma was willing to bet her own life that she was the princess. If Velma had such confidence in herself, then Lex should too. It's not crass. It's lovely in its own way, the elf said, seeming distracted. She was most probably going over the lines in her head again, trying to feel the emotions in each line. The same poem read by someone who cared little for literature would be an experience that lasted a couple of seconds at most. But an enthusiast would look deeper into the meaning of each line, fulfilling the dream of every high school English teacher. They would look for the meaning behind each word, then each line, and then each stanza, and so on. On the surface, the poem seemed to be about two lovers who were denied their relationship due to a difference in their destinies. They became friends, but could never affirm their relationship. In his last moments before death, the writer of the poem seemed to think of her again. "I was inspired when I heard Kenta talking the other day," Lex said very casually. What Lex said was not necessarily news for everyone there, as they would likely have enough resources to hear such rumors, regardless of how they were hidden. He kept referring to this marriage as if it was the end of his life, and then kept alluding to someone else he had recently met. He never said anything specific, but I let my imagination run wild a little. After all, as an heir to a neutral organization, how can he get mixed with someone else? Lex seemed to be speaking casually, but the elf's breathing seemed to be getting harder and her eyes seemed to be losing focus. He felt a little guilty, but at the same time, he also thought that he should not feel any guilt for creating problems for Kenta, who used the princess just to get his hands on some ingredients. Aoi, who had not been listening and was instead only focused on the lotus, asked, "Yes, of course. If anyone has any hope of preserving this flower, it's you." Before he could complete his sentence, the ordinary elven girl grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close. "When did you talk to Kenta?" the elf demanded, taking the group by surprise. About 4 or 5 days ago, right before the wedding ceremonies began," Lex answered ambiguously, as if it was not something he would specifically recall. The elf struggled for a moment, as if she was undergoing some internal struggle. Asked Aoi, who finally noticed the situation. Instead of answering, the elvish girl simply said, "Follow me," and turned around, bolting through the doors. Lex did not need to stop himself from smiling, since his face was hidden by a mask. There was one important point to take note of in his plan. If Velma could detect the princess' identity, then surely others could as well. That meant the only one the princess was really fooling was herself. The Tyleans would surely know who she really was, and not cause too much trouble for her. Or at least, that was what Lex was counting on as he followed her as she ran through the corridors. Beside him, Aoi seemed to be running after the elf as well, though the lotus remained firmly gripped in her hand. Lex had contingencies in case this plan failed, but he was really hoping that it didn't, because from here on out, it would become increasingly difficult to go anywhere without attracting attention. In fact, they had already attracted attention. The only thing that prevented the guard from stopping them was their hesitation when they saw the princess. There were quite a few rumors already that the heir had some kind of illicit relationship with the princess. That was drama even the guards wanted to stay away from. Every step of the way, Lex was thoroughly prepared for his plan to fail, and was even somewhat expecting it. But somehow it didn't. Unbelievably, no one stopped them. What he didn't realize was that this was by design. A woman asked Kenta's father, who was seated comfortably in a private room. "Who knows? The kid put some effort into his plan, but if this is all he has, he's bound to fail," the Celestial replied. "That's exactly what makes this bet exciting. I'll put 3 years of revenue from a crystal mine on the kid," said another elven man who was in the room. "I'll bet a bottle of holy tree sap," said another. Like this, the small crowd in this room began to bet on or against Lex. The game would officially begin when he finally met Kenta. Lex had expected that a few of the guests might be Celestials, but he had sorely underestimated the number. In this room alone, there were 5 of them, and they were all elves. Moreover, they were all a part of Darman. Asked one of the Celestials, "What else? I'll let Kenta run around outside for a few years. We were all young once, you know how it is." Chapter 8:11 Too Harsh. Chapter 8:11 Too Harsh. The trio of Lex, Aoi, and the princess ran for quite a while before they finally approached the heir's quarters. Before closing in, the princess stopped and fixed her clothes and appearance and turned to glance at Aoi. That's when she noticed that Lex was there as well. She asked, startled at the sight of him. Lex responded innocently. At the same time, he looked around. He had prepared a few items which could create decoys of himself for when the princess would eventually be stopped, and he would have had to make a quick getaway. But that never happened. "No, Actually, never mind, she said, turning to look at Aoi. The nymph only nodded towards the elf, as if supporting her decision, though she was still not quite clear on how they went from saving a lotus to running all the way here. She looked around, now that she finally had a chance, and wondered where they were exactly. Lex couldn't help but ask. In his mind, he had already concluded that the Celestial no doubt made it easier for them. Perhaps he was interested in how Lex would actually get Ken away from here, and wanted to skip the tedious part where Lex navigated through the palace to actually reach him. Little did he know, his assumption was extremely close to the truth, with one alteration. It was not the heir's father who was impatient, but one of his companions who wanted to see how the drama between the princess and the heir would unfold. This was better than any reality TV show. To be clear, they were not concerned about any of the so-called saving face, as that kind of mentality was mainly adopted by the Central Elven Alliance, which was made up of a majority of the elves. But it was also specifically to avoid such a mentality that too many forces and organizations distanced themselves from the Alliance as well. Let's not find out, the princess said, realizing that it really should not have been so easy for them to approach. Could it have been Kenta? Could he have been hoping that she would come in his last moments to see him? Her emotions welled up, but she forced herself to remain calm, and slowly began to approach the closed door. Unlike Lex, who had trained himself to remain calm even in a life-and-death situation, let alone this, and Aoi, who still had no idea where they were, the princess was extremely nervous. With each step she took, her heat started to beat faster. In her head, she struggled to come up with what she wanted to say to Kenta. Over and over again, she thought of her words, and then changed her mind. She also wondered what Kenta was going through. Was he in anguish? Was he sad? Was he in denial? The hallway was not endless, so she could not complete her thoughts before she finally approached the door to his room. There was not a lot of time, so she did not hesitate and knocked on the door. Behind her, Lex was keeping an eye out for any guards. Once he reached Kenta, this was basically a done deal. He would probably also take Aoi and the princess along as well, to apologize to them for using them in such a way. A few moments went by, but the door did not open and they could not hear any movement on the other side. Of course, there was also a possibility that all sound was insulated, so they kept waiting. Finally, just as even Lex was getting impatient, the door finally opened to reveal a disheveled-looking Kenta. His hair was a mess, and he looked like he had just woken up from a coma. Although he had cleaned it, Lex could tell that the heir had been drooling as well. Was it really all right for one to be in such a state only a couple of hours before their own wedding? Lex had made up the poem, so why did it actually look like he was suffering from lovesickness? Before the heir could take in who had come to visit him, and before anyone had a chance to speak, the princess slapped him hard across the face. "How dare you be thinking of other women before your own wedding?" she questioned him, her voice extremely harsh. Aoi, Kenta, and Lex were all stunned by what just happened. The Celestials, who were also watching, became even more invested, as none of them had predicted this outcome. Internally, the princess chided herself. That was a little too harsh. Let's try again, a little gentler this time, she thought. I mean, Kenta, you are about to begin a very important phase of your life. You should not put a stain on a new relationship by starting it this way, she said, her voice suddenly going from extremely harsh to extremely delicate and vulnerable. From her voice, it seemed as if she was experiencing heartbreak even as she said those words. Kenta asked, as the princess slap helped him sober up somewhat. Lex, who had originally planned on immediately teleporting everyone away, decided to wait a bit and allow the princess to vent her emotions somewhat. He had no qualms about letting the heir take all the slaps on his behalf for stirring up trouble. All right, a part of him was secretly pissed that the heir had made him pay for the food. It was not about the money, but the embarrassment he faced when the shopkeeper thought he was dining and dashing. The princess finally remembered that she was still in her ingenious and infallible disguise. She looked at him once apologetically, as if she knew revealing herself before him would no doubt give him feelings of hope and delight. But since it could not be, these emotions had to be quashed right now. Chapter 8:12 Exit. Chapter 8:12 Exit. Only Kenta, the princess, Aoi, and Lex were present in the hallway. There had been a few guards standing there awkwardly, but once the air got slapped, they vanished as if their life depended on it. Lex was more than happy to let the princess vent on Kenta, while Aoi was shocked and had her mouth covered with her hand. She was wondering since when had the princess become so violent? But at the same time, she felt that this was so different and exciting for her normal life of study and research. A fire was lit up deep inside the nymph's heart, unbeknownst to herself and anyone else. Not dragging the matter further, the princess revealed her true appearance. It took Kenta a moment to recognize her, which immediately startled him. He questioned in his heart as he suddenly began to panic. This was not good. He wasn't even married yet, but if his to-be wife heard rumors of him meeting another woman literally hours before their marriage, he would be doomed. He could not stop himself from asking. He had intended to be more tactful in his wording, but his anxiety got the better of him. His tumultuous emotions did not go unnoticed by the princess, who took it as an affirmation of all her thoughts. "We're elves from two different worlds. We cannot be together," he asked, a headache starting to develop. He had already forgotten about her, but she came knocking on his door, asking to let bygones be bygones, which was the most ridiculous thing ever. He would be more than happy to let this matter rest, but she would have to not randomly show up at his door first. "Kenta, I didn't want to come to this, but I don't feel the same way as you," he repeated, feeling devastated. Was his flirting so powerful? Had he gotten her to fall in love with him after a single meeting? Could she no longer ignore him? He exclaimed, trying to convey to her that he simply couldn't be with her. He was already in over his head with one wife, who he was being forced to have. If he had to deal with a scorned lover on the side, his life would become complete chaos. The princess exclaimed, trying to explain to this dumb, love-struck fool that she couldn't be with him. "It's your wedding. You have to get married, just not to the elf you want." Aoi was teetering with excitement as she tried to figure out what was happening. She was filling in the blanks herself and coming up with a love story for the ages. Lex, on the other hand, was trying his best to suppress his laughter. It was a good thing his expressions couldn't be seen under his mask, or else it would become evident how hard it was for him to keep a straight expression. The air said as he turned away from them and walked back into his room, his thoughts swirling. He had to think of a solution, and fast. How had things gotten so out of control? He was only trying to get his hands on some ingredients. The princess, who was trying out the soft approach, was losing her patience now. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Why was he so adamant? Sure, she was beautiful, but that was no reason to harass her with his undying, poem-inspiring love. Suddenly her thoughts paused. Wait a minute. If the part about him being married was removed, and it was true that his love was really so great, he wasn't a bad candidate. Having recovered from her momentary lapse in judgment, the princess became irritated and followed the air into his room. Lex could feel that the situation was escalating, so he decided to end it soon and take them all to the end before something unexpected happened. "Let's follow them in," he said to Aoi, before walking behind the princess. "Listen, pal, this is happening whether you like it or not. Forget about your own problems for a second, and think about how I feel." Kenta, who was panicking, suddenly paused. Yes, the poor princess. If he was having such a tough time, how did the princess who had fallen in love with him feel? Before Kenta had an opportunity to respond, Lex cleared his throat. "If I may interrupt, I believe I have the solution to all your problems," said Lex as he walked closer to the two, making sure Aoi was close by as well. Kenta asked, suddenly recognizing the voice. By his completely covered appearance, it was difficult to identify him, especially since there were a few races who preferred to stay completely covered. It was only when he spoke that Kenta realized who he was, and a crazy thought came to his mind. Was he actually trying to help him escape the wedding? Seriously? "I'm glad you recognized me," Lex said, his voice warm. He summoned an envelope from his spatial ring and placed it on a table nearby, and took out 3 golden keys and handed one to each of them. Asked the princess, who was irritated now. Having ordinary elves fall in love with her was not enough. Now that she had to deal with one who had massive power and influence, she really wanted to resolve the situation lest it become something that bothered her throughout her life. "I'll explain in a moment," said Lex as he initiated his own return to the inn. Since it took a few moments, he waited patiently in silence. And, just as the time was about to be up, he used his spirit sense to crush the keys in their hands. All four of them vanished at the same time. Chapter 813 Happily Kidnapped. Chapter 813 Happily Kidnapped. Within a millionth of a second after the four disappeared, 5 Celestials appeared in the room. There was a look of intrigue in their eyes as they scanned the room, but could not detect any lingering traces from their teleportation, which was extremely unusual. It had to be known that even if they themselves teleported somewhere, they would leave behind some traces that could be sensed or detected. Of course, if they planned far in advance and prepared meticulously, they could teleport somewhere without leaving any residual traces from the laws of space. But even that was conditional. Moreover, they were in the official peak realm of the Origin Realm. How could someone in the Golden Core compare to them? The answer was simple. They couldn't. That left only one explanation for what had just occurred. The golden keys that Lex had handed out had been supreme treasures, the likes of which could not be easily procured. The heir's father picked up the envelope left behind by Lex and opened it. Within lay a small letter explaining that Lex had taken Kenta to a place called Midnight, in which was, as was evident from the name, an inn. Lex had also left behind a couple of golden keys in the envelope as well, in case the father wanted to investigate. Although he had been brief, he had given somewhat of an overview of the inn, as well as the fact that it was an entity recognized by the Henali, so there was no cause for concern. He could come and check it out himself if he so wished. "It seems we are behind the times," said one of the Celestials as he read the letter. Asked another, though it was clear that he could not have cared less. He was, instead, enjoying the fact that he had won his bet. "I will go, yes. But first, I need to confirm with the Henali if what is written in this letter is true." "Suit yourself," said another Celestial before disappearing away. None of them were really concerned about the wedding. Even if Kenta did not appear, they could just use their abilities to create a projection of Kenta as a stand-in. Regardless of whether the heir was here or not, he would be getting married today. The 3 holding the keys did not feel the teleportation at all, as it was very different from normal teleportations which would have various negative effects. For them, one moment they were in Kenta's room, and another they were in an entirely new place. The entrance of the inn, where all new guests would teleport to, was elaborately decorated without being overdone. There was greenery, there was man-made architecture, there was a massive flowing river nearby, in case any of the guests were aquatic, and there were many more features that made the place look like paradise. Lex's own visit to Zuriadis's planet had given him a unique perspective of what guests must feel like when they entered the Midnight Inn, and he used that to improve the landing zone, to improve all guests' first impressions. A natural, exquisite fragrance from nearby flowers, specially grown by the turtle, elevated everyone's mood and heightened their senses. The pure, unpolluted spiritual energy of the inn was extraordinarily appealing to nature-loving races like elves and nymphs, even more so than others. It was for that reason that the 3, instead of being alarmed or frightened by the sudden change in their location, became mesmerized. They forgot that they were caught up in a heated argument and forgot their impending responsibilities. They were too preoccupied enjoying the purity of the environment. Lex also did not disturb them, as he wanted them to temper their anger as much as possible. After all, Kenta aside, he would have to apologize to 2 possibly furious ladies he had somewhat manipulated. At the same time, he was also feeling extremely satisfied at a successful mission. He would soon be free from one of the inscriptions on his body. Eventually, Kenta recovered and turned to look at Lex. He was the first to understand the whole situation and guessed that Lex had a hand in the princess' arrival at his doorstep at such a time, though he did not know if her feelings for him were genuine. Being charming was such a burden, he could not really blame her for falling for him. Seeing that Kenta had recovered, Lex decided to delay things no further. He cleared his throat, attracting the attention of the princess and Aoi, before saying, "Welcome to the Midnight Inn, the best inn in all the universe." Neither Aoi nor the princess voiced any complaints, although they should have been concerned, for they had just possibly been kidnapped, but their intuition said that this was a safe place. Moreover, There were countless others arriving and leaving here beside them, and they could see various guests being welcomed with a similar greeting, claiming the inn to be the best in the universe. Nodding his head, Lex led them towards one of the public transport facilities nearby and procured them all peacocks to ride. By now, having lived in the inn for so long, the peacocks had all grown tremendously strong bodies, and a few of them had evolved into beasts as well, albeit only in the chi training realm. They had grown larger, more beautiful, and better capable of carrying guests of all shapes and sizes. They even had saddles, though none of them opted for a saddle. Each of them got on the peacock as if they had been riding them since birth, though their fascination with the birds clearly stated otherwise. Chapter 814 Tour. Chapter 814 Tour. Lex led the way, guiding his peacock to follow the flowing river. Over the past few months, the planning division had slowly and steadily been providing him with plans and blueprints to develop the various empty areas of the inn. A majority of the inn was occupied by wilderness that had not changed, but by organizing it somewhat and doing some basic landscaping, the outlook changed drastically. Lex could not help but think back to when he originally got the inn. At that time, Lex was doing things randomly and half-heartedly, without really considering how things would work out. He recalled how, when he initially brought in various birds, he had not considered their feed at all. If it weren't for one of his guests, Helen, who began feeding them, many of them may have died. Speaking of whom, Lex hadn't seen her in a while. He hoped she was all right. All in all, things had changed a lot in the last year and a half. But at the same time, these changes also made him excited for the future. It was a pleasant change from the days where he would wallow in his own depression. "I would like to begin by apologizing to you both," Lex said as he addressed Aoi and the princess. Lex tried to give them an apologetic look before he recalled that he was wearing a mask. The princess asked, her voice hopeful. No, he isn't," Lex admitted honestly, though a small part of him had wished the misunderstanding would have continued. It was quite entertaining to watch. Instead of being angry at Lex, the princess only breathed out a sigh of relief. Kinta, who was listening to everything from the side, felt slightly offended at how relieved the princess was. Then he recalled that he too had been fretting about her being obsessed with him, and now that he knew it wasn't true, No, actually, he didn't feel relieved, just disappointed. Seeing that no verbal abuse was being flung his way, Lex felt relieved and continued speaking. "To make it up to you, I'll introduce you to the Midnight Inn. Moreover, I'll cover your stay here. Feel free to stay as long as you like and enjoy yourself. Whenever you wish to leave, you need only think about it, and you'll be teleported back to where we entered from." Aoi asked as she held out her hands and let them gently caress the leaves from the small bushes they passed. It looked like she was just appreciating them, but Lex could sense that she was actually communicating with the plants. Moreover, they were responding. Even Lex had not talked to the plants at the inn. In fact, he didn't even know that was possible. Maybe this was a unique trait of nymphs. Kenna asked, as he finally realized where Lex's confidence came from. "Haha, no, I'm not from inn, just a normal guest. But yes, my confidence in taking you away came from being able to teleport to the inn from anywhere. You may not know this, but here, inside the inn, even a celestial immortal is not a big deal," said Lex, though the reality was far from the truth. There have been a few times people tried to attack the inn, but each time the innkeeper killed every one of them. So, over here, I'm not really worried about anything. Now that you're here, you can finally run away from your wedding. If you raise your privilege level high enough, you can teleport away to another planet without needing to return to Talea. Kenta smiled wryly. He was free, but at the same time, was he really? Could he give up the temptation of reaching an unbelievably high cultivation realm just so he could pursue some fantasy called freedom? Moreover, was such freedom even a good thing to begin with? Kenta shook his head without answering. Both he and his adopted father knew that he would return to Talea eventually. However, there was nothing preventing him from enjoying himself in the meantime. His grin widened. "Lex, I have a fantastic idea. If anyone can teleport here from anywhere, then isn't this the best place in the universe to get ingredients?" Excitement filled his eyes, and he started to pant as more and more ideas flooded into his mind. If it was really possible, if he could really do this, joining the inn is not exactly easy. You have to take a test and completely join the inn. That means if you would ever hope to return to Darmin, it might be an issue, since it's completely neutral and cannot be affiliated with any other organization. But who knows, maybe you can just rent out a place from the inn and open your restaurant. Instead of responding to Lex, Kenna looked towards the princess with heated eyes. What do you say, Asami? With your divine produce and my cooking skills, we could dash. Kenta was too distracted to dodge the shoe the princess threw at him. She had suffered enough thanks to this idiotic heir and wanted nothing more to do with him. She asked instead, her gaze turning towards their mysterious tour guide. No, that was really me, Lex admitted. If you want a tour, I have a few ideas. If you want to see anywhere specific, I can take you there. Lex began to introduce the various features of the inn, not at all noticing the unusual glint in the princess's eyes. Meanwhile, Kenna rubbed his nose as he began to rethink his plan. Apparently relying on his charm to procure the best ingredients was not feasible. Chapter 8:15 Awkward. Chapter 8:15 Awkward. Lex spent the next few hours accompanying the princess, Asami, as well as Aoi and Kenta. He had introduced various aspects of the inn to them, while at the same time learned a lot about them and their backgrounds as well. It also expanded his understanding of Suera. A galaxy, any galaxy at all, was usually occupied by millions of different races. Most galaxies were not owned, or controlled by any one race. In fact, most galaxies barely had any civilization capable of proper interstellar travel. Suera happened to be one of the galaxies which had seen the advance of two different races, so much so that over the course of time, they occupied a majority of it. That was not to say other races were exterminated, but that most races that would try to fight against the expansion of those two races had been eliminated. Those two races were elves and dwarfs. All other races that existed and prospered within the galaxy were linked to those two races in one way or another, similar to how Aoi usually work with elves. The elves and dwarves used to be at war, but only recently called for a ceasefire and, surprising everyone, even became allies. Since he was mostly with elves, he learned a lot about their culture and learned that the elves, well, a nice way of putting it was that they were quite conservative and racist and traditionalists. The main body of elves consisted of various clans and organizations who joined together to form the Central Elven Alliance. The elves in that alliance were quite conservative in the sense that for millions of years they had adhered to the norms and traditions of their ancestors, did not like change, and shunned anyone who tried to bring change. But if one adhered to those few principles, they were quite friendly. But when the race spread so far and wide, there were naturally outliers. Many elves did not want to spend their lives worshipping trees, being vegetarian, and adhering to rules that did not make sense to them. The existence of this group nearly caused a civil war. How exactly that dispute was resolved was unknown, even to the younger generation of elves, such as Asami and Kenta. What truly mattered was that these outliers eventually split from the main and formed their own organizations and their own traditions. Both Asami and Kenta belonged to such factions. Aoi was, naturally, a subordinate of Asami, technically speaking, though due to their friendship they did not treat it as such. Unlike Kenta, whose background made it so that he was limited in what he could do, Asami did not come from a neutral organization. In fact, her background was quite polarized because they had a monopoly on what was called the Sacred Harvest. The elves weren't too keen on elaborating what the Sacred Harvest was, just that it was very helpful for elves' growth. To be honest, taking the group around the inn was originally to get rid of his guilt for using them and wait for the Celestials' arrival. But as time went by, he was glad he was doing this. Although he did not mind continuing to cultivate rigorously as he had been, it was beginning to build up a pressure that he had not noticed. It was only now that he was casually strolling around with a few acquaintances that he realized how long it had been since he just relaxed with a few friends. But all good things must eventually come to an end. Lex, Kenta's father has arrived at the inn, informed Mary. Send someone to guide him to us, replied Lex, and turned to look at Kenta. Indeed, just as he finished his sentence, the heir's father arrived as if teleporting over. The only thing was, he wasn't alone. Beside him was another elf, in a wedding dress made of flowers and leaves. "Congratulations, my boy, you're married," the heir's father said, a sly grin on his face. "Congratulations," Asami said immediately as well, as if mocking him. "Congratulations," Lex followed along as well, a wide grin on his face though no one could see it. By this point, he was just being petty about the whole payment thing. Kenna froze, unable to process what was happening, until eventually he turned to look at his wife. "It's nice to meet you," he said, somewhat awkwardly. "It would have been nice if you attended your own wedding," his wife responded, clearly not happy with him. I was kidnapped," Kenta quickly defended himself. She turned to look at Lex, as if she knew he was responsible for what happened. "Your father-in-law and I had a bet over whether I could do it or not. I'm quite competitive and got carried away. My apologies, it won't happen again," said Lex proactively. She only shook her head and turned and looked back at Kenta. "Wait, so does that mean—" Kenta froze again, and this time, so did everyone else. Did Kenta just get married to the person he replaced? How awkward was that? It seemed that no matter how petty Lex was, he could not match up to the standard of Kenna's own parents. Looking away from them, Lex turned his attention to the celestial immortal. "Senior, I was giving everyone a tour of the Midnight Inn. Little brat, I have over 100,000 guests waiting for me back at the palace. I have no time for a tour. I'll be leaving my worthless son here for a while, but come by after 2 days. I will do as I promised and help you remove your inscription." With that, the heir's father left the inn, leaving them in silence. Everyone turned to look at Kenta and Sohi once again, who were just staring at one another in silence. Suddenly, Lex felt glad that he was single. Chapter 8:16 Gamer Dragon. Chapter 8:16 Gamer Dragon. After spending some time together, Lex felt like he had developed a bit of friendship with the group of 3. But with the addition of Sohi, Kenna's new wife, the group became extremely awkward and silent. Anytime Kenna would try to talk to Sohi, or even talk at all, she would say something that would shut him up. She would say things like, "If I had to be replaced by someone, I at least hoped it was someone competent," or "I'm glad to see that even after getting married, you could be such good friends with the princess you were caught flirting with." Honestly, Lex had no idea how he could remedy the situation. Although he tried a few times to smooth things over, it seemed like Sohi was just in a very bad mood right now. Not that Lex could blame her. Ultimately, Lex could not take the awkward silence anymore. He told the group that their stay was sponsored by him, to make up for the fact that he had kidnapped them all. He also let Kenna know that he would help him talk to someone from the inn, and if he could impress them, then maybe he had a chance of opening a restaurant there. Then he informed them that he had some work to do, and he disappeared as quickly as possible. Mary informed Velma about the unique situation with Kenta, Asami, and his wife. I'm sure she will be extremely intrigued. At the same time, have her judge if Kenna is a good cook. If he really can cook well, there's no harm in having him as a cook. He had 2 days before he needed to return to Talea. He did not expect Hicks to find barley anytime soon, but checking in once in a while was not a bad idea. In the meantime, he would continue his cultivation sessions. The more of the blade of grass he ate, the more he built an affinity for it. That meant he could eat more of the grass while having to endure less pain afterwards. Moreover, although for now the change was very subtle, he could tell he was healing much faster than before. The best part was Lex no longer needed to blindly guess why this was happening. With Pell around, he could ask him questions and receive adequate answers. Although the ring had a majority of its memories still sealed, what it recalled was enough for Lex for now. How come I'm healing quicker after gaining an affinity for the healing law? Am I developing some kind of new bloodline? Lex asked Pell during his next cultivation session. Neither, although becoming a new species is somewhat closer to the answer than your other guesses. In cultivation, up until the nascent realm, with each new realm your strength grows a definite amount. That means, irrespective of your own personal skills or attributes, the new realm itself gives you new and greater strength. However, that changes once you step into the immortal realms. From the immortal realms onwards, A majority of a cultivator's powers comes from their tenets or laws, and tenets basically rely on laws anyway, so they don't really count. That's an oversimplification of the situation, but you can take it as such. Anyway, in that realm, cultivators actively use those laws to bring about various effects. Your body, by gaining an affinity for those laws, is not biologically becoming better able to heal. Instead, it uses those laws passively to a very minute extent, and somewhat allows you to touch upon those laws before you actually reach a sufficient realm to do so. In simple terms, you have a cheat. For example, you look at things in the form of a video game. Imagine you are at level 1, but gain a weapon that's level 10. Upon hearing all that, Lex became stunned. He exclaimed, "Why was a former dragon turned spirit realm giving him examples from video games? In my previous life, I lived for millions of years." Lex was stunned, but upon consideration, figured that it only made sense. Moreover, with that much time on his hands, he bet Pell grinded all games until he got 100% achievements. Suddenly, Lex gained massive respect for the dragon. He was still going to use its living corpse as a cultivation mat, but that did not change the fact that he now felt massive respect for it. Like that, he spent the next 2 days either cultivating atop the dragon to raise his cultivation, or raising his affinity with the laws of regrowth by eating the blade. Once enough time had passed, and he was about to return to Talea, Lex paused to see how his recovery was going. It was difficult to tell, but he swore he could see a faint layer of skin forming below the scab that had covered his entire body. But once that was done, Lex could no longer ignore the one painful thing he had been trying to avoid. He finally checked in on Kenta, his wife, and the rest, and was immediately stumped. Why was the situation so different? Velma, Sohi, and Asami were riding a roller coaster and laughing as they giggled to one another, while Kenta was buying groceries at the guild room. Aoi was in the greenhouse talking to Zen, the small patch of grass that had gained sentience and become an immortal all at once, despite having an extremely frail body. Aoi and Kenta were acting within his expectations, but since when had Sohi, Velma, and Asami become such good friends? Chapter 817 ended before it began. Chapter 817 ended before it began, Lex asked. It was not that he had a bias against Sohi, but that their first meeting was genuinely too awkward. He did not blame her, for she had probably been forced to marry the very elf who replaced her as the heir to such a powerful force. It was only normal for there to be some bitterness and resentment. Mary, who appeared above Lex, this time dressed as Cupid, opened her mouth to speak, but paused. After some hesitation, she simply said, "Velma is very extroverted, as you know. Plus all things related to romance excite her to no end. As a result, she is very good at dealing with such things." She cleared up all the misunderstandings between the group, and now Asami and Sohi at least are good friends. She gave Lex an odd look, but then disappeared before he noticed anything. It may not seem like it, but Lex was extremely perceptive, especially when it came to things related to himself. At least that's how he was with the system and all things related to cultivation. Other, simpler things seemed to go over his head. With Mary's reassurance, Lex relaxed and decided to teleport over and ask them if any of them planned on returning with him. As much as he liked hanging out with the group, this was probably the last time he was going to have an opportunity. After all, he had to use his time wisely and cultivate as much as possible. When he teleported over to Kenta, the elf boldly declared that he did not plan on returning to Talea for the next few years while he fulfilled his passion for opening up a restaurant. Anyway, he was already married now, so his adopted father could be relieved that there was someone to watch over him and keep him out of trouble. He was not really needed for anything special for a while. Aoi, likewise, claimed that she wanted to spend some more time here. She was trying to get the turtle to acknowledge her as a student, but the turtle itself was a baby. How could it focus on teaching? All its attention was focused on playing around. Well, that's what Lex thought, but he did not say that aloud. When he approached the 3 girls, however, he had an odd interaction. So he stared at him intently, as if studying him, while Velma giggled a little. Asami, the princess, accepted his offer to return with him. After all, she had disappeared without warning. Although she was enjoying the inn, she needed to go report to her family and continue with her duties. After saying farewell to Asami, so he glared at Lex once before turning away. There was definitely something wrong with her. Lex asked, unable to contain himself. It was a delicate matter. I could not outright say that I disliked Kenta to her, as that would be insulting her husband in front of her. Yet I had to assure her that I had no interest in him either. Velma made the process easier, and once all the misunderstandings were cleared, we became good friends. Honestly, so he is quite nice. She's just slightly cautious because she's lost her position before, and so doesn't easily feel safe with her new circumstances. Once she opens up, however, she's a nice person. You should also take the chance to get to know her. Perhaps you could read her some of the poetry you wrote. That might make her more amenable to you. Haha, I don't really have much experience writing poetry, Lex confessed. That was the first time I actually did so. That's a shame, Asami said simply, and looked at Lex from the side of her eyes. In her mind, she could not help but think how apt his poem was. The two could become friends, but not lovers. Their station and destinies lay elsewhere, thoroughly dividing them. He said he only wrote it casually, so then why could she feel the emotions in that poem so deeply herself? For the briefest of moments, Asami felt weak. But the moment passed, and she collected herself. She asked. Lex nodded and said, "You only need to think of returning." The two, an elf and a human, a princess and a universal entrepreneur, disappeared at the same time and reappeared in Kenna's room. Though they journeyed together for this brief period, their paths were ultimately diverging. It was unknown if they would even have the opportunity to meet again. "I have to report to my family," said Asami, her voice oddly gentle. "In that case, farewell. If you come to the Midnight Inn again, you could try looking for me." The princess simply nodded and walked away. Lex stood there for a moment and watched her leave. He was not completely oblivious to what was happening, and considering the newfound friendship between Asami, Sohei, and Velma, he could somewhat understand why Sohei was glaring at him. But somehow, the relationship between him and this princess ended before it even began. Honestly speaking, Asami was indeed very beautiful, and they did seem to hit it off during the short time they spent together. But just because she was beautiful, or just because they got along, did not mean that he would become desperate to be with her. Lex scratched his head, but then turned his attention elsewhere. He did not have the luxury to think about romance with danger looming over his immediate future. The princess, who was walking away, contacted her family and filled them in on what had happened the last couple of days. Before she ended the call, she requested a patch of blood roses to be grown in her personal garden. The ones Aoi had altered so that they could grow anywhere. The princess had become fond of them. Chapitre 818 Inscription. Chapter 818 Inscriptions with the princess departing on her way. Lex could now proceed towards the heir's father. He did not need to go looking for him, for an attendant already stood there waiting for Lex's arrival. "Mr. Lex, lead the way," Lex said, allowing the attendant to lead him through the palace. While he crossed the unnecessarily complicated pathway, Lex could not help but think that he had been to quite a few places, labyrinths, and ancient lairs. The grandeur of the place no longer seemed to affect him. Yes, everything was rich and fancy and giving off extremely pure spiritual energy and tinged with a lovely aroma. So, the basic standard then. That was not to say that the palace wasn't spectacular. It just didn't grab Lex's attention the way these things used to. He passed the indoor garden, behind the waterfall of spirit water, through the corridor that seemed to contain miniaturized stars as lights, above the... Wait, what? Lex stopped and looked up, finding it hard to believe what his senses were telling him. No, those were not fairy lights on the ceiling. They were actual stars that had been shrunk and placed there, alongside a dim, gentle light. The stars seemed to be giving off extremely pure, yet mild spirit energy. All right, he admitted it, that was a new one. When he finally reached the library, he discovered that he was not the only one waiting there. Beside him, there was the dwarf Lex had seen previously, the one he felt a threat from. As if that was not enough, accompanying the dwarf was someone from a race Lex did not recognize, who also gave off a threatening aura. Besides those two, there were a few others, but Lex did not pay attention to them. He felt a strong urge to go and challenge the dwarf immediately to a fight. His body started heating up and his heart started beating faster, but just before the urge overwhelmed him, Lex looked away. In his right eye, a faint image of a sword had appeared, though it was diminishing now. Lex had realized that his reaction wasn't normal, and immediately picked out that he was being influenced by the sword again. A worthy challenger seemed to stimulate the sword, but not enough to make Lex lose himself. He went and sat down in a corner, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He didn't like the fact that there was something that could affect his mind, but since there was nothing he could do about it for the moment, he would treat it as training his mind. One by one, the people in the library were called, and each of them were escorted to different rooms. It seemed like this was the waiting area for anyone who had an appointment, although Lex doubted that all of them were going to meet the celestial immortal. Whatever the case, it had nothing to do with him. He was focused on maintaining a steady mind, right up until an attendant arrived and escorted him further. When he left the room, the dwarf finally looked towards where Lex had gone. He was sure that Lex was about to challenge him, as the dwarf had felt a very fierce aura targeting him before it withdrew on its own. Not that he was afraid. When Lex was finally brought to the heir's father, he was surprised to see that the immortal was sitting cross-legged inside a formation, with a smaller formation placed in front of him, seemingly prepared for Lex. Not only did the formations look extremely complicated and expensive, but he could tell that there were a number of spirit items active in the room as well, though he could not determine their use. "Sit," the celestial immortal said without opening his eyes, only raising a hand to indicate that Lex should sit within the prepared formation. "I have a few questions for you before we begin." "Please ask," said Lex as he sat down. It seemed like these inscriptions were an even bigger deal than he assumed. He thought that it would be a simple task for someone so strong to remove the inscriptions from him. It seemed he was wrong. "I cannot say for certain," confessed Lex. He asked, but then realized something and didn't give Lex a chance to answer. "Wait, you are a human." "No, he's not, although I'm most likely related to him. His brother is my family's ancestor. As for my parents' cultivation realm, I am not sure." The immortal could not help and open his eyes as he looked at Lex, countless unknown thoughts running through his head. "It seems the human race is prospering more than I was aware." "That is correct." The immortal pondered for a moment before he spoke again. "The reason I am asking all these questions is that the more I know, the easier the process shall be. What language these inscriptions are in, what is the logic behind them, and how they were placed are all secrets even for me. They are most ingenious, as they have been placed in such a way that they have become a part of your body itself, just as much as your heart and brain are a part of you." Chapter 819, Thanks for the Meal. Chapter 819, Thanks for the Meal. Lex's mood dropped as he considered the ramification of the immortal words. The inscriptions had become a part of his body, and at the moment were not really harming him in any way. It was only if he tried to become an immortal that they would pollute his body, according to what the Celestial had informed him previously. Yet at the same time, even for a Celestial, it was not simple to remove them. No wonder the system had never picked up on them. Even his tumor, although a part of his body, was actively harming him. "But worry not," the immortal continued. "Although it is not simple, all it requires is a little preparation. I could still do it. Actually, if I wasn't concerned about not harming you, it would be easy to remove the inscriptions. They are not that strong." "Well, I'm glad you are concerned about my health," Lex said wryly. "It would be quite problematic otherwise. Remove all your clothing, as well as all items and jewelry, and set them aside." Lex froze for a moment, but then he had no choice but to comply. He took off his clothes without any hesitation, as if he was not feeling extremely awkward and embarrassed. Though he could not decide if it was being naked which was embarrassing him, or of the fact that he was skinless. He folded everything and put it neatly on a table, before taking his place inside the formation once again. Before Lex had an opportunity to respond, The formation was activated, and Lex felt an unquestionably massive force gripping his body, preventing him from moving. Then, the force entered his body. Holy dash! Lex was not able to complete what he was saying, for he fell unconscious, a defense mechanism of his body. The Celestial activated another formation, the job of which was to act as life support, but then realized that Lex's body was actually quite tenacious, and despite the immense pressure it was under, showed no signs of collapsing or shutting down. The mystery deepens. The immortal mused, before turning his attention to the inscriptions. Based on what he could tell, all the inscriptions were a form of protection for Lex. He could not determine what the one on his forehead did, for it had deteriorated on its own, but the one in his heart seemed to be hiding an innate feature of his body. The one on his neck seemed to be a tracker. He could not decide which one to remove, for all three of them were in extremely delicate places where even the slightest deviation of energy could kill Lex. Whoever placed these there in the first place was extremely skilled. The immortal spent some time trying to decide which one to remove and ultimately decided on the tracker. Of the three, the one in Lex's heart was the most difficult to remove, while the one on the skull had already deteriorated on its own. In a few years, it may even vanish entirely. That only left the one on his neck. Once decided, the immortal did not hesitate. Although Lex's body did not require the life support formation, he activated it nonetheless and began the process. Slowly, ever so slowly, his own energy seeped into Lex's body, traveled through his meridians, and reached his neck. His energy simply wafted the inscription before moving on. He was supposed to channel the energy out of Lex's body as it was not contaminated, but something unusual happened. Before he could take it out, the energy was absorbed directly by Lex's body, just as the immortal was alarmed, and even considered stopping the operation lest something unexpected happens. A spirit sense connected to his mind and transmitted a message, said the Lotus, who had been roused from his slumber due to the delectable energy coursing through Lex's body. The Celestial trembled. He could not help but utter, before he quickly shut his mouth. His stupid curiosity was what got him in this situation, so it was best to keep it suppressed lest he land himself in more trouble. The unusual auras he had felt on Lex's body earlier had let him know that Lex's background was absolutely not simple. When he learned of the Midnight Inn, he more or less confirmed that Lex had some connection to that entity. But even being a janitor counted as being a part of the organization, which would allow Lex to come in contact with those various auras. But, regardless, he did not want to leave any chance for someone to create any trouble for him. So he offered to remove the inscription on his own. But now it seemed like Lex's connection to the Midnight Inn was not as simple as a normal member. Or else, why would there be a hidden guardian inside Lex's body? Due to his unfamiliarity with the Lotus on Lex's back, simply due to how incredibly rare it was, the Celestial had misunderstood the situation. He thought the simple thanks from the Lotus was a subtle warning for him not to try anything, not that he had any intention to do so from the beginning. The Immortal became extremely serious and decided to complete the removal as quickly as possible without endangering Lex. The Lotus, who was suddenly being fed even more energy, became even more ecstatic. This was a rare delicacy. Of course, the Lotus also knew how to share, so he used some of that energy to begin healing Lex's body as well, slowly regrowing his skin. The procedure, despite its complexity, did not last long. A few hours later, once he was done, the heir's father teleported away, no longer willing to be involved with Lex. Maintaining his neutrality was becoming a real hassle these days. Chapter 8:20 What next? Chapter 8:20 What next? Before he felt anything else, Lex heard himself groan. Slowly, sensation returned to him, and he felt that his entire body was incredibly stiff. At the same time, he felt incredibly bloated, as if he had been eating nonstop for days. He groaned again as he slowly brought his hands to wipe the sand from his eyes. He managed to mumble as he opened his eyes and discovered that his vision was blurry. He was disoriented, nauseous, and his neck was killing him. It felt like he was back in college. Unfortunately, he got no reply to his question, so he could only hold on while his body recovered. Fortunately, his debilitated state did not last long. In a few minutes his vision cleared up, and all his ailments seemed to fade. He slapped his hand onto the floor to pick himself up, and to his great surprise, he noticed a very pale and extremely see-through layer of skin covering it. He asked, his gaze fixed on his hand. Normally, it would take him weeks to recover so much. "A few hours at most," she responded, to his delight. He looked around and saw that he was still inside the formation, though the immortal was gone. All his clothes and items were on the side, neatly folded and untouched. He picked himself up and put on his clothes, flexing his arms and legs as he did. The more he moved, the quicker he recovered, though the unusual bloated feeling was not disappearing. "Thank you, Senior," Lex said out loud and bowed. Although the immortal was not there, Lex was sure that all his actions were under the immortal's supervision. If he wanted to meet, Lex he would have. Since he had not come, then that was a form of farewell. After waiting a moment to make sure that the immortal was not responding, Lex turned around and left. Outside, an attendant was waiting for him to guide him outside the palace. Although it was quite thoughtful, the attendant's eager attitude to lead Lex outside almost made him suspect that they wanted him gone. But how was that possible? They had quite a good relationship. Lex actually counted the celestial immortal amongst the list of his personal contacts, though admittedly he did not know his name yet. Whatever the case, Lex had his own tasks to complete, so he did not delay either. Once he left the palace, Lex made his way into the capital city and rented a room in a hotel for a day. Once inside, he finally checked the card that was given to him by Hicks. Unfortunately, there was no indication of any progress in searching for Barley. Lex frowned and considered if he should consult one of the oracles inside the inn. After all, he only had a few weeks left till the inn was sealed. Afterwards, even he would be trapped outside if he remained out, so he had to conclude all his business by then. But the problem with that was the destiny-level protection around the inn. It would prevent divination for anyone inside the inn. Based on that logic, it should also prevent anyone inside the inn from divining anything outside, right? According to the scale he knew, if someone wanted to break through the divine level formation, then their divination would have to be of the death level, which was the level after destiny. Lex did not understand what this scale was based on, but he at least knew the names of the levels. Shaking his head, Lex teleported back to the inn. He had no way of knowing if his inscription was really removed or not, but he trusted that it had been done. Once back at the inn, the first thing Lex did was check his own status to see why he was feeling bloated. Condition: due to extremely high-level spiritual energy passing through them, your meridians are swollen. They will recover on their own within 24 hours. Remarks: you're so used to being pitiful, good things make you sick. Extremely pure energy. Considering his physical condition, Lex decided not to cultivate for the next few days to let his body recover. Although the system said he'd be fine in a day, he didn't want to risk it. Besides, Vera's event was coming up. He could spend the next few days watching over that. He could also try out Kenta's cooking as Leo. More and more ideas kept coming to him for how he could prolong his rest from his cultivation sessions. This was the kind of creativity that usually only hits someone when they're trying to study for exams, but their brain keeps thinking of various fun tasks to do. Teleporting to his office, Lex pulled up all the information about the upcoming event. To be entirely honest, even though Lex wanted to do a lot with it, it was Vera's event, so he could only do what she asked. The event would last 5 days and was not too exciting. Basically, Vera had booked a venue, and all attendees would enter the venue at the beginning of the event, after which it would be sealed. The venue would only open 5 days later. The only actual responsibility Lex had was sealing the venue and doing the advertising once the event was actually over. Of course, there was nothing sinister planned, as all attendees would be informed beforehand that the venue would be sealed. To enter or not was entirely up to them. That was it. So technically, Lex should not have paid such an event any attention at all whatsoever. The problem was the number of expected participants was massive in the millions. Moreover, all of them were either oracles or diviners, or basically had some profession that dealt with predicting the future. He would feel like he would be missing out on a massive opportunity if he did nothing. The only question was, what could he do? Chapter 821 Relaxing, just a little. Chapter 821 Relaxing, just a little. 821 Relaxing, just a little. The next few days he passed calmly for Lex. The first thing he did was plan how to get some sleep. Although he did not feel particularly tired, he was aware of the fact that his body had been under extreme stress. Not only had he not healed completely yet, but the process of removing his inscription was far from simple. Just thinking back to the pain he felt before he blacked out made him tremble. Lex had tolerated pain before, both in his body and soul, yet that was a different experience altogether. It was as if his very being was becoming undone. He spent some time in the hot tub room, and even found time to go to Harry's barber shop. Yes, he did not have hair, but Harry had long transcended the simple grooming he used to do back in the day. Although, of course, if that's what a client wanted, that's what they would get. But Harry could relieve the stress accumulated in the body, mind, and soul, among other things. One of his most popular new attractions was the Soul Pond, which could sustain or heal broken souls, though admittedly its healing effects were extremely minimal. Its primary use was to nurture soul treasures, techniques, and to support soul-based cultivation methods. His own glamour sorcery was one of the types of soul cultivation techniques. Lex just had Harry alleviate the accumulated stress in his soul and body so that they could heal better. A part of him could tell that the shock he had experienced to remove the inscription was not simple. After experiencing both the hot tub and Harry's treatment, he stopped by the patisserie where he got himself some cupcakes and hot chocolate. If there was a way to relax even more than this, he had not discovered it yet. Once all this was done, he was finally ready to sleep. Just to be safe, he asked Mary to wake him up if he slept longer than a day. The last thought he had right before he dozed off was how he was still using a simple bed, whereas he could be using some supreme, ultra sleep treasure that created the perfect sleep environment. He did not know what it would entail, but when he thought back to all the palaces he had been visiting lately, he was willing to bet a dragon that they did not use simple beds. Lex had not realized that a simple bed would not be able to support his considerable weight at all. During the many star-level raises, all his furniture had also been nourished and subsequently evolved. Just as he feared, Lex had become too cozy. That, accompanied by his wounded state, led him to sleep continuously for a day. It even took Mary considerable effort to rouse him from slumber, because every time she would wake him, he would mumble 5 more minutes before dozing off again. But he never realized that by saying that, he was literally making her wait 5 minutes before trying to wake him again. If he simply asked to be allowed to sleep longer, she would let things be. But since he kept asking for 5 minutes, she had to keep waking him every 5 minutes. Eventually, a grumbling Lex got out of bed. Although he knew a day may have passed, he only felt like it had been mere minutes. After a very large breakfast, Lex decided to check in with Vera first. If divination could really help him find Barley, it was worth a shot. Although he was fairly certain that whoever had Barley, or wherever he had escaped to, he should have taken precautions against divination by now. Just as Lex approached Vera, who was sitting with the same group as last time, he paused. He immediately realized that everyone around Vera was staring at him with greedy eyes, as if he were a valuable treasure that they wanted to scoop up. "You have become quite famous in our circles, Lex," Vera said with a smile. "The help you provided Leslie was unbelievable, and now the entire divination community wants to get their hands on you. Is your entire community dependent on a simple prophecy? If so, I can give you one now." Lex was smiling as he talked, but the weight of his words was not to be underestimated. He had not realized how a simple action could land him in trouble. "Worry not. No one will harm you. If that were the case, I would never have publicly asked you to help out Leslie. I would have done it in secret. Since no one was able to divine anything about you, everyone came to a consensus. You know, this is not my day job, right? I have my own things to do. Not to mention, helping Leslie was far from simple." "That's the whole point," Vera said, giggling. "All that happened is that your hands got burnt." Lex glared at Vera. She had not mentioned this to him before he tried. although admittedly he had not taken the request too seriously when he heard it either. Don't worry. It's up to you if you want to help anyone. No one will pester you if you don't want to help, although it's an easy way to make friends. Lex took in a deep breath and tried to ignore how he was trying to be used. Well, if anyone wants my help, you can start by first finding Barley Holdenson for me. Chapter 822, Another Blade. Chapter 822, Another Blade. Lex did not need to explain who Barley was, since finding him was one of the recent popular requests for oracles in the Origin realm, right behind finding Lex. While initially finding Barley was easy, it had been a while since he disappeared from both public view as well as from the effects of divination. But unless he was using an abnormally powerful protection measure, such as the formation within the inn, there would always be ways to find him. For example, most means of protection from divination only target the more common or mainstream methods. More unique methods, such as Vera's, can often circumvent such protection measures. For example, as long as Barley met Vera in person at some point in her life, she could divine her own future and find him, or predict where and when he could be found at that time. After all, the target of her divination is herself, not him. I'll spread the word, Vera said, without drawing any conclusions. After all, almost everyone knew why Barley was famous, and the fact that he had mentioned a Lex in his video. Lex asked, since he didn't see her in the group. With the lightning removed from her soul, she is doing much better. She can start divining again, but more importantly, she can start cultivating again. I can't really say you got off easy, since what you did for her was nothing short of incredible, but don't underestimate her divination. She is one of the most sought-after oracles of the upcoming generation. It was actually because of that very fact that she attracted a client involved in things she was too low-level to learn about. Listening to her words, Lex frowned. Originally, he had planned on spending more time getting to know the oracles, but her premonition of his deep regret left him feeling worried. She had told him the key to avoiding his regret was a blade in his possession. He had assumed that it was the blade of grass containing laws, but he also could not discount that it may very well also be the sword or blade hiding within his soul. If anyone gets any leads on him, you can just inform someone from the inn. They'll find me, said Lex before turning away. Since he was taking a break from absorbing the blade of grass, he might as well focus on learning sword intent. Lex asked, since his mind had been diverted towards the topic of strengthening his combat ability, he may as well check up on all his projects in this field. He's asked for the millionth time to be allowed to dismantle the Silent Wanderer to study it, but I keep telling him no, as per your instructions. He's enrolled in numerous classes on the Henali portal, but that's a gradual process, and you can expect him to become an expert overnight, especially since he's also focusing on refining his body to become a full-fledged dragon. He has designed a few weapons that can be attached to ships, though, again, I'm not letting him experiment on the Silent Wanderer or the Flying Daycare. Speaking of the Wanderer, Captain Cirque has finished going through the manual for the Silent Wanderer and is confident he can pilot it. Lex looked up and easily found a massive spaceship that was hovering right above the inn. Lex had to buy a massive plot of land where the ship could hover over so that it doesn't block the sky for the main areas of the inn. The plus point was that the area under the ship became a shadowed area, where those guests who preferred the dark or were sensitive to light could reside. For now, I can allow him to test out some of the features of the Wanderer within the inn. While I get the chance, I'll take him out with me so he can try flying it in space. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. It's going well, and they're growing fast. They're only the first batch. The inn will require a lot of strong warriors, so we have to refine our training methods as we go through them. Lex discussed various projects with Mary, right up until he reached the Midnight Mountain. To be more specific, until he reached the sword slash within the mountain. He had been here before, but at that time he was wearing the host attire, so he did not feel the true weight of the sword intent gathered here. Now, standing there without any protection, he was finally exposed to it in its full glory. It was heavy, yet sharp at the same time. It was not cutting his body, but he could tell that the sharpness was imbued within the aura of this place. To put in other words, the way a dragon's aura contained an oppressive might, the aura here was honed like a razor. He felt like his thoughts themselves were being cut through. This was Kawain's abode, in a sense. Kawain, the sword that had gained sentience, gave sword lessons within a small cave at the heart of the sword slash. But first you would have to cross the artificial valley that was filled with this sword intent. Some saw this as an obstacle, but Lex, who had no experience with sword intent at all, saw this as an opportunity. He summoned a simple, double-edged sword he had bought earlier on from the guild room and gripped it tightly. Since he had never formed an intent before and was not sure how to form one, he would just have to brute force it. He would experience the intent in the valley with his body and try to recreate it on his sword. Without any hesitation, he took his first step. Chapter 823 Level 2 Low. Chapter 823 Level 2 Low. Lex had too many concerns lately, but he put them all aside for now. With a clear, focused mind, he entered the sword valley, and immediately he felt the resistance of the sword intent that filled the area. Compared to Dragon's might, which threatened to crush his body and soul and extinguish them, even this sharpness that threatened to cut his body felt like nothing. No matter what, Lex knew that within the inn he could not be hurt by aura alone, and so that element of danger vanished, regardless of how difficult it was. Back then, in front of the dragon, if Lex had relaxed for even a second, or given up, the danger to his life was extremely real. He would have had to escape to the inn to get away with his life intact. It was akin to the plank challenges that used to happen back on Earth. But the only difference was that if you give up, you would die. It was like putting a gun to an ordinary person's head and asking them to plank for 10 minutes. Even with all the adrenaline pumping, it was unknown if they would be able to make it. Compared to that, regardless of how threatening this sword intent felt, it was nothing. Not to mention, even if the threat was real, Lex would not hesitate. The information about intents flashed through Lex's mind. Before one can learn intent, they must first gain a certain level of competency in that field. Asking Lex to become a sword grandmaster overnight was too much, but he had to start with somewhere. Lex focused on the sharp feeling that was pressing against his body, visualized it as something that was coating his own sword, and then slashed forward. Predictably, Lex's sword was not coated in any real intent. Despite the expected result, Lex frowned. Since his mind was much sharper than before, Lex noticed a multitude of things he would have missed before. By ordinary standards, his slash was normal. It was pretty good even. But Lex noticed that as he extended his sword during his slash, his balance was somewhat impacted. He immediately adjusted for it, so that his slash was not slowed down, or so that it would not deviate from its intended target. Yet he was not satisfied by the fact that his balance was affected to begin with. He repeated all the previous steps, visualizing the intent coating his sword, and slashed again, though this time he adjusted his footing a little beforehand so that there would be no imbalance. The slash was better, faster, and delivered more power, but Lex frowned nonetheless. The difference was practically imperceptible, yet Lex noticed anyway. Due to his readjustment of his feet, the range of his attack had been minutely reduced. He tried again, this time keeping the desired result in mind, but then encountered a new problem. Like this, he kept trying, his initial focus on sword intent already forgotten. With each new attempt, he would take a step deeper into the valley, but the ever-increasing sword intent seemed to not bother him at all. The issue was not that learning the sword was hard, but that Lex was too perceptive. He would detect issues with his moves that even ordinary sword masters would not be able to detect. In a sense, it could be said that as far as the ordinary slash Lex was performing, he was already better than many sword masters. By that standard, he was already at the level to manifest sword intent. The problem was that in Lex's mind, he still had flaws in his swordsmanship, and as such would not be able to manifest sword intent. At this point, his own dissatisfaction with his level was the only thing preventing him from manifesting basic sword intent. Deep in the valley, Kawain was watching Lex's progress with interest. Although Lex's level was abysmal, Kawain liked the standard Lex was setting and how seriously he was taking it. After all, as a sword himself, he would definitely like those who seriously respected the sword and swordsmanship. He was also intrigued by how Lex did not seem to be bothered by the sword intent at all. To test things out, he increased the pressure around Lex and only Lex. The sudden increase in pressure caused Lex's slash to falter, which made him frown again. He was not blaming the sudden increase in pressure. After all, in real combat, the situation would be dynamic. Sometimes he would face no pressure at all, and at other times, the pressure would be astronomical. Therefore, he should be able to perform in any situation. Lex almost growled due to the immense irritation he was feeling, but then suddenly paused. His emotions were getting agitated again. He used his sword to look at his reflection and saw the faint image of a sword in his left eye. It was just as he suspected. Lex closed his eyes and almost immediately entered a meditative state, taking deep breaths to calm himself down. He allowed his emotions to slowly fade and pushed away all distractions. It was as if he was in the state of flow, except that he was not becoming cold and emotionless. It was as if he was gaining all the benefits of that state without the side effects. When he opened his eyes, Lex had calmed down completely and renewed his focus. He slashed forth once again, this time getting much better results. He had assumed that since he had calmed down and taken control of his emotions, the sword image in his eye had vanished. But in truth, it had become even clearer once he calmed his mind. With each slash, it became clearer still, until eventually it began to shimmer. It was as if the image was trying to manifest a sword intent of its own. Unfortunately, Lex still thought his level was too low, and so did not manifest it. Chapter 824 Training Schedule. Chapter 824 Training Schedule. Completely engrossed in the process, Lex did not feel the hours pass him by. On his own, he was learning a lot, and not just about fighting with a sword. Back on Pol Bitvi, when he had fought off those insects, his hand-to-hand combat had improved tremendously fast, alongside his sense for fighting as well. Now, with a weapon in hand, he was learning how to manage that additional weight, while keeping in mind the lethality as well as limits of the weapon. After all, for his body, he had an innate sense for what it could tolerate and what it could not. For a weapon, he had to keep all of those things in mind. For example, using it in certain ways would make it more prone to breaking regardless of how well crafted it was. The combinations made available to him were also endless, so his mind was taking its time to flesh out all scenarios and thoroughly embed the knowledge in Lex's brain. Compared to learning during combat, this process was slower. After all, at that time his brain was working at maximum speed to adapt as quickly as possible. But in exchange, the depth of what he was learning was greater and more comprehensive. Although this entire time, Lex was only practicing the same slash, without even changing the direction or starting point, his improvement in all aspects was tremendous. But considering the fact that Lex could still pick out flaws, he felt like he was still a beginner. During this entire time, Lex only had a single thought, which was ultimately unrelated to improving his technique. He admonished himself for coming into this with the mindset that it would be easy. He believed that mindset was part of the reason why he was performing poorly to begin with. He should have known that nothing worthwhile was ever easy. But there was one thing Lex never realized during this entire process, though Kawain picked it up immediately. The sword in his, I was trying to influence him, but by refusing to manifest a sword intent, Lex was denying the sword as well. That way, all the intent the image of the sword was imparting was being absorbed by Lex, and then used to improve himself. It formed a cycle where Lex's knowledge about sword fighting became more and more advanced, but the more advanced it became, the more dissatisfied he was with himself, further pushing away the possibility of manifesting intent. After all, the frame of mind also had a lot to do with manifesting intent. It was not as if the universe had a specific scale to judge what level was enough to manifest intent. Oftentimes, it was one's belief that they were good enough that would cause them to resonate with the laws and manifest intent, even if they did not know what they were doing. But with a diametrically opposed mindset, it was basically impossible for him to manifest it. Kawain, being a sword himself, immediately noticed the image in Lex's eye and realized what was happening, though he could not determine the origin of the image. But it did not matter. Lex was using his unique situation to improve, and that's all that mattered to Kawain. Near dawn of the next day, When Lex finally reached the cave where Kawain was waiting, he was already completely mentally exhausted. Although he was physically fine, his mind had been working overtime to detect his flaws and correct them. So by the end, it was already nearing the limits of what it could do. "You have done well," Kawain said, waking Lex from his stupor. "You have already improved a lot from when you first set foot in the valley, but there is more work that needs to be done. You have enough determination to improve, and so I do not mind teaching you. Go rest for now, and come again tomorrow. Next time there will be no intent blocking you, so you can enter directly. Tomorrow onwards, I will train you myself." Lex nodded. With that, he retreated and began to make a training schedule in his mind. Every 2 days, he would absorb a bit of the blade of grass, and in between every day, he would train his sword arts. He had roughly 3 weeks left till the inn was sealed, so once every week he'd go to check if Hicks had located Barley. With that plan set in his mind, Lex finally allowed himself to get some rest. The timing was perfect, for apparently Kenta was cooking breakfast for Velma, and so joining them and watching Kenta be awkward around his wife would heal his tired mind and relax his soul. Plus, he'd get to know if Kenta was any good as a cook to begin with. He teleported to his suite first and took a quick, yet warm shower. Although he did not sweat despite the strenuous exercise, he did not want to give Sohei any reasons to target him instead of Kenta. Afterwards, he put on a pair of jeans and a casual t-shirt, grabbed a box of fresh Saturn cake, and teleported over. He was beginning to realize that he was a fan of the cake, and not because of its psychedelic features. After all, his cultivation level was too high to be affected by it, said Lex loudly as he walked up to the group. They had set up a stove out in the open where Kenta was cooking, as well as a picnic table nearby that was filled with pastries. In the distance, there was a nice view of the Midnight Mountain, and further back in the distance, the Mountain Man. It was an excellent spot, which is why he could understand why their mood was great. But the moment he arrived, he noticed that everyone immediately froze and looked at him awkwardly. "Haha, Lex, my friend. I'm glad you're back. Was my father able to help you out? If not, you just let me know and I'll have words with the geezer." Although Kenta tried to hide it, it was clear from his tone that something had happened. The question was, how serious was it? Chapter 825, No Guilt Great Enough. Chapter 825, No Guilt Great Enough, Lex asked, setting the cake on the table. Much of the area of the inn was blanketed in snow, but the main areas where guests usually spent time had been kept clean. That included picnic areas such as this, so Lex had no trouble walking around. "Wrong? What would be wrong?" Kenta said, but clearly he was not very used to lying, as his expressions were clearly contorting. Lex turned to look at Sohei and Velma, both who immediately looked away. Velma even began whistling as she looked up in the air. He looked back at Kenta and only pointed at the girls, as if their actions were enough of a dead giveaway. "Oh yes, I remember now," said Kenta, who quickly looked towards the stove where he was cooking, as if he needed to monitor the progress. "It's nothing really. You already know I want to open my own restaurant, right? But before I ask anyone at the inn for a shot, I thought I'd brush up on my skills. I don't get many opportunities to cook back at the palace, you know? So I went to the guild room. Just like you said, there were a lot of people there who had opened up shops and were selling incredible goods. I placed an order, but before I could pay, I realized that that damned geezer had frozen all my assets." Kenta smiled weakly at Lex, before quickly turning back to the stove. That's when Aoi offered to pay instead. I felt really guilty, but she insisted, so I eventually relented. It was completely her idea, and I offered to pay her back in the future, but she denied me. What could I do? Lex's smile cramped. He asked, since he had already stated that he would sponsor Aoi and Asami. He told Mary to take out all their expenses from him. With hundreds of billions of MP, he was not really concerned about how much they spent. But at the same time, he didn't like being taken advantage of. Lex's expression fell flat, and he glared at Kenta. That was nearly 21,000 MP. To put it in easy terms, that was $21 million. There was no amount of guilt Lex could feel that was worth $21 million. Sure, he had much more than that to pay on Kenta's behalf. It's okay, Lex said as he slapped Kenta on the back, not holding his strength back at all. He slapped him again. From afar, it looked like he was merely patting Kenna's back, though the expression on the elf's face said otherwise. Besides, I've already thought of a way you can pay me back. You can work as a chef in the restaurant that I am opening. Kinta exclaimed, but Lex was no longer listening. He had come here to relax, not get even more stressed out. Deep inside the cosmic cloud where the Allied forces were fighting off the Fuegan's nurtured armies, there was a planet where many battalions were employed. How many were deployed, why they were sent there, and what did the Allied forces hope to achieve? All of them were meaningless. The only thing that mattered was how deep inside the cloud they were. Unbeknownst to most, this cosmic cloud was extremely different from normal ones. If not, why would the Fuegan have used it to begin with? This cosmic cloud was once connected to another place, though that was no longer the case. As a result of that severed connection, however, space behaved in an unusual manner, and at the same time, was extremely vulnerable. One had to be extremely careful when operating in this region, lest they set off a destructive chain reaction. A secret shuttle landed on the planet, hidden from the eyes of the Allied forces and the Fuegan alike. Within the shuttle was a demon, a weak one, but one with great intelligence. Once the shuttle landed, the demon took out a golden key and crushed it. Instead of teleporting away, like he had done every time prior, something new happened. The crushed key was reformed, and a stream of information entered his mind. The fabric of space in his locale was too vulnerable to support teleportation, even by the Midnight Inn. If they tried to teleport him over, space itself would rip on a massive scale in that region, which was something the Inn refrained from doing. If he wanted to teleport, he would either have to strengthen space around himself somehow, whether through use of a formation or his own abilities, or he would have to relocate. The demon smiled. Finally, he immediately took out a device and sent a detailed message, making sure to specify all the information he had received from the golden key. Once the message was sent, the demon exited his shuttle and disappeared into the ground, as if he had not stepped on land but instead inside water. Soon, his allies would be joining him, and before that happened, he had to collect all the information he could on the ground. As for the Allied ships that were flying around the planet, someone else would take care of those. After such a long time, his mission was finally beginning. The demon, although weak, had very strong killing tendencies. Suppressing them for so long had truly been a pain, but now it could finally let loose. Chapter 826 Stranded. Chapter 826 Stranded the next few days formed a steady routine for Lex. He would absorb the blade of grass regularly, and he was on the verge of eating it all. Once that was done, Lex planned on giving the soil in the small pot containing the blade of grass to the turtle. Without exaggeration, the soil in that small pot was so potent it could affect the fertility of the entire inn. The effects were already showing as he was recovering his skin at a noticeable rate. Sometimes when he stood in the shadows, his inner organs were no longer visible. His progress with swords was especially drastic. Cowain informed him that he had something inside his body that was trying to influence his sword intent, so he should not be in a rush to form it. He needed to achieve two things before he could attempt it. The first was to master swordsmanship. He had to achieve a level that he felt was perfect, given his own body's capabilities. Then secondly, once he had mastered general swordsmanship, he had to use it in combat frequently enough till he was able to determine his preferences and subsequently develop his own style. It was only after he had developed his own style of combat using a sword that he should attempt to manifest sword intent, as that will give him a clear picture of the kind of intent he wants. That will prevent any hidden manipulation of the intent he forms by the entity inside of him. Lex was extremely grateful for Cowain's guidance. After all, the purpose of developing sword intent was to absorb the sword aura inside of him, not for it to manipulate him. It was a dangerous path, but Lex began enjoying it nonetheless. Between these two extremely time-consuming acts, Lex also found time to manage the inn from time to time. When he needed to rest, he would either do so by cultivating atop the dragon or by taking naps in the recovery room. Things were going well. Finally, exactly 3 weeks before the inn was sealed, Vera's event began. Lex was surprised by the turnout. Although he had anticipated that a lot of guests would come, the attendance reached nearly 20 million. This was considering the short wait time between Vera deciding the event and it actually happening, not to mention that the event had not even been advertised yet officially. Lex was tempted to join, but he didn't want to spend 5 days trapped inside. After all, he had his training routine. On this day, he would finally finish eating the blade of grass, so he wanted to rest as well. Besides, he could always peek inside as the innkeeper if he was curious. He did not need to actually attend the event to know what was happening inside. The Midnight Battalion had long become used to Z's war drums while fighting, so their absence was unusually jarring, but could not be helped. The space in this region was too unusual. Z could not control it all. As if that was not enough, any time someone used an attack that was too powerful, the space on the planet would ripple. Those ripples were a lot more dangerous than they seemed, and quite a few had died from the effects of those ripples. Having space ripple through you was like having your body suddenly stretched across the length of an entire football field. Death was the most obvious outcome. The Midnight Battalion had been somewhat protected by the effects of those ripples, but only due to how impressive their suits were. That did not, however, stop them from being injured gravely. In fact, these were the worst injuries any of them suffered during the entire campaign. The ripples, however, were the least of the issues. If space was too severely affected, sometimes space would rip, revealing a dangerous void. Strange creatures would often come out of that void, creatures which lacked a mind or substance. They attacked without sense or direction and often ended up clashing against their own kind. When they faced others, however, the result was catastrophic. In fact, if Luther had not gained the ability to control an unusual purple fire on one of the previous planets, the Midnight Battalion may have suffered their first casualty when they encountered a creature none of their attacks would work on. Only the purple fire seemed to work in the end. While the Midnight Battalion was still struggling, many of the other forces on the planet finally lost their nerve. They called for a retreat and claimed that the planet was cursed. They told their superiors that the Alliance should just give up on the planet or sacrifice it. Of course, the Alliance wouldn't call for a full retreat, just because a few soldiers complained, but eventually it reached a point where they had no choice. There were too many casualties on the planet, and the remaining forces were on the verge of open desertion. A full, strategic retreat was ordered, including for the Midnight Battalion. Though he would not admit it, Z breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news. He had been getting a bad feeling from the moment they arrived on the planet. Moreover, without the ability to manipulate space, his strength was extremely limited. He, who had gotten used to being the strongest amongst the entire battalion, was feeling suffocated since he was suddenly unable to perform. That's when he had a realization. Main characters in anime did not have just one trump card. They had many. He could not rely just on space manipulation. He needed to come up with other abilities as well. Just as he was musing about his new moves, a blinding light flashed in his eyes. He squinted, but looked directly towards the light to ascertain what it was. His past few months on the battlefield made it his instinct to assess all threats. That's when he noticed it. Like fireworks, all the ships in orbit around the planet were exploding. They were stranded. Chapter 8, 27 Tough Situation. Chapter 8, 27 Tough Situation. It was not just the 1,000 from the Midnight Battalion who looked up in the sky. Across the accursed planet, all the surviving soldiers looked at the light show. The brightness that filled the sky was, ironically, a sign of their dark future. They did not know what had happened or what was happening, but space battles between ships was not something new. They had witnessed them many times and had even taken part in them once or twice. But from what they could see from the planet, it did not look like there was a battle taking place. Instead, it seemed like the ships were spontaneously combusting. Midnight Battalion, defensive positions, Luther said, his voice calm and steady, even if tinged with a hint of solemnity. A single one of those explosions is enough to cause a ripple. Around him, the battalion got in a circular formation and activated some technique they all used in unison. Because of their stellar service these many months, they had been eligible for many rewards from the Alliance, and this defensive formation was one of them. A dome of light blue light formed around them, separating them from the outside. As if reminded by the battalion's actions, the others around them also began deploying their protective measures, but they were a step too slow. A massive shift in reality crashed into them, though the shift seemed to be absorbed into the Midnight Battalion's shield. A few others also survived the episode, but a lot of soldiers who could not act fast enough died. The ground beneath them cracked, and then following an earth-shattering sound, split into many fragments. Gusts of toxic gases were released from deep within the ground, threatening to sweep any of their feet. Fortunately, all the soldiers who had made it this far had good quality, enchanted armor, or else the gases may have corroded their skins as well. If there was one good thing about such a volatile environment, it was that the space ripples would affect them and the Fugan forces equally. Far off, many mindless creatures that had been bred to spread chow died since they did not take any precautions. Unfortunately, as if to make up for any respite they may gain, any time space would break new, more heinous enemies would emerge that were harder to kill. Someone contact the Alliance and find out what's happening. Gerard, send out a beacon. Have all who are willing gather near us. We'll build a defensible position and wait till the Alliance sends more ships. Sandra, I want you on patrol. Gather a team and scout our surroundings for any enemy activity. In case more enemies invade from space, we need to be ready. Pamela, I want you to rest up and be ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Luther's orders were passed through seamlessly, and the battalion started moving like a well-oiled machine. This was not the first time they had to build an impromptu defensive position, and so they had a dedicated team for this task. A phenomenon that seemed quite common is that all of those who had come out to participate in the war were unlocking new and random abilities. Jace, the head of the team who was responsible for creating a defensive position, underwent a mutation in his bloodline. Unlike the Regalia Bloom, which channeled energy through weapons and items, he could use energy to manipulate the earth and minerals. Using that ability, he could dig up trenches and erect walls wherever needed. For now, he was not too proficient in using the bloodline, so he was limited to only using his ability outside of combat for now. Sandra was similarly another worker who had unlocked the ability to control electricity or lightning. She had learned how to use the ability quite quickly and had become one of their strongest members. Z had been especially helpful in guiding her on how she could use her abilities. Finally, Pamela was the one member of the battalion who unlocked the most unique ability. She could heal anyone. Moreover, the energy for healing came neither from Pamela nor the injured person, so she could use the ability for a long time. Her mental stamina is what mattered most, for if she became too fatigued, her ability would stop working. Once she had been a victim of bullying by an unruly guest at the inn, so she had worked hard to become stronger. Who knew the ability she ultimately unlocked would not aid her fighting, but in wartime made her more valuable than any other soldier. Being able to help her comrades made her feel more than satisfied with her ability, though he ones from the battalion barely ever needed her help to begin with. Despite their dire situation, none in the battalion panicked. Although their situation was unusual, in the past months they had been through too many such dire situations to be affected easily. They maintained their vigilance and did their duty, maintaining full faith in Luther's ability to guide them out of tough situations. They also knew that, should Luther ever fail, they could still rely on the innkeeper. So while their vigilance never dropped, and they did not underestimate the seriousness of their dilemma, they were not as daunted as the other soldiers deployed on the planet. "There's an issue," one of the battalion members said as they walked up to Luther. "I'm unable to contact the battalion regardless of what means I try." Luther frowned. The situation was bad, but not irredeemable. The Alliance had strict protocols. In an hour, when their ships did not report to the Alliance, they would notice something amiss and send reinforcements. They just had to wait. "Hunker down and prepare for a siege," he passed the order. Despite the obstacles, his demeanor never changed. Chapter 828 Naps. Chapter 828 Naps. Suera, Cosmic Cloud, Hanali Command Center, the Strategic Coordination Office, was massive and populated with hundreds of thousands of workers. Although they were not sitting in cubicles, each worker had a force field around them, preventing any sound from passing through. It would also restrict vision from the outside, so no one could see what data the worker was handling. All of this was done for the sake of protecting secret information from being leaked. Moreover, this was just one of the layers of protection in place. For example, the workers would be assigned tasks and complete them, but every name was replaced by codes, so they never really got to know who they were working with or what locations were being mentioned. Troop Carrier 117, my log shows you have maintained radio silence for 1 hour, asked one such worker. This was just one of thousands of such calls the same worker had made already just that day. After a few moments of silence, he got a response. This is Troop Carrier 117. Current status is on standby. Local conditions are not suitable for space engagements, so there are no threats. Everything is normal for now, the ship responded. The worker asked a few more routine questions before marking the ship's status in his logs. He did not know which ship he was talking to and what its mission was. His only job was to ascertain its status. What he and some other workers in that room did not realize was that many of the ships reporting their status had actually been destroyed. It was unknown who was making the status report. Lex walked out of his restroom with wobbly legs, though his eyes seemed to be filled with energy. He had finally completely absorbed the entire blade, so he need not suffer like that anymore. His affinity with the law of regrowth had reached the maximum it could for now, so he planned on altering his schedule just a bit. He wanted to test out how much his ability to heal had grown, so he would spend the next couple of days within the recovery room. He was looking forward to having skin again, and even if he was going to be hairless for a short while, it was not a big deal. He would have to sacrifice his sword training for a few days, but since his mindset about that had changed, he did not mind. Since this was going to be a long journey, a delay of a few days would not set him back by much. But first, even before sleeping in the recovery room, Lex needed to recover some energy. He staggered to his dining table in his suite and was quite satisfied to find it filled with countless dishes. Although the food provided by the Midnight Inn did not leave one wanting, it could not compete with the elite dishes made throughout the universe. Lex did not take that too personally either, as the inn had always struggled with food somewhat, especially meat items. Kenna's arrival was not going to change that, as one person could not cook for millions, but at least Lex was working him to the bone in the name of refining his cooking skills and personally benefiting from it. The ingredients he used were the best of the best, and so the food was always extremely nourishing. The flavors sometimes needed work, but Kenna was only an aspiring chef, so it made sense if he was still refining his skills. Without any hesitation, Lex began to gobble down all the food as he simultaneously paid attention to Vera's event. At the moment, all the guests were still entering the venue and finding their destined locations within. Only when the doors were sealed would the event fully begin. For now, there were only a few random diviners on stage discussing modern divination theory. What Lex noticed almost immediately was that most of those participating were relatively young. Many who were in attendance were older, but they simply watched in silence. Either they were giving the younger generation an opportunity to shine, or nothing of interest to them had occurred yet. Eventually, Lex got tired of watching since he had no interest, nor did he have any knowledge about divination. After finishing his meal, Lex teleported over to his personal recovery room and comfortably lay down, making himself cozy. The good thing about eating Kenna's food was that it was extremely filling, even with his physique, which would make him feel slightly drowsy. "Sure, I can do that," she answered. He checked the inn one last time, ensuring there was no problem before going to sleep. An entire day had gone by, and during this entire time, the battalion was not attacked even once. Instead of feeling relieved, Luther frowned harder the longer they went without being attacked. In the first few hours that they sent out their beacon, quite a few of the other troops decided to join them. After all, the Midnight Battalion had quite the reputation at this point, so fighting alongside them could never be wrong. But then, eventually even the other troops stopped coming. What's more, during this entire time, they could not contact the Alliance, nor was there any indication of reinforcements arriving. Sandra's team had been patrolling for hours, But eventually Luther called them back as well since they could find neither friend nor foe. Something was extremely wrong with this situation, and for the first time, Luther began to actually worry. Inside their freshly built fortifications, in one of the areas assigned to the troops who had decided to join them, two soldiers were sleeping beside one another. This was nothing usual, as getting rest when the opportunity arose was a soldier's instinct. But the next moment, both the soldiers woke up simultaneously and looked at each other. Their eyes began to turn black, and their skin began to peel. Chapter 829, The Real Demon. Chapter 829, The Real Demon. The soldiers truly had been soldiers before, and had even collaborated with the Midnight Battalion various times. On this that they had previously taken to calling the Cursed Planet, rather than its official name of BGY 987, their entire unit was positioned close to the battalion. That is why, when they were originally given the order to retreat, they took a path close to them. When catastrophe struck and the ships were destroyed, they were the first to spot the battalion's beacon. Fortunately, due to their close proximity, they arrived unharmed and without incident. Unfortunately, while the remainder of their companions were normal, at some point during the original retreat, they had been separated from their group. That was all it took for them to be captured and turn into demons. Now, though they wore the outer appearance of their former selves, it was a mere facade. As demons, they had their own instincts, but more importantly, they had an inclination to obey devils. The specific breed of demons they had been turned into were called Nephilim, and were most commonly used by devils for slightly complicated tasks due to their retained intelligence. Slowly and silently they stood up, making sure not to wake up any of the sleeping soldiers besides them. They had been given a mission to infiltrate the Midnight Battalion and sabotage them from the inside. What the intentions and plans their superiors had they did not know, nor did they have the capacity to be curious. All they knew was that they had to weaken the Midnight Battalion's defenses, but they were not allowed to kill any members of the battalion. Everyone else, though, was fair game. Their instincts told them to immediately kill the sleeping soldiers besides them, but they had strict orders. As they channeled their inner demonic energy, more and more of their skin shed, revealing dark blue muscle beneath. Using their energy would remove their camouflage, but it no longer mattered. They had received the signal from outside, which meant all the preparations were completed. The two split, channeling their demonic art as they walked, causing tiny bits of their dark blue muscles to shed, falling off their bodies like grains of sand. When one of them exited the room, he saw another demon, half its decayed body showing from where its own disguise was failing. They made eye contact for a split second before they went their separate ways. Minutes went by, slowly and excruciating, but they were not discovered through some miracle. One of the demons had spent a majority of his demonic energy, so he now moved on to the next phase of the plan. Sticking to the shadows, he walked out their designated area and turned towards the boundary wall. Before it could get too far, however, it noticed something unusual. Right in front of it, sitting on a barrier that was only waist-high, a child seemed to be munching on their rations. Nephilim were a favorite among devils because, based on what their original species was, they retained enough intelligence to form their own complicated thoughts and consider many variables to complete their missions. As the demon looked at the child, it began to notice multiple things. First of all, it was night, and this planet had no moon. Yet they were still engulfed in a silver yet somehow milky light. There was also an eerie silence all around them, despite the fact that this was an encampment filled with thousands of soldiers. Sure, many of them were asleep, but many should have also been awake. Yet there was none of the noise that usually accompanied a crowded camp. In fact, the demon now finally noticed that the only sounds it could hear were the chewing of the child and its own heartbeat. As the demon's gaze lingered on the child, who had his face towards it though his focus remained on eating, the sound of crunching slowly became louder and louder. It was a trick of the mind, perhaps, that the child also seemed to be coming closer, as if the gap between them was reducing. But the demon was frozen still, so as to avoid making any noise and alerting the child, and the child himself was sitting still, Yet the space that divided them itself seemed to be reducing. Asterisk crunch. Crunch. Asterisk the sound of eating seemed to be echoing in his ears, even as his heart beat ever faster. Asterisk thump. Thump. Asterisk wait, what was that? As the child somehow turned larger, or maybe came closer all without moving, the demon's gaze finally landed on the ration bar. It was oddly shaped and had a distinct blue color that seemed so familiar to the demon. Fear took a hold of the creature as it tried to retreat back into the shadows, but there were no shadows left. There was only the child, the sound of eating, and him. By now the child seemed giant, and the creature had to crane his neck upwards because his gaze was fixed in the child's ration. As it got larger, the demon could finally recognize it completely. It was the demon itself the child was eating. It could see its own face, frozen to depict its final action, a wail filled with absolute terror. Crunch! The child took another bite, and it thundered in the demon's ears. Silence. The demon's heart gave in, preferring the solace of eternal silence to matching the infernal noise of that child, of that true demon eating. The demon died, in its sleep, unaware that it had been dreaming this entire time. Simultaneously, hundreds of other demons who had infiltrated died at the same time, all of them in their sleep. From a shadow, a small child walked out, wiping the sweat off his face. Big Brother Z was right. There really is a grand scheme at play in the background. How could he have known? The child rushed off, his steps making nary a single sound. From his pocket, he pulled out a ration bar, and the world seemed to darken further, if just for a moment. Chapter 830 Alfonso. Chapter 830 Alfonso Luther was in a room with Gerard and two others, a minotaur and an elf. The two outsiders were the leaders of the two largest groups of troops who had chosen to join Luther. Had the Midnight Battalion not thoroughly established itself as extraordinarily formidable, the two leaders, both from extremely proud races, would never have accepted Luther's leadership, even while taking refuge in his impromptu fort as they were. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how they looked at it, both of them had already been humbled by the Midnight Battalion's unquestionable might. Even though they were of the human race, their strength rivaled that of the higher races. They had gathered to discuss their plan of action, given their difficult situation. The fact that they had not faced a single adversary in so long did not put them at ease whatsoever. Before their retreat was ordered, the entire planet seemed to be brimming with danger and death. Yet the moment they were stranded, with no sign of a rescue incoming anytime soon, it became as silent as a grave. Clearly, something was wrong. They had to determine what the threat was and how to survive it. Yet the room was silent. There was no discussion. All four of them stared at each other in silence as they struggled to come up with an explanation for what was happening. After all, nothing they had come up with so far made any sense. The silence was eventually interrupted, not by one of them speaking, but by the door that suddenly opened. A child who looked like he was perhaps 9 years old came strutting in, crumbs covering his face. "I have a report," the child said, explaining his intrusion upon feeling the glares that fell on him. "Alfonso, you've taken your face mask off again," said Luther admonishingly. His eyes gleamed as saw the crumbs on his face, and then on his pocket. Alfonso was one of the workers who had awoken a unique power, but his ability was the most unique and unnerving. The first thing that happened when he unlocked his power was that his body de-aged, going from that of an adult to that of a small child. If many had not seen it happen in person, they would have found it hard to believe. Another was that Luther felt like Alfonso was no longer human, but he had no proof of this theory, just his intuition. There were a few other minor changes, but the most unusual were his abilities. At any given time, Alfonso had two abilities. The first was always fixed, which was that he could pull out a snack from his pocket. The ability could be used unlimitedly, as far as anyone could tell. Moreover, the snack could be eaten by anyone and was extremely nourishing, not only for one's physique, but cultivation as well. The second ability changed frequently and without pattern. The reason why it was determined that Alfonso had two abilities and not multiple abilities was because he could only manifest two abilities at a time, the first always being pulling out snacks. The second, whatever it may be, could either be extremely useful or completely ordinary, and Alfonso had no control over when it would change. He could not use a previous ability after it disappeared, though the ability may return at any time. The only good thing about this was that whenever a new ability appeared, he innately knew how to use it without having a learning curve. Luther had a few theories about why such a phenomenon was occurring, but it did not matter for now. No matter what his identity, ability, or race, as long as he was a member of the Midnight Inn, none of them would discriminate against him. He exclaimed, suddenly remembering that he intended to put the back on before Luther saw, so he could hide the fact that he had been munching again. But this is more important than that. When we got stranded on the Curse Planet, Big Brother Z told me to treat this as my training arc and to assume there was a grand conspiracy going on in the background. Alfonso gave the elf and Minotaur an accusatory glare before continuing. It turns out there were hundreds of demons hidden among those who followed our beacon. Just minutes ago, they all got an order to wake up and sabotage the camp. Forgetting he was supposed to put on his mask, Alfonso pulled out another snack from his pocket and began munching, a proud look on his face. The elf repeated, his mind quickly processing the information. Despite his young appearance, the elf did not doubt the child. The Midnight Battalion was battle-tested, so there was no reason to doubt their competence. Moreover, they were extremely united. Picking on one meant turning all 1,000 of them into your enemy. Such a thing can only be done by a devil. Have the devils betrayed us? The more important question is, why have they not killed us yet? If they can destroy all the ships in space, they have enough firepower to wipe us out as well. There really may be some conspiracy going on, said Luther, analyzing the situation himself. He immediately thought of the innkeeper's business card, but then shook his head. No, he needed to find out more about the situation before he jumped to conclusions. He could not disturb the innkeeper if they could handle the situation themselves. Take us to the bodies, Gerard said. He was the most calm out of all of them. His bloodline had undergone a total of 3 mutations. Right now, he was so powerful that there were few enemies that could intimidate him. Even if there was a conspiracy, he merely needed to kill all the conspirators to get out of it. Chapter 831 Regis. Chapter 831 Regis and Elf. A Minotaur and 2 humans followed a snacking child into a room. It had not been long, but someone had already noticed the lying corpses between the sleeping soldiers, alarming everyone in the area. Those soldiers who had known, or had even been friends with those who had turned into demons, were the most alarmed. Though each of them was supposed to be a battle-hardened warrior, the unknown was always frightening. Even huddled together in the corner of the room, whispering their fears, their legs could be seen trembling. It's the Curse Planet. It killed Norman in his sleep and turned him into an abomination, whispered one. No, it must be the root of defilement. It is being fostered on this planet. No, it's the child of Gravitz. No, it's... Luther stopped paying attention to the words of the frightened soldiers and squatted down to take a closer look at one of the corpses. It was still on its makeshift bed on the ground, and had appeared to die without a struggle. Its disguise, however, was fading now, and strips of its skin were peeling off, revealing the blue muscle underneath. It's a Nephilim, Luther said, studying the corpse before moving to another one. These demons are not as easy to form as some other breeds, such as zombies. The infection needs to start from the stem of the brain, so it hardly ever occurs by accident. The Minotaur asked as it smashed one of the corpses underneath its hoof. If the enemy can destroy our ships, they can destroy us as well. That's not true, said Alfonso, munching on another snack that looked somewhat like a granola bar. To penetrate the defense of our suits, the amount of force they would have to use would tear open a massive space hole on the planet. The Minotaur glared at the child and was about to curse him out, but the elf spoke first. Only attacks containing spirituality threaten to rip the space in this vicinity. If they use non-spiritual attacks and simply bombard the planet with meteors from space, they will succeed in killing us without affecting the space. Or they could use some other drastic means, but they have not. That leads to two different conclusions. Either the target of the enemy is the planet itself, in which case it should hide a massive secret, or the target of the enemy is one of us. Calm your men, Luther said as he stood up. Strengthen defenses and prepare for an attack. Without waiting for anyone else to respond, Luther walked out of the room and started to head deeper into their makeshift fort. They had approximately 3,800 soldiers within their fort, mostly all a part of one large group or another, though of course there were a few stragglers. They had enough food and water to support such a population for weeks, even if they ignored Alfonso's ability to spawn unlimited food. The issue now was maintaining morale, at least for those not a part of the inn. Nobody could say for certain why it was so, but the members of the Midnight Battalion only seemed to grow stronger the greater the pressure upon them. None of them had buckled regardless of how great the threat was, and none of them wavered either. If they were not holding back their cultivation levels due to the kind of planets they were being sent to, more than half of them would already be in the Golden Core realm. Within the inner sections of, Luther entered a specific chamber where he found a whole group of the battalion members resting. Although they were not asleep, they were meditating in place, trying to recover their spent spiritual energy. Jace, I want you to add multiple layers of inner fortifications. You know I'm already preparing this fort as if we're going to be besieged, Jace said, opening his eyes, exhaustion evident in his voice. As a Foundation Realm cultivator, creating such a massive fort on his own was not an easy task, despite having the ability to control the earth. Luther simply nodded, before turning his attention to another corner. There sat another member of the inn, meditating like the rest, but with one stark difference. No one, not even Luther, could see this member of the battalion. The only reason Luther knew that he sat in that specific corner was because of a small etching in the ground that had his name written on it. 1000, I have a mission for you. Regis, who Luther referred to as 1000, opened his eyes and looked at the man who was somehow looking directly in his eyes without even knowing where they were. With his finger, he poked a small dot in the ground, indicating his acknowledgement of the order. Like the rest, he had unlocked a new ability. Saying that he could vanish or turn invisible was not sufficient to describe his ability. Regis' ability was to completely disappear. Not only did he turn invisible, as well as turn all his gear and equipment invisible, but he could not produce any sound or vibrations either. Even the memory of his existence vanished from everyone's minds, including his name. That is why Luther called him 1000, referring to him as the 1000th member of the battalion. Regis had no control over his ability either, so it would remain active perpetually. The only way he could communicate was through physical touch. Fortunately, that had allowed him to write on a piece of paper and explain his situation to Luther. Otherwise, he would be completely forgotten by all. Chapter 832, Just Another Monday During War. Chapter 832, Just Another Monday During War. Luther walked out and entered a secluded area of the fort so that he could talk to 1000 properly. Although the members of the battalion were not easily demoralized, a strict control of information was still necessary. Luther asked in the empty room. In response, a small line was etched into the wall beside him, indicating that 1000 had followed him as instructed. There's no need to mention that something is amiss, but now I believe we are specifically being targeted. 1000 etched a tick mark into the wall before disappearing. Although he could touch the world around him, 1000 would leave no traces behind, as he would only physically affect the world if he willed it. Otherwise, he would not leave a footprint even in the sand. Just as Luther was considering his next actions, a space ripple passed through the fort. Luther quickly stepped out and discovered that countless soldiers had dropped to the ground, some of them dead, but most of them only injured. Luther asked, turning to one of the elves near him. We're trying, but it's not so simple. The elves had offered to set up such a formation within their fort, but putting up a formation was not something easily achieved, not to mention that it had not even been a full day yet since they began. Before the elf could defend himself, the sound of a horn bellowed through the fort, and all the soldiers froze for a moment. The next second, their demeanor changed, and all of them entered a combative state of mind. The horn was a warning. There were enemies on the horizon. Unlike the rest, Luther was not taken by surprise by the horn, as he had been expecting it. He leaped forward immediately and rushed to the outer wall and climbed the battlements for where he could get the best view. Gerard and others rushed there at the same time, and they all looked towards the approaching enemies. The Minotaur exclaimed with anger and hatred. The Void Dwellers were what they called the creatures that poured in from the rips in space, and were the most hated enemies for anyone on the cursed planet. "We are fortunate," said the elf leader as he looked out at them. "Gerard, find out if the enemies are coming from any other side," Luther said as he drew battle plans in his mind. Due to the fact that they could not find a suitable location to build their fort, it was exposed from all sides, which meant that they had to station a portion of their army on each side to defend in case of enemies. "The elves will not take part in battle," Luther commanded, his gaze not diverting from the incoming creatures. "They will focus solely on building the formation. Our greatest threat right now is the space ripples." Right now, they did not have the time to foster trust and cooperation between the various forces inside the fort. It would be best if the elves protected their own, which would allow them to feel at ease. The Minotaurs will divide, and a portion will be stationed on each side of the fort. The Midnight Battalion will take the front charge against the Void Dwellers, but if any other foes attack, the Minotaurs will step in. "Gerard, divide up the rest, and make sure they all take their stations. If anyone causes problems, then there is no need to hesitate." With his orders given, Luther jumped forward. The Void Dwellers were an unusual mix of strange creatures, each looking different from the rest. They all had different abilities, making it very difficult to fight against them in groups. Of course, that only applied to others. With his first step, purple flames erupted from his hands. With his second step, they spread up his arms, hugging his black suit but not harming it at all. By the time he took his third step, his torso and upper body were engulfed in furious purple flames. By his fourth step, he was a purple inferno rushing towards the Void Dwellers who had slowed down their initial charge. Some of them even tried to turn back and escape, but there was no escape. Luther had firmly mastered his strength and could perfectly control his output so that it stayed on the border of stimulating space, but not actually doing so. Walking this tightrope did not seem to hamper Luther at all as he single-handedly stopped the first charge of enemies towards his fort, and then dove deep within their ranks to make sure he was thoroughly surrounded. Back when Z could still use his abilities, he was the only one who could accompany Luther when he became like this. But even without backup, he was a force of nature unto himself. Back on the battlements, the Minotaur's battle lust cooled down as he looked at Luther. He was a maniac and felt no strain on his pride, obeying his orders. "Sandra, go remind Luther to leave the corpses behind," Gerard yelled from the battlements. On this side of the fort, Luther alone was enough, but they were being attacked from all four sides according to the latest report. Gerard, however, was not concerned. They had faced worse odds than this. This was just another Monday as far as he was concerned. Speaking of which, was it really Monday? He had lost track of days. Chapter 833, Holding Back. Chapter 833, Holding Back. On the battlements, some of the guard's soldiers watched nervously. Everyone was treating the situation as if Luther alone could solve the entire push of Void Dwellers. But how could one man achieve such a thing? Even if he was undefeatable and killed mercilessly, all the creatures would have to do is go around him. He may be able to stop those creatures within his immediate reach, but how could that translate into stopping the entire push? Yet, that is exactly what was happening. The heat from Luther's flames caused the dwellers to turn away from him even before he made contact, let alone when he ran into their midst. Those close to him tried to retreat, and those further away tried to circle around him. They did not need intelligence, just a sense of self-protection to avoid him. But what could mindless creatures do that Luther hadn't already thought of? Once he was surrounded, Luther channeled more energy, careful not to fuel it into strengthening his flames. Instead, he summoned more and more flames. Purple flames, dancing as if celebrating the impending massacre, flowed out from Luther's body and began to spread across the floor. The creatures screamed and howled, and those that could fly took to the air. Those near Luther tried to attack him with claws and fangs and energy attacks that could cut through the toughest metals. Those that were far launched long-distance attacks, or even picked up creatures near them and threw them at Luther. Attacks rained down as if he was standing in a storm, yet Luther was not distracted for even a second. After all, to pierce through his suit, they would need to reach a minimum of the nascent level, and they were all too far from that. The carpet of flames spread till it covered the entire army and then erupted into the sky. Like a volcano that had been suppressed too long, the flames launched into the sky, painting the entire landscape purple. Fierce winds turned into a gale, which turned into a tornado as hot air escaped higher into the air, but the flames greedily sucked in the cold air around them. In the fort, the watching soldiers dropped their weapons as they looked up at the flames, turning into a whirlwind, covering the entire horizon with their malevolent purple. Their knees began to tremble, and their minds stopped working, their gaze fixed on the calamity brought not by nature, but by man. The flames, which were falsely named Phoenix Fire, burned everything they could reach, threatening to even turn against their originator. But Luther merely stood there as he waited for the last of the Void Dwellers to die, in the very center of the storm. His figure, even from afar, looked more demonic than real demons and more devilish than real devils. The elves and the minotaurs watched, filled with awe and reverence. Finally, for the first time, they felt hope of actually surviving. Only the members of the Midnight Battalion did not bat an eye at the spectacle. How could they not know that when Luther did not hold back and used his bloodline power in addition to his flames, the resulting destruction was even greater? Despite being in the Foundation realm, only those in the upper levels of the Golden Core could be his enemies. As he was right now, he was merely rushing a bit to finish off the enemies. Maybe he was expecting more threats, or maybe he wanted to deliver a message that they were no easy prey. Whatever the case, this level could phase the battalion any longer. On the other side of the fort, Z was slowly walking towards the Void Dwellers attacking from this side. He did not fight alone, as Luther had done, and was accompanied by countless minotaurs, as well as a few of the random other soldiers that had joined them. But while the rest charged towards the Void Dwellers, filled with both excitement and fear, hatred and bloodlust, Z walked slowly. He had been thinking of new techniques to use now that space techniques were no longer available. He also did not have any speakers, so all of his moves that depended on sound were also out of the question. At the same time, he did not really want to rely on his bloodline either. That was too boring. So what did that leave him? Using his index finger, middle finger, and thumb, Z held his black tie and slid his hand down the length of it. He felt the soft, flexible fabric the tie was made of. He felt the stitching, the texture, and the various abilities packed within it. Without halting his steps, Z took off his tie and opened the knot, straightening it. He put the bottom edge of the tie between his index and middle finger, and then began to slowly wrap the tie around his knuckles. 3 times he wrapped it before letting the rest dangle down. Even in such a situation, his tie was without a single crease and fell perfectly straight without a single wrinkle marring its immaculate appearance. 9 meters. It had a humanoid appearance, and though it wore no armor, its body itself looked like armor. Single-handedly, the creature was fighting against several other soldiers, and even seemed to be winning. Suddenly it paused, as it felt a faint threat, but by the time it looked up, it was already too late. Z appeared in the air in front of it, and, with his right hand, punched it. Despite its massive body, the creature was launched through the air as if shot out of a cannon, but it barely covered any distance before an overwhelming force held it still. Z's tie had wrapped itself around the creature's neck. The force of the sudden stop nearly ripped its head off, but the creature's durability kept that from happening, only at first. Before the creature, or anyone else for that matter, could understand what happened, the tie suddenly turned sharper than any blade and cut through its head. By the time the corpse fell on the ground, Z had already moved on. Chapter 834, I made a mistake. Chapter 834, I made a mistake in a dark room. A small group sat, and watched a live stream through a projection. The stream was of a single planet, the majority of its surface bare and barren. What had once been a prospering planet, in the sense that the Fugen used it to mass-produce countless biological weapons, had been thoroughly devastated by the war. It was not just the numerous fights and the ensuing destruction that brought it to this state. Instead, the space ripples played a large role in killing all normal life on it. Previously, it also had countless creatures designed to fight in unstable space, but even they were dead now. Or, to be more specific, they had been turned into demons. A massive army consisting of every living creature on the planet was being brought, step by step, towards a single fort, which was the main target of the projection being shown. Various emotions have been stimulated as the members of that small group saw Luther's capabilities. He was abnormally strong for a Foundation Realm cultivator, and not just specifically for a human either. Even other, stronger races would have a tough time fighting Luther as long as they were in the same realm. But it did not matter at all. Regardless of how formidable the Midnight Battalion was, and how impervious their armor, they would eventually run out of spiritual energy. After all, the scale of the enemy they faced was too large. Even if all 1,000 members were as strong as Luther, eventually they would be worn out. That was exactly the goal this group was working towards. Capturing the battalion would be an easy task for any of them, but if they arrived in an area with such weak space, they would not be able to use their abilities properly. Unfortunately, acting in exactly such an environment was necessary, because that was the only way they had discovered of preventing the battalion from teleporting back to the inn. Of course, chances were they still had a way to teleport back. As unfortunate as that would be, it did not matter. In that case, this would be a good learning experience. After all, when targeting an entity as strong and massive as the Midnight Inn, the more information they gathered, the better they could plan for future attempts. One of the members watched with blood-red eyes, filled with fanaticism. "O Lord Are, I dedicate this attempt to you." Another shadowed figure watched with impatience. The slug-like creature, the Gelati, just wanted hostages. That way he could finally exchange for Jill, who was still hiding out inside the inn. A robot watched in silence, recording everything it saw in its hard drive, so that the main intelligence hub could analyze all the information in greater detail later on. It did not really care about revenge. Race. They needed a way to retaliate against the Midnight Organization if there was ever a need. A couple of figures were devils, and they sat without any disguises to mask them. Finally, among the group, there was an actual Fugen. Like the Henali used various other races to fight their war, so too did the Fugen. But behind the facade was a real race, and their strength could not be underestimated. The Fugen did not care about the Midnight in either way. It was merely here to develop contacts. After all, the era of the Henali was coming to a close, and soon they would have to manage the countless races of the Origin Realm. It was good to get some practice while they could. "The show is finally getting good," said one of the devils as he watched with eager eyes. Their plan was to exhaust the Midnight Battalion before capturing them. It would be best to avoid any deaths if it could be helped. But if it couldn't be helped, then they would just deal with it. After all, this was just a single one of their plans. The first fight did not last long. In a short 30 minutes, all 4 invading armies were decimated. The problem was, as if on cue, as soon as the Void Dwellers all died, another space ripple occurred, gravely injuring many and killing some. Then 4 more armies appeared on the horizon, all heading their way. It was not the size of the armies that intimidated the forces within the fort, but the nature of the invasion. Although they were strong enough to fight off one wave, and perhaps a few more, eventually they would get tired. When that happened, the only outcome was death. A calm voice boomed over the various battlefields. Since the 4 latest invading armies were still far off, the soldiers had enough time to retreat behind the fort walls. In the center, many had already gathered, looking towards Gerard, who stood atop a podium. "There are new orders. All soldiers will be divided into a few various teams. We have 4 battlefields considering each side, and so each side will have 3 teams." Gerard spoke with a firm, yet relaxed voice. He treated the situation as if their victory was a matter of fact, and all they had to do was go through the motions. If we divide the armies so much, there will be more or less 300 soldiers fighting on each side at any given time," asked one of the soldiers, feeling extremely worried. 300? Really? Oh, I must have made a mistake. In that case, there will be 4 teams for each side, giving everyone even more time to rest. As for holding off the enemy, don't worry too much about it. The Midnight Battalion will take care of most of the fighting. Chapter 835, Under Control. Chapter 835, Under Control. Although Gerard sounded extremely confident when he spoke to the crowd, the reality of the situation was that he was keeping morale. The elves were not participating in the fight until they completed the formation, so their numbers were extremely strained as is. It was too early to judge, but it seemed like the enemy was using an endless wave of attacks to drain them of their energy. Even then, it was only their battalion that could treat it as an energy drain, but the rest would be faced with mortal danger every time they fought. The extreme benefits of their suits shone brightly in this situation. The more it was like this, the more they had to plan to conserve energy and survive as long as possible. He looked up. Based on his knowledge, by now the Alliance should have long noticed the abnormality with this region and sent reinforcements, or at least someone to investigate. They were ordinarily very competent like that. The fact that they had not done so yet was concerning. The question now was, what tactics was the enemy using to prevent the Alliance from sending in reinforcements? And how long could they maintain it? Given that everyone on the cursed planet survived long enough for the reinforcements to arrive, how would the enemy react? Would he do something drastic and kill everyone on the planet, even at the cost of ripping open space? These were only some of the concerns plaguing Gerard. Clearly, he was not treating the situation as lightly as he appeared, but he could not let morale suffer, so he kept up appearances. After all, if the soldiers could not maintain a proper state of mind and died prematurely, then the answer to any of those questions wouldn't matter because they would not even be able to make it so far. He began organizing the troops into separate teams and began determining their order of going out into the battlefield. Of course, a team would always be on standby in case more enemies invaded, or the team already fighting was suffering heavy losses. The elves, fortunately, were being very proactive. The ones not working on the formation rushed up to the battlefields to clear out the Void Dweller corpses as they served as the best material for the formation that they had at the moment. There is a makeshift hospital made where Pamela, alongside others who knew basic first aid, were treating the various wounded. They did not have the resources or the time to treat each wound thoroughly. All they could do was to prevent it from getting worse for the moment. As everyone obeyed his orders and things within the fort started getting organized, he looked out at Luther, who was fighting all alone. Although shouldering all the pressure by himself for now was good, since it spared the soldiers from defending an entire side, it was not sustainable. Although Luther could use anachronistic ignition to ward away his fatigue, the more he used this bloodline, the more precarious his situation would become. Theoretically, he could use the bloodline infinitely, as even his bloodline exhaustion could be sent forward into the future, making sure he could use it continuously. Practically, though, if Luther ever reached such a state that he was continuously relying on his bloodline to keep himself going, a single disruptive incident was all it would take to unravel him. A powerful enough spirit attack that would only need to freeze his actions for a mere moment would be enough of a disruption. That is why, although it appeared though that his bloodline had no weaknesses, it was far from the truth. But it cannot be helped. Until the elves finished their formation, they could not join the battle efforts. They were already working as fast as they could. Unless, of course, even they were a part of the enemy's plan to exhaust the battalion faster by relying on them for aid, but then have them betray everyone at the key moment. With his orders given, and all the soldiers rushing to perform their tasks, Gerard was momentarily free. He climbed up onto the wall and took a look around. Defending like. This was not a solution. They either had to establish contact with the Alliance or go and strategically strike at the enemy. But for that, they would have to first know who the enemy is, where they are, and how many of them there are. Holding on like this will ultimately put them at a disadvantage. For a moment, he compared this place to the Midnight Inn. If he closed his eyes, the sound of the buffeting winds, the thump of thousands of distant footsteps, the mix of strangers from various backgrounds, all brought together, almost felt like home. But when he opened his eyes, the reality in front of him was different. Perhaps he did not understand before, but he knew now why a refuge, such as the Midnight Inn, was so necessary in the universe. Gerard let out a sigh. He was feeling a little homesick. As if to wake him from his daydreaming, another spatial ripple wafted by. In the distance, another rip opened and more void dwellers began to flood out. This was bad, because the previous wave had not been dealt with as of yet. Gerard sighed before he began giving out new orders. They could, at most, afford to hold out for one more day like this. After that, if they were not able to contact the Alliance or did not come up with a solution, they would need to take more drastic measures. Idling would get them nowhere. From the fort, the second team on each side, which was supposed to stand in reserve, marched out to join the fight. They would either finish the existing fight before the new wave arrived, or bolster the fighting forces so they could continue to fight longer. Things were still under control for now. Chapter 836 No Updates. Chapter 836 No Updates. Far away from the fort walls, where no one could see him, Luther crouched a bit as he caught his breath. As a Foundation Realm cultivator, he did not have a massive reserve of spiritual energy, but what truly allowed him to use such massive attacks was the augmentation of his suit. The suit, which had been designed specifically for him, replenished his spiritual energy almost passively. The moment he stopped channeling energy, even for a moment, it began to replenish his reserves. That did not, however, mean that he could use energy endlessly. He had to master the extremely precise way in which to use techniques and his energy, keeping in mind how quickly it will replenish. After so long on the battlefield, he had already mastered the art. Now, what fatigued him was not a deficiency of spiritual energy, but physical exhaustion. He had been fighting non-stop for 8 hours, and no matter how much his suit supported him, it could not replace actual nourishment. He needed rest, food, and lots of water. But that was only because so far he had refrained from using his bloodline. Once he started using it, he could push all his fatigue, hunger, and exhaustion into the future to be dealt with later. A soft, crunching sound of a footstep on a lot of gravel alerted Luther that someone was nearing him, so he quickly fixed his posture, standing tall and strong without any indication of weakening over time. "Gerard is calling you back," said a familiar voice, belonging to the inn member called Sandra. The elves have deployed the formation. While they did not have enough time to set up a formation that can stabilize space in such a short time, they set up a kind of barrier that will prevent space ripples from coming in. "I can still hold this side on my own," Luther said firmly, as if there was no hint of doubt or hesitation in him. "Yes, Gerard said that you would say that. But while you still can, you should not. We don't know how long we will have to tolerate this siege." Luther frowned. Gerard is right. Not to mention, if Luther did not return, then 1,000 would not be able to deliver his report. He needed to be easily accessible in case 1,000 returned. He had been fighting for 8 hours. Would that be enough time for 1,000 to learn something important? Probably not. But he had no choice but to accept. "Fine," he answered simply and turned away. The pattern between new waves was fairly simple, and after a few waves they had already figured it out. Basically, every 30 minutes there would be a new space ripple, which would result in a new wave to void dwellers. If they were not able to defeat the previous wave before then, they would be faced with even more foes. However, if they wiped out the creatures then, they could get some time to rest. While the others may have struggled, Luther's purple flames were especially potent against the void dwellers, so he had no trouble. Well, if he was being accurate, his flames are extremely potent against anything living, but have practically no heat for non-living things. It was a peculiar trait of his flame that he could not explain, but he was not complaining for now. After all, it was serving his needs exceptionally well. So by the time Luther got back to the fort, the elves had a good 15 minutes to go ahead and deploy themselves before the next wave arrived. Luther asked Gerard as he joined the old man up on the rampart, There was a supply of rations and rehabilitation elixir waiting for him beside where Gerard was, so Luther did not hesitate to dig in. These food items were specially designed to replace normal food and water, and would keep the body satisfied for a long time afterward. We have had up to 349 soldiers admitted to the clinic during the various attacks. A majority of them have been treated and are able to return to battle soon enough, but 12 of them are critically injured and cannot be treated here. They will have to wait till they are rescued. There are many deaths as well, and not just because of the ripples. No, we have been trying to establish communication with the Alliance, but all our means are being blocked one way or another. Some techies have been trying to join a few transmitters together and build a communication device that does not rely on local satellites, but I wouldn't hold out any hope. Luther paused for a moment as he felt the food reach his stomach and instantly dissolve. An extremely pleasant heat spread through his body, reinvigorating him and massaging his sore muscles. The fort itself has been reinforced multiple times, and each barrier has been strengthened to be able to tolerate attacks from a golden core cultivator. Now, Jace is working on an underground network of escape tunnels. So far, he has only built 3, but his plan is to create 100 independent tunnels leading to various areas should they need to escape. Good. I want the elves who have knowledge of formations brought here instead of sent to battle. Chapter 837 Infiltration. Chapter 837 Infiltration. With a final, exhausted groan, Regis pulled himself up the side of a cliff. He was not concerned about being detected due to the noise he made, since his ability directly nullified every sound he made, whether he wanted to or not. Besides, he was too exhausted to care at the moment. Even though he was from the Midnight Inn and had his body enhanced multiple times through star level increases, he was ultimately not a body cultivator, though admittedly he was considering entering that path now. Since Luther had assigned him his reconnaissance mission, he had been running non-stop. Finally, about an hour ago, he found traces of creatures other than void dwellers atop this massive cliff, and so he began climbing. He had no idea how difficult it would be. Even fighting a life and death battle was easier than climbing a vertical mountain wall with little to no footholds. He spent a couple of minutes catching his breath and letting his sore muscles relax before he forced himself to stand up. He was still on a mission after all, and each minute he wasted could be critical. The minute he turned around, however, he was stunned. He was not ready for the sight he beheld. Hundreds of thousands of demons had gathered together, and all of them seemed to be building something. 1 meter deep and was easily hundreds of feet across. They were using nearby rocks and cleaving them into square blocks and using them to build the structure. In certain areas, the bodies of demons were being crushed under the rocks, their blood and guts being used to add to the structure. The scale of this construction was massive, but the more intimidating thought was that even with such a massive army, the enemy had not thought to attack the fort with them. That meant that, to them, the fort was not a serious threat, and was one they were treating as an inconvenience instead. Suppressing his trembling heart, Regis walked forward. Although he had discovered this construction site, he did not know its purpose or the enemy's plan. He could not return without gathering more information. He climbed one of the massive piles of rocks nearby and surveyed the area carefully. He was looking for anything that looked like a command center or perhaps a place where supervisors may be residing. Covering such a massive area, amidst so many creatures, it was difficult to discover anything. The sounds of heaving and screaming, of dying demons crushed under massive blocks, and demons screaming orders filled the area, settling in like a thick fog. It was hard to focus with so many stimuli. Fortunately, all the suits the inn workers got were fitted with universal translators, so Regis eventually overheard someone talking about guests and directly moved in that direction to investigate. There was no proper construction anywhere, but a temporary shelter had been established in the gap between 2 massive boulders. When he entered, he finally saw something different. Instead of demons, 2 elves were huddled together, discussing the demons derisively. I don't see the point in this. It's wasting time. With such a massive force, we should just have the demons invade and capture the heretics directly. The elf who spoke seemed to be filled with a fanatic obsession, fueling his every breath. We just have to follow orders. I don't know the plan, but I heard that they were inspired by the recent terrorist attacks. Although we don't have a Jorlum on hand to grab the planet from within the void, the higher-ups must have their reasons. After all, we can't pressure them too much. I thought they already confirmed that the keys worked. The keys didn't work for guests, but there's no telling whether the employees have something else to escape back to the inn. We have to act carefully. Once we pull the planet into the void, we can do as we please. I can't wait for the blood sacrifice, the first one said again, his gaze filled with a warped devotion. Regis' heart trembled at what he heard, but the two religious fanatics changed the topic of conversation, so he could learn nothing else for now. What he learned was already alarming enough, but he did not want to waste an opportunity. He had to get as much critical information as possible, so he delved deeper into the construction site. His only regret was that he did not know any sabotage techniques, or he could have set up a few traps to delay the construction process considerably. He should learn that when he gets back to the inn for future missions. Since Regis didn't need to sneak, his infiltration was quick and without any problems. From time to time, he would learn new tidbits, and each would make his heart drop. We found out that the Alliance had not even learned of what had happened yet, since the enemy was masquerading as them. He was especially alarmed. That basically meant no backup was coming anytime soon. They would have to rely on themselves if they wanted to somehow escape their predicament. But just when he thought that there was no hope, he finally heard a piece of good news from a passing demon. Apparently, besides their fort, there was one other group who had been holding out against the demons. They were an extremely formidable race, and despite being all alone, they had managed to hold on. Regis took note of the location the demons said where that race was, and continued on further. The more he learnt, the greater their advantage would be. As for potentially getting help from the Marza race, that was for Luther to decide. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 838 The game has just begun. Chapter 838 The game has just begun in the dark room, where a group silently observed the Midnight Battalion. The religious zealot finally lost his patience upon seeing Luther casually retreating from the battlefield. That's enough. How much time must we wait? The longer we take, the greater their chances of escape. Whoever came with this plan is an imbecile. In the fanatic's defense, it was truly too bitter watching the heretics battle hour after hour, but never getting so much as a scratch. With each of their victories, their morale would rise and they would grow stronger. The more formidable their enemy, the more they would rise to the occasion. It was best to simply crush them with one simple power play. But his outburst had just ended when a hand appeared atop his head, making his entire body freeze. A handsome and mischievous man stepped out from the shadow, revealing himself. He turned the fanatic's head towards himself and looked down at him. He did not seem upset or angry at his earlier outburst. Instead, he smiled and took this opportunity to educate the group. Previously, you all may have met Karen, but not many of you have met me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rocket Fellow. He paused to allow the group's response, and their murmurs and change in demeanor seemed to indicate his assumption was correct. Allow me to educate you on our adversary in our current endeavor. This impatience and lack of foresight is exactly the kind of behavior that resulted in the deity Ra's downfall. Our opponent is a Tao Lord. Do you understand what a Tao Lord is? Do you understand the kind of power they wield? Just because the deities of this realm have reached an artificial Tao Lord level does not mean that what they hold is comparable to a true Tao Lord. If you think of their name, they will know it. If you plan against them, they will know it. If you even dream about something affiliated to them, they will know about it. They are at a realm and station far beyond our comprehension and understanding. Facing them, a million attempts such as the one we are conducting now is too few, and a billion years of planning is too short. We need to study and understand each and every aspect of them before making a true move. We need to study their actions, their history, their habits, their morals, their philosophies, their absolutely everything, and then we need to do it again 100 more times before we can even consider the ultimate goal. So this, right now, what we're doing is not a true attempt. No, right now we are learning. We are learning what the innkeeper's tolerance is. Will he help his soldiers, or will he abandon them? Has he provided any special means to them to return to the inn, or is it the same as everyone else? If he helps, will he move personally, or will he send someone else? How long will it take for him to send help? What are the limitations he is bound by? Or is he even bound at all? You see, children, whatever you think you know about a Tao Lord, it is not enough. The expressions of the various people in the room changed, and a hint of fear and hesitation appeared on their faces. What's with those faces? Did you honestly think you could hide from a Tao Lord? Don't make me laugh, children. That's really too immature. The devil smirked, as if he was thinking back to that meeting. You see, when I first decided I wanted to capture the inn's workers, I approached the Tao Lord and proposed a cooperation. Obviously, I could not say outright that I wanted to poach his workers, so I phrased it like a partnership. In exchange for allowing me to take some of his workers, I offered 5 trillion MP. At that time, it seemed like the Tao Lord agreed. But when we finally found an opportunity and I finally acted on it, we had another meeting and he gave me a subtle warning. He said he was shutting down the inn for a while, and if I wanted to act on the opportunity, I had to do it within 6 months or wait for the future. Of course, these things are never said outright, and we have to put up a pretense. But I understand enough to read between the lines. It seems I have somewhat misunderstood the innkeeper, so he changed the rules. All I can say is that, whether we like it or not, we have to play within the rules that they establish. Even then, we suffer the risk of failure and extreme loss. But the reason we are even able to make an attempt in the first place is because I went and sought permission in the very beginning. If Tao Lords are really as impressive as you claim, then how are you able to go and ask for such a thing from one? Asked one of the shadowed figures. 2 things. First, I have the aura of a Tao Lord on me, protecting me. No Tao Lord would easily act against me just to avoid the hassle that it would bring. Secondly, it is merely a request. He can say no if he so wishes. But even if he says yes, we have to correctly interpret his every thought, or else we could land in trouble. Even after that, we have to thoroughly study everything, or else we won't have a chance. Do you think this idea right now is foolproof? Trapping them in an unstable region and then attacking them slowly? All they need is a simple treasure that stabilizes space, and then they can use the keys to escape. Of course, whether they have such a treasure or not is another matter. What matters is that this is merely the first attempt. Through countless attempts, we will learn more about our adversary. And then when we truly act, there will be no loopholes left and no chance of defeat. The devil finally let go of the fanatic's head and was pleased to see that he no longer lashed out. Rocket Fellow smiled and looked at the projection. He had to groom his partners well. After all, they had to reach a basic level of competence for them to even be useful as scapegoats, let alone provide any real help. The game was just beginning. Chapter 839 A Day. Chapter 839 A Day. Gerard, pass my orders. During this next wave, all able soldiers will go out to attack and finish off the wave as quickly as possible. After that, everyone will retreat. Gerard asked, though he immediately dispatched several messengers to convey the message. One complete day on this planet is around 30 hours, give or take. We have been fighting for 29 hours already, and I have a feeling that the wave that comes at one full day will be unordinary. We cannot afford to act half-heartedly. Besides, the offensive formation that the elves are setting up should almost be complete as well. By now, they only had around 2,900 soldiers who could go out and battle, despite the fact that in most fights the Midnight Battalion took the brunt of each wave. The battalion itself was still surviving, and had not suffered any real injuries, though spirit energy exhaustion and physical fatigue were becoming an issue. To combat the situation, Luther had the elves also start working on a spirit energy gathering formation. Unfortunately, that would take some time to build. They were slowly approaching a state where even if they were uninjured, they wouldn't be able to fight. Of course, for now, that was still far away. But considering the fact that nothing had changed for nearly 30 hours, It was a very real possibility they had to consider. Luther was merely waiting for 1,000 to return and give his report before he made any decision. After all, making a decision without having the relevant information could end them up in a worse position. After all, no matter how bad their current state was, at least they had walls and some formations to protect them. He watched silently as the effects of his orders took place, and more troops marched out from the fort and rushed towards the fight in the distance. The situation on each side was, more or less, the same. If one side suffered a little more than the others, then they would immediately compensate by sending in a few highly effective combatants. One good example was Z. Although without the ability to manipulate space or his speakers, he was severely weakened. Compared to the rest, he was still an absolute powerhouse. With the caliber of enemies they were facing now, he did not need to strike an enemy twice, for his first one would be enough to kill. There were a few other notable characters within the battalion who could perform this task as well. With many contingency plans prepared, Luther watched as the battle unfolded. It was brutally bloody and drained the soldiers more than usual, but they were able to finish the fight within 10 minutes before they quickly retreated back to the fort. Luther watches evenly, his expression unchanging. He did not care if his orders caused everyone to feel a little more fatigued. Who in the camp was more tired than Pamela, who had been healing everyone nonstop? If she could deal with it, so could they. There's no time to rest. Everyone, assume your positions on the fort walls. If we face a regular wave, then we can test the durability and lethality of our walls and formations. By now, no one questioned Luther. His prestige had reached an all-time high, not just because of his excellent leadership, but also because of his individual strength. The man was a walking volcano, and one that could hold a grudge at that. No one dared to get on his bad side. Soldiers shuffled into their positions, trying to take every moment of rest they could. Normally, such a hopeless situation would have drained them mentally, but no one had had the time to think for even a second. They were too preoccupied with staying alive to think, so they also hadn't had the time to wallow in despair. Even now, as the minutes ticked by, each and every one of them used their various techniques to replenish their strength and energy. Depression and despair were luxuries they did not have time for. Everyone was focused on their own tasks, so no one noticed when a few thin scratches appeared on the wall in front of Luther, immediately attracting his attention. Luther held out his hand, and he felt a small weight deposited in his palm. It took a few seconds before a small crystal became visible. This was a crystal used to record valuable information, and was often used to transmit techniques. The fact that 1,000 used it now either meant that he had only just procured it in his latest outing, or that he had collected too much information and it was inconvenient to convey it through simple writing. Good job, Luther murmured softly before channeling his own energy within. Immediately, a stream of information flowed into his mind, startling even the steadfast battalion leader. Anger flashed in his eyes when he finally absorbed all the information. This was not just an attack on them, but an attack on the Midnight Inn. He immediately pulled out the innkeeper's business card, but before he could use it, a spatial wave crashed into the formation around the fort. Then there was another, and finally a third. Although the formation survived the waves, barely so, the space outside the fort did not. A massive horizontal tear spread in front of the wave, revealing a black void behind it. Cracks formed in the air around the entire fort as the space around the entire planet became vulnerable, threatening to break due to the newly developed tear. Z, who was standing on the fort, suddenly looked up, not at the tear but at a specific crack. He could feel something, a connection of sorts. But the luxury of observing did not last long as a single, massive creature seemed to slither out of the void. Its strength was far beyond and of the previous void dwellers, and most definitely beyond what the space here could withstand. This was no longer a draining tactic. If the creature was not killed immediately, the void would envelop them all, and then the survival of even the battalion was at risk. Chapter 840 Nothing's Working. Chapter 840 Nothing's Working. Lex bellowed as he slammed his fast down on the table, roared back a beast in the shape of a gazelle, but with brown wings folded on its back. This is completely unpalatable, the gazelle said aggressively, glaring at Lex as if he had committed a crime against humanity. No, a crime against gazelity? Against the gazelle nation? Against all gazelle-type beasts? Whatever the case, it was definitely a crime. Lex said, of course, there was nothing left on the plate in front of him as he had eaten everything. So what dish he was talking about was uncertain. Lex, I told you that different races have different tastes, Kinta explained awkwardly from the side. Lex exclaimed, but then he also immediately pointed towards the beast agitating him and said, but I don't trust him at all. He just wants us to keep feeding him free testers while we try out new dishes. I'm trying to help you, and this is how you treat me. The gazelle yelled loudly before scurrying off. He looked back at Kinta with regret, but did not stick around. Lex was feeling great despite this small episode. Not only was he healing incredibly quickly, his strength had already crossed his previous peak. Moreover, enough of his skin had returned where he did not need to cover himself like a mummy anymore. To top it all off, Kinta had accepted his fate of working as Lex's chef since he was incredibly broke. He needed a patron to support him while he tested the various recipes he had collected throughout his lifetime. Of course, not all was well. Kinta, with his extremely limited knowledge of how valuable resources are and how desperate creatures can get when faced with temptation, had been randomly giving out samples of his cooking from a stall. With each of his ingredients being worth thousands of MP, the finished product was an extremely potent elixir for anyone's cultivation. Obviously, no one would say anything bad as long as they can keep eating it. Lex, it can't work like this. I need to test out my cuisines on other races. Yes, but the way you're going about it is wrong. Next time, consult me before doing anything like this. Kinta frowned, as if contemplating where his plan could have gone wrong. Lex was about to elaborate when a familiar sensation struck him. A portion of his consciousness was being diverted, a feeling which occurred whenever someone used one of the innkeeper's business cards to summon him. There were a few of them out there. One of them was hidden inside a book that had been sent to Fernanda, the holographic lady who controlled the Earth for a brief period. The card had never been used, and he had no idea what happened to it or Fernanda. Another one had been left behind when he tried to participate in the meeting for Dowlords. Finally, the most recent one had been given by him to Luther in case there was an emergency. But before his consciousness could fully be drawn, and he discovered who summoned him, he received a system notification and a stream of information. New notification. Due to the fragile nature of the space, an innkeeper clone cannot be summoned at the location of the business card. A temporary connection has been established to convey a message. The information that he received was a report sent by Luther. Although Lex had unlocked a midnight battalion panel, only he could communicate with the battalion leader, not the other way around. The business card was supposed to be a loophole around that, but an issue had prevented its proper use. It did, however, allow Luther to send forth his thoughts through the card, allowing him to convey his situation. The Midnight Battalion was trapped on a planet without support by someone who was specifically targeting them, and the Midnight Inn. Moreover, they had done it in such a space that the golden keys did not work. The information Luther could send over was extremely limited. The last bits of information Lex received were the name of the planet they were on, BGY 987, and the image of a large creature coming out of tear. In space. Lex exclaimed to Kinta before promptly dashing away. When he was out of sight, he quickly changed into the host attire and teleported to his office. Mary, what the hell is going on? The innkeeper's business card isn't working, and neither are the golden keys for some reason. The business card was supposed to be a hidden trump card. Using the innkeeper's aura, he could deter almost anyone from attacking the battalion and thus rescue them. But the card itself was not working. The sudden news caused Lex's emotions to fluctuate, and the image of a sword appeared in his eye. It was slowly becoming more and more prominent, while Lex's rage started to swell up. Just before the sword's image fully materialized, Lex closed his eyes, shutting out his burning anger, and replaced it with a cold, calculating wrath. He had been practicing controlling his anger due to the increased influence of the sword in his soul. So in this instance where he almost lost control, he instinctively knew how to regain his lucidity. As a result, Lex entered a new state, much like the states of flow, overdrive, and berserk. Yet at the same time, the state was not exactly brand new. It was as if Lex had merged the states of flow, where he lost all distractions and focused on the most efficient way to complete his objective, and the state of berserk, where his strongest emotions filled his entire being, fueling and boosting his strength at the same time. Outside, in the Midnight Inn, although snow had covered most of the area, an unnerving chill suddenly settled in that was absent before. Chapter 841, A Big Order. Chapter 841, A Big Order. Mary appeared in front of Lex, looking just as alarmed as him. She quickly searched through the information she had, which made her grimace. According to the guide, there are a few circumstances in which the keys and other associated empowers will cease to work. One such situation is if using the ability will result in catastrophic or irreversible damage. The keys, specifically, could also fail if they are in some unique spaces or are being blocked by certain powers with strong enough protection. Lex did not want to play the blame game right now, where he accused the system of hiding such information from him. The truth was that while the system never informed him, he never asked either. He instead focused on the situation. Luther had only transmitted limited information to him, so he had to dissect it carefully to get as much information as possible. The key pieces were that the Midnight Inn was specifically being targeted, that they were on a planet called BGY 987, and that the keys did not work in the space where they were. The notification he got when the business card was used also stated that space was fragile in the location they were trying to use it. There were sufficient clues, so he was more or less certain that he had guessed correctly. The problem now was to decide what to do. The issue this time was outside of the inn, and he had no real power there. But he had all the resources of the Midnight Inn to help to resolve the issue in a roundabout manner. His mind worked in overdrive to come up with a plan. If he reached them, how would he rescue them? The easiest way would be to send them to the inn, but that was an issue at the moment. How was he going to reach them? What was he supposed to do if he faced an enemy much stronger than himself? What if this was a trap? Countless thoughts ran through Lex's mind, and just as quickly as they came, he resolved each and every one of them. A plan formed in his mind, but even in his agitated and aggravated state, he did not rush to action. No, right now Lex's mind was cool and free from all distractions. Now that he had thought about what to do, he went over the plan a few times to anticipate what problems he could face. There were parts of the plan where he would have to improvise, but there was nothing he could do about that. It would also mean openly revealing the connection between Lex and the Midnight Inn, but that was more or less inevitable. But that should not be enough to arouse unusual suspicion onto him. After all, the inn had many workers with real identities outside the inn, such as Harry, John, Cowain, Antia, and more. Speaking of whom, Lex briefly considered taking Cowain along as well. He was an Earth immortal, after all, and would be a real asset. But considering the volatile nature of Lex's plan, having him there might become a hindrance instead of a boon. Besides, he'd already thought of ways to make up for his absence. Before he took any action, he once more reviewed all the information he had and all the abilities and features of the inn. Was there anything he was missing that he could take advantage of? Unbelievably, just as he was sure there was nothing more, an idea occurred to him in case things did not work as he had intended. He checked one more time, reading the descriptions of the associated items and features before readying himself. He opened the Midnight Battalion panel and sent Luther a message. "I'm sending help." The current situation did not allow for long and elaborate explanations for why the innkeeper couldn't just use his powers and immediately save them. This would have to suffice. Next, he teleported to his museum and chipped a small piece of the jewel that still carried with it a dragon's obsession. The inherent value of the jewel, alongside the dragon's obsession, and the fact that the aura of a primordial infected it made the jewel invaluable. So how was Lex able to chip it so easily? He used the innkeeper's letter opener. That thing was much sharper than the butter knife at this point, but was also limited to staying within the inn. He stored the chipped jewel and teleported to X-142 before promptly entering the Infinity Emporium. Powell, as usual, was waiting for him and smiled warmly. Just as the merchant was about to welcome Lex, and even jab him on the return of his skin in good humor, Lex held up his hand and stopped him. "I have no time, and I require the best and quickest service my membership of the Emporium affords. I need an item that can immediately stabilize space as quickly as possible. If there's more than one, I'll take everything. I also need any and all powerful weapons you have immediately available that anyone can use. Also, is it possible for you to get your hands on something from the planet BGY 987 from the Fugan battlefield within Suera?" Before Powell could ask any question, Lex flicked the small, chipped jewel at the man. As soon as Powell grabbed the jewel, he was visibly startled and even star-struck. He froze with his mouth hung open as he looked at the jewel, trying to discover why his senses were indicating that this was extremely valuable, yet he could not identify it. Lex said firmly, waking the merchant up from his stupor. He said, and ran toward the back door. This was another big order for him. Chapter 842 Survive. Chapter 842 Survive. Luther's mind worked at full speed as he saw the massive tear in space. He had to report to the innkeeper as quickly as possible, and then get to the tear before the massive creature slithering out of it completely emerged. He channeled his energy into the card, ready to transmit the message, when a familiar aura pervaded the area, causing everyone to freeze. Even the Void Dweller, partially exited from the space rip, froze in deference to the aura. But the weight of it was too much. The planet itself trembled, and the skies wept with as agonizing moan as reality itself seemed on the verge of fracture. Immediately the aura withdrew, and Luther felt a brief, fleeting connection with the innkeeper. Clearly, even without knowing the situation, the innkeeper had tried to help, but the space here could not sustain his powers. It would be more lethal than helpful to them if he acted, even if only using the card as a conduit. Understanding that no immediate help would arrive, Luther sent what little information he could. He did not expect to be saved, so he was not really disappointed. Instead, he was grateful that the innkeeper's aura had at least slowed down the arrival of the Void Dweller, or their situation would be even worse. "Z, you only have one move," Luther instructed, as he silently initialized the one move that the battalion had become especially renowned for. Though Luther never officially gave the order, the members of the battalion were all too familiar with the process. Wordlessly and efficiently they played their part, merging together to form the Midnight Mech. Active 2. Z, momentarily distracted by the strange connection he felt in the spatial cracks, gathered himself, took command of the mech, and directed its solemn gaze towards the emerging Void Dweller. From within the gaping tear in the fabric of reality, the being was still emerging, its eyes aglow with an ancient, unearthly malevolence. It hovered on the precipice between fear and anger, its limited intelligence struggling between escaping the fearful aura it had felt or emerging from its eternal prison. Keeping in mind Luther's instructions, not to mention spurred on by the fact that cracks were still spreading through space, the mech surged to life, a symphony of arcane symbols and pulsating energies swirling around it. Within the mech, Z could wield much greater power. More importantly, he could wield the power of those who made up the mech in the first place. Purple, blazing sphere between its outstretched appendages, simmering with heat that even Luther had never been able to manifest. Sufficient build-up would have allowed the mech to deliver an even more devastating blow, but there was no time to be had. With an earth-shattering roar, the mech unleashed a concentrated burst of purple flames, a radiant torrent of raw power. The unleashed beam surged forth, a dazzling display of beauty and devastation, intent on turning the Void Dweller to ash. The Void Dweller itself, which had paused to allow its internal struggle, coiled as it suddenly felt a new approaching threat. Although the scale was nowhere near the potency of the previous aura, it was still a significant threat, but its preparation was insufficient, and its evaluation of the threat was scant. When the purple flames crashed into the serpent-like creature, not only did it push the creature back into the void, but it enveloped its entire body in an eerie lament that echoed through both the void and reality. The creature quickly succumbed to the flames, turning into stardust and ash. The sequence of events took only a few seconds, but the devastation caused by such raw power was not insignificant. Not only did the tear not close, it was beginning to grow wider under the influence of the ripples produced by the mech's attack. The cracks in space were now spreading from the air to the ground, and seemed on the verge of spreading exponentially. Either the enemy had not anticipated the repercussions of their actions, or they no longer needed to keep them alive. Whatever the case, they still had an issue on their hands. Z braced himself before channeling the awesome power of the mech and forcefully trying to use his spatial affinity. Due to the fact that countless other members of the battalion had the same affinity, plus the multiplied energy reserves of the mech, the influence Z could wield on space was much greater. While he still could not do as he pleased, he could at least try to contain the disaster. Under Z's efforts, a spatial ripple was released from the mech. But instead of destroying space as they usually did, the ripple seemed to absorb the energy of the tear, preventing it from spreading. A few moments later, another ripple was released, and then another. Unbelievably, the massive tear began to retreat, and space began to heal itself. "I'm sending help. Survive as long as possible." A familiar voice entered Luther's ears. But since he was currently merged with the rest through the mech, they all heard the comforting words. He was beaten and battered, and almost completely mentally drained, but hearing the innkeeper's voice gave Z the little bit of strength he needed to continue his effort until the space tear was closed. As soon as the tear was closed, however, he dismissed the mech. Ordinarily, using the mech was not so taxing on any one person since they all share the burden. But in this instance, since he was forcefully exerting his affinity in such a fragile place, Z was especially exhausted. The others looked drained, but Z fell to his knees as his consciousness waned in and out. A thin, firm hand quickly grabbed onto Z before he fell flat on his face and helped him steady himself. "Gather yourself, soldier," said Sandra, her voice filled in equal parts with both teasing and comfort. "We have our orders. We have to survive as long as possible." Chapter 843, Botlam's Grace. Chapter 843, Botlam's Grace. Lex counted each second that Powell was gone, though his mind kept telling him not to do that. Unless Powell was able to get something from that planet that still contained its aura, Lex would have to spend a long time reaching it no matter what. Instead of wasting time and energy, Lex began to refine his plan once more. There were a few areas where he would have no option but to improvise. He began considering various actions he could take. Even with his mind distracted, Lex was all too aware that he tapped his foot on the ground 9 times before Powell returned. Due to his agitation, the speed of his tapping was fast, translating to 2 taps per second. 5 seconds to go and return. Although Lex had asked him to hurry, that kind of efficiency was remarkable. "I have activated the perks from your membership, so you will be getting the best of our service. A number of Powells are on the way, bringing every space-related item we have. I have also procured a list of all the easily usable weapons we have. Selections include guns, bombs, curses, talismans, and such." Without waiting for any kind of response from Lex, Powell opened up a projection of a list of items in front of Lex. At the very top were the various space-related items they had available at that very moment, only after which were the weapons. Lex scanned through the list, reading the description of each item carefully. Not only did they have to be useful, but they needed to be easy to use and difficult to disrupt. There were over 400 space-related items that the Emporium had in stock at that very moment, but only 3 that suited Lex's needs. The most ideal was a high-powered and extremely rare talisman. Its original purpose was to strengthen space within a certain region for a short period of time. Although it sounded useless, it was actually a tactical item. By strengthening space for a short time, It would prevent ordinary teleportation in and out of that region. Even someone with a space affinity would struggle to do anything in that region. But Lex was not concerned about that. As long as space was strong and stable enough, the keys would work. He was confident in that. The second item was a large wine bowl. As long as a special liquid called gravity void tincture was poured into it, the bowl could display a number of space-related abilities. The Emporium, fortunately, also had the tincture in stock. The last was a formation plate. This one took a little time to use, as it needed to be set up, but was the most stable. Another thing that caught Lex's eye, despite not being an item, was a manual on space affinity. Since the issue this time was space, and Lex could not say for certain what he would encounter, he bought all 3 of the items as well as the manual. Then he looked towards the weapons. These he bought indiscriminately. As long as he still had credit left over from the jewel he sold, he bought weapons. He started with the strongest and the easiest to use, and then just kept buying them. Unfortunately, or fortunately, none of the easy-to-use weapons could harm immortals, but Lex paid that no mind. Once he had selected enough, he submitted his order and waited for Powell to deliver them. The merchant wore a look that was equal parts excitement as it was concerned. He could clearly tell Lex was not in the best of moods, and based on the items he was purchasing that he was heading for trouble. He struggled whether he should say something or not, but then came to a conclusion. Being helpful would be more useful than expressing his concern at the moment. You might also want to take a look at this, Powell said, and showed Lex the details for another item. At first, Lex simply glanced over, but when he saw the item, his eyes gleamed. The item was in the shape of angel wings and was made of clay. According to its description, within it the item contained an extremely potent holy aura from an archangel, which had almost magical healing properties towards non-demons. Of course, if used against demons, it had an equally poisonous effect. The most intriguing thing was that the item's name was Botlam's Grace. Lex did not ponder over the origin of the item, or why he was seeing the name Botlam once again. Since it was useful, Lex bought the item. It took nearly a minute for another Powell to burst through the door, holding a small spatial ring containing all the items Lex bought. He transferred everything into his own bangle, then immediately left. Once he returned to the inn, Lex did not immediately head for the teleportation formation that would take him to the battlefield. No, instead he headed towards the museum where Lex procured every missile he had collected from the dragon's horde. Pell had previously described the use of each of the missiles to him, so this time he would not be caught unprepared when he used them. In total, Lex stored 43 such missiles. Each one had the potential to kill an Earth immortal, with some of the stronger ones even capable of injuring a heavenly immortal. If it didn't reach at least such a level, they would not have been worth being added to the dragon's collection. Though, ultimately, to the dragon, they were only trinkets to be collected. After all, as an authentic heavenly immortal, each one of the dragon's attacks was more powerful than those rockets. With the weapons taken, he looked up towards a massive ship. It would be so much easier if he could take that out of the inn. But, since he couldn't for now, he would make do. With his host attire still equipped, Lex looked for the only other member of the inn who would be accompanying him. Cirque, stop whatever you're doing. Chapter 844 Crazy Enough. Chapter 844 Crazy Enough. Cirque, who was resting since he was on break, immediately stood up as soon as he heard the innkeeper's voice. Before he knew it, he had been teleported over to the Midnight Tailors, where the innkeeper was already waiting for him. Cirque greeted, not used to seeing his boss in person, but the innkeeper was already walking inside. Keep up. Cirque dared not keep the innkeeper waiting, so he rushed in behind him. Jeeves, I don't have much time, the innkeeper said as soon as he walked in. Cirque has to leave the inn on a mission. What's the best suit you can give him for protection right at this moment? Innkeeper, my ready-made selection is somewhat bare. Jeeves responded immediately, his voice calm and collected even under pressure. Bring it out, he ordered Jeeves, before turning to the spaceship captain. Cirque, I need you to accompany another worker out on a mission. You may be required to pilot the Silent Wanderer, so I hope you are ready. Crick reassured the innkeeper, while a rush of adrenaline filled his body. He was finally going to have an opportunity to actually fly a ship. He didn't care about the ready-made suit at all. After all, as a pilot, he would do his fighting with his ship. Jeeves, who had rushed into the back, came out holding a ready-made suit. Cirque made a move to receive it, but the innkeeper snapped, and the suit automatically appeared on his body. While you're on the mission, you'll take orders from Leo. The innkeeper instructed Cirque, who nodded. The innkeeper teleported Cirque to the formation that the Midnight Battalion used to enter the battlefield. A moment later, Leo also showed up, similarly suited, although it was clear that his own suit had been tailored for him. They locked gazes, and while Cirque was still experiencing the rush of knowing that he was finally going to fly a ship, he kept it hidden within. Externally, he only displayed the calm confidence that was required of a ship captain. "Before we head out, let me brief you on what to expect," Leo said, his cold voice driving a chill up Cirque's back. "The battalion is in trouble, and we're going to go help them out. The situation is precarious, and we cannot know when and how enemies might appear. In fact, we may very well be walking into a trap, so you need to be alert at all times and stay close to me. You do not need to worry about me. Just focus on what you need to do. I will not fail you," answered Cirque. Although his life had been limited to running a daycare and flying a ship in place, he had been born with the natural characteristics of captain. He was not intimidated by the task, and he was not afraid of the danger. Lex, who had donned Leo's appearance, nodded. After that, there was no hesitation, no moment to prepare himself. Right now, Lex was in a state of cold fury, and he had been suppressing his fury for too long already. Previously, whenever he got mad, Lex immediately had an opportunity to release his anger. But this time, he had to let it simmer as he waited for an opportunity to unleash it. Now, that opportunity was finally coming. He patted his chest and felt the cards he had kept in the inner pocket of his suit. They would come in handy. Lex activated the formation, teleporting himself and Jeeves away. The duo appeared in the same teleportation hall that the battalion had arrived in earlier. Jeeves looked around and saw that they were standing in the middle of a formation, and there were countless other similar formations in the hall. Tens of thousands of soldiers were teleporting over each minute, making the hall both crowded and busy. Leo, who was standing beside him, had an unusual mask over his face, making him look like a devil. Cirque did not need to ask to know that he was hiding his identity for whatever reason. "Welcome to Battlefront 00974. Spoke a nearby elf who was looking at a clipboard rather than them. "Is there a leader among you two? Since only 2 of you have arrived, I assume you have the designation of strategic assets." Instead of answering, Lex walked up to the elf and placed a hand upon his shoulder. The action was quite simple, but for the elf who was on the receiving end of Lex's domination in full force, gravity seemed to have increased by 100-fold. Let alone his body, even his thoughts seemed to be weighed down under the massive force that was enveloping his being. "That is none of your concern," Lex commanded. "Yes," the elf stuttered and turned to lead the duo in a daze. Lex's action attracted some attention from a few nearby guards, but upon noticing that the elf turned and began to lead the two, they relaxed. Even though Lex had removed his hand and walked a step behind the elf, the effects of his domination had not diminished at all. Completely unaware of his own actions, the elf led the two past all the lines, skipping all the queues, and directly towards the command room. No one noticed anything amiss the entire time. After all, no one thought that anyone would be crazy enough to cause trouble here. Chapter 845 Confidential. Chapter 845 Confidential. Although the sight of an elf, a mysterious being wearing a devilish mask and a human walking through the base, should have seemed out of place, in actuality, that was far from the truth. There were hundreds of races Lex had never seen in any room they crossed, and each of them was being led by an elf. The second indicator of something unusual should have been the cold, nearly oppressive aura Lex was giving off, despite the fact that he was only targeting the elf with domination. But once again, given that this was a place filled with soldiers and warriors, nearly everyone was displaying their aura. Regardless of whether it was weak or strong, fiery hot and icy cold, none of the soldiers shied away from displaying their worth through their auras. It was an unspoken form of communication. Moreover, amidst the millions that were moving around the base, neither Lex nor Cirque were close to being the strongest, so no one suspected them at all. Besides using notorious anonymity to hide his face, Lex did not really make any effort to hide his identity or actions either. Moreover, he was sure that while many would be unable to peer through the facade of his devilish mask, there were too many in this base who could see through it. He was completely prepared to have his identity revealed. It was not even a concern for him at this point, more of a formality that he was just going along with. Cirque, who had no idea what Leo was planning, remained completely composed and followed his lead perfectly. He did not show any hesitation or doubt about Lex's actions. A part of that was from his steady personality, but a lot of it also was due to the unwavering trust he had in the other members of the Midnight Inn. If the innkeeper had trusted him, then there had to be a reason for it. The elf took the duo away from most of the crowds as they entered the inner sector of the base, where only those with sufficient authority would be allowed to enter. Soon he was led to a room that read Resource Coordination, where a number of elves were sitting in their respective areas, working on what Lex could only assume was their version of a computer. The elf led Lex to a very specific cubicle, clearly belonging to another elf that he knew. Asked the elf in the cubicle, clearly alarmed to see the latter there. He immediately noticed Barrel's bewildered state and turned his attention towards Lex and Cirque. "Who are you? How did you get authorization to enter here?" The elf said, clearly flustered to see others here. Although he did not cause a commotion yet, his voice was quite loud and accusatory. He was not used to seeing others besides his direct superior while he was at work. "That is not your concern," said Lex dismissively, extending his domination towards the new elf. "What is the status of the planet BGY 987? The elf, who was only in the Foundation realm, was clearly oppressed by Lex's aura, even besides being frightened by the sudden intrusion. He hesitated for a moment due to the fact that this was clearly a breach of protocol, but the confident way in which the masked figure dismissed him gave him doubts. What if the man was someone with a high post? It clearly made sense, given how at ease he was. Moreover, it would also explain how he so casually strutted into a secure location. So, despite his clear awareness of the discrepancy with his current situation, the elf hesitantly turned back to his computer and began checking up on the computer. How was he supposed to know that the reason they walked in so easily was because the first elf, Byrell, had used his own authority to bring them in, something he clearly wasn't supposed to do? The group stood there silently as they waited for an update. A few others in the room noticed them and became concerned about the odd situation. But given their low cultivation levels, instead of investigating on their own, they quickly reported the situation to their superior. If there was a problem, it was not their responsibility to face it. "Sir, according to the latest update, conducted 47 minutes ago, everything is within expectations on the stated planet. Combat with local entities is taking place and is expected to continue for another 10 days. There have been no requests for reinforcements, so they're managing with only the initially allocated forces. They have been giving clear and detailed reports on their updates regularly." Lex frowned. It looked like whoever was targeting the inn had even breached the alliance. But that was fine. He was never planning on getting help from them in the first place. In fact, it would be helpful if they kept out of his way. Pull up the location data on that planet, as well as the best routes from here to there. Since the elf had already obeyed Lex once, doing so again became easier and had less hesitation. He immediately started pulling up the highly confidential data, which was the star map inside of the cosmic cloud. This was updated live by the Alliance and was based on their own discoveries within the region. Mapping the cosmic cloud using telescopes and other long-distance observation methods was impossible due to severe interference. So the value of this map was inestimable. Just as Cirque was studying the data, a very large, dark figure approached the group. The figure asked aggressively, exuding an aura that far surpassed Lex. "Who are you?" The group froze under that aura, all except Lex, who only turned and looked at the figure evenly. Chapter 846 The Hell. Chapter 846 The Hell, Lex repeated, as he looked up at the towering figure. Unlike the somewhat feeble elves working in this room, this figure radiated a powerful aura even without revealing his cultivation. He had an elven appearance, meaning he had 2 legs that he stood on, and 2 arms, as well as a torso and head. But that is where the similarities ended. Instead of leather or skin, the creature had dark gray scales that almost seemed like they were made of stone. A long yet slender tail extended out from the base of his back, sweeping across the floor behind him. He had 2 horns protruding from his forehead, but unlike many animals that Lex saw on Earth where the horns were sharp and pointed, the creature's horns spread out over the creature's head like a partial helmet. Its eyes were black, with light gray vertical pupils, and were currently focused entirely on Lex. His aura of a peak nascent realm was crashing down heavily, though it seemed to only be doing so on Lex and Cirque. Still, the entire room was hushed down, and all eyes turned to look at him. The figure apparently had some renown. Unfortunately, despite his stronger cultivation, he was at an absolute disadvantage when facing Lex. That was because this figure, much like Xion, was part dragon. Lex could clearly sense the diluted dragon's blood running through the creature's veins. But the very fact that he was in a nascent realm instead of an Earth immortal was enough to betray the fact that he was not a true dragon. Dragonlings were usually very strong, and more often than not, inherited a dragon's resistance to nearly all elements and forms of damage. But they also had an extremely pronounced weakness, which was that they become completely subservient in front of a true dragon. It was not a matter of whether they wanted to or not. It was programmed into their genes. Although Lex was not a dragon, his domination was an ability that fed off of dragon auras. In terms of hierarchy, it was technically above a dragon's aura, even though currently it was nowhere near as strong. Lex said, just as aggressively as the figure had earlier. Lex, this time, was quite loud, and a tinge of his anger leaked out in his voice. Domination, which was previously restricted to only 2 of the elves, exploded and now encompassed the whole room. The figure's eyes constricted as he felt his cultivation fade, as if his body itself did not dare act ostentatiously in front of this unknown person. Is this how the Henali is going to take on the Fugan? If your performance is so pathetic that anyone at any time can interfere in your operations, then this whole war is nothing but a farce. Lex had already thought of what to do in case he was questioned or stopped during this phase of the plan, but suppressing the dragonling like this was actually much more low-key than his original plan. That was good. The less attention he attracted, the better. No, I assure you, our intel can't be wrong, the figure tried to say, but the words and tone he had in his mind did not come out the same way when he spoke. Instead, it looked like he was afraid and groveling instead of fighting back. He meant to say that Lex's accusation was absurd, but now it sounded like he was doing his best to explain something to his superior. I don't need your assurances anymore. We have already seen the level of your competence. We sent our soldiers out to fulfill a bargain, but instead of fighting enemies for the betterment of the realm, our soldiers are being targeted for a personal vendetta. The figure managed to ask with his stuttering voice. You can't be here. Lex did not even answer the figure, but just looked at him derisively. He needed to keep matters here calm until they left. If someone tried to stop them, he was also ready to retaliate, although it would be best to avoid such a situation. After all, he was already anticipating a trap. That's why he didn't bother explaining the situation properly to one of the superiors or commanders here. There was no guarantee that they weren't involved with whoever was targeting the inn. It would be best to handle this matter privately and as quietly as possible. I've learned the route, suddenly said Cirque, who stepped behind Lex. Getting there should not be a problem, although there will be many checkpoints along the way. If we can get clearance, getting through would be much easier. Lex nodded and reached into his suit pocket and pulled out an envelope and threw it towards a tall figure. The dragonling managed to catch it right before the envelope hit his face. Somehow, despite being taller than Lex, he could not shake the feeling that he had been looked down on the entire time. We're a part of the Midnight Inn, going to go take our soldiers back. Deliver that to your highest rank superior and make sure to give us clearance as we pass through. You, Berlin, lead me to the hangar. Led by the still absent-minded elf, the 2 of them walked out of the room, finally allowing everyone to escape the influence of domination. They all breathed a sigh of relief, but none was more flustered than the dragonling. In his hand, he held an envelope that radiated an aura even more intimidating than the one displayed by the masked man earlier. He nearly dropped to his knees. Chapter 847 Hanger. Chapter 847 Hanger. The words on the envelope seemed to be growing bigger and bigger in the dragonling's eyes. They were two simple words, but the power contained within them encompassed his mind and body, petrifying him where he stood. Yet none of the aura actually leaked out, so all the elves looked out at him curiously. The two strangers had already left, exiting as simply as they entered, after causing an unprecedented scene within the Alliance headquarters. There may have been many deals and manipulations in the shadows and hidden from sight, but never had such a thing been done so openly. Even the weakest elf in the room could sense that the repercussions of this would go far and wide. The background of that man must be far from simple if he, alone, had the confidence to confront the entire Alliance based on nothing but its name. Most of them had never heard of the Midnight Inn before, but they would not forget it easily. As for the few who had, they quickly associated it with one of the newer battalions that had joined their army, the Midnight Battalion. Among other things, what they were most famous for was that despite going to multiple battlefields, they had yet to lose a single soldier despite their low cultivation levels. Hesitantly, as if unsure of his actions, one of the elves came and tapped the dragonling on his shoulder. As soon as he was tapped, the dragonling broke free from the power in the envelope. He shuddered visibly, then turned around and ran at full speed, without caring for his image. The elves in the resource coordination room were left confounded and unsure of what to do. Ultimately, they could do naught but sit back in their seats and get back to work as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Lex and Cirque walked evenly as they followed the elf Berlin to the hangar, as if nothing had happened. Truthfully speaking, this was already panning out better than most of Lex's plans. He was aware of the fact that it would not be so easy for him to get the information on where the battalion was or what was happening around it. He also did not expect any help from the Alliance. Silently procuring the information and leaving before they could react was the best solution. The envelope he had given to the dragonling was also one of the contingencies he had planned. The worst-case situation would be if he had to be forceful in not only procuring the information, but also in leaving. Although he had thought of a way out of that situation as well, whether his plan would be successful or not would be completely up to luck. "What's the situation, Pell? Do you sense any restrictions on us?" Lex asked his ring silently. Relying on the ring's massive wealth of knowledge was one of his precautions. Although the ring had lost many of its memories, it would often be reminded of the relevant information when it was faced with a new situation. There were a few restrictions placed on us the very moment we entered this place, the ring informed. But those are only for standard tracking and simple monitoring. "Update me if there are any changes," Lex said. He did not show any urgency, but he knew that currently they were in a very precarious situation. As soon as reports of what happened in the coordination room reached one of the higher management, even if the base itself was not locked down, Lex and Cirque would at least be arrested pending further investigation. Or it was more apt to say that they would try to arrest them. But, as unbelievable as it was, they did not encounter any issues all the way until they entered the hangar. The elf walked in normally, but both Lex and Cirque could not help but take a moment to take the sight in. The biggest ship they had seen so far was the massive one flying over the Midnight Inn, but in the hangar there were countless ships of the same size, and many ships even larger. There were millions of soldiers of various races climbing into the various ships in a very orderly fashion. Moreover, the ships would not just randomly start flying and take off. There was a very strict sequence of events for each ship's take off, lest they damage not only the other ships here, but the various soldiers as well. Once all the required personnel were loaded onto the ship, the platform it was parked on would detach, and then move the ship into a queue of waiting ships ready to leave. Once it was a ship's turn, it would be taken to an isolation formation that would prevent any of the released energy, heat from the rockets or thrusters, or any other harmful substance that leaked during its takeoff period from affecting the rest of the base or the others. The mere hangar, one of many, was unimaginably large, and Lex could not see the ends of it. Many of the ships here had lengths of hundreds of miles, though he immediately noticed that it was only the smaller ships that seemed to be leaving for now. All the larger ships were parked, and showed no signs of being prepared for departure. Moreover, just besides the ships and soldiers, the hangar was filled with countless machines of war that far surpassed anything Lex had ever imagined. Tanks and mechs seemed so ordinary and mundane in comparison. His fancy contact lens seemed to know all of them and kept labeling each one for him to see. But Lex only gave that first initial moment's worth of attention to the massive fighting force collected in front of him. He turned to the elf and said, "Take me to someone who can expedite our departure." Chapter 848 Letter. Chapter 848 Letter. The elf paused, as if unsure who to take Lex towards. It seemed that, unlike previously where he knew someone personally in the coordination room, he did not know anyone here. But the hesitation only lasted so long. Lex did not need him to be taken to anyone familiar. Anyone with sufficient authority would do. As he walked past the different sections, Lex noticed that this was the most organized area he had been in so far. The number of guards at each point was considerably higher than before, and at each point, they would authenticate the identity and reason of anyone passing through. Even they had to go through a couple of checkpoints, although fortunately the elf reporting that they were going to go report to one of the ground managers made it a lot easier. Lex did not want to jinx his luck, but he could foresee that getting through this area without causing a scene might be harder than the previous room. The command deck, where they were finally led to, stood as an elevated island amidst the sea of activity, a nerve center pulsating with coordinated precision. Officers and officials huddled over holographic displays, strategizing and dispatching orders with a sense of grave responsibility. Lex, undeterred by the orchestrated commotion, followed the elf as they approached a stern-faced officer standing at the threshold of the command center. Unlike all the elves Lex had encountered so far, this one wore a stern and strangely human expression on his face. His build was also more sturdy as compared to the more nimble elves, and even without his attention focused on them as of yet, Lex could detect an intensity from his being. This elf was very powerful, and his high cultivation level of at least Earth Immortal was only just a part of it. Even among his peers, he was surely formidable. In Lex's cold, raging mind, a new strategy began to weave itself. Suppressing him with domination would not work, and Lex had already given his envelope away. That might have worked here as well, but having given it away already was not such a bad thing. This could work out in his favor. At the same time, a part of Lex's mind began observing the hangar with a great scrutiny as he began planning a forceful exit should such a need arise. It was not ideal that they had been led to someone with extremely high authority here. Dealing with someone lower down on the chain of command sometimes yielded better results, but it was already too late to lament such things. Berlin said, while giving a salute, bringing the attention of the busy officer onto them. The officer looked at Berlin, and then quickly focused his gaze on the mask on Lex's face. Whether he could see Lex's real appearance or not was unknown, but it was clear that the mask had attracted his attention. "I have many engaging matters to attend to, soldier," the elf finally said, his gaze still locked on Lex. "I need clearance for an expedited departure," Lex stated plainly. "The details of the matter are being sent by an officer of the resource coordination to high command. But the nature of my mission is both imperative and highly confidential." The elf repeated, raising an eyebrow out of curiosity. "Hand over your identification and the details of your crew. You're with the Alliance, right?" "You don't have the authority to check my details," Lex said without breaking eye contact. "If you have any concerns, you can check with that dragonling who went with my departure clearance. But I suggest you act quickly." The elf was immediately angered by Lex's attitude, but even as his aura surged, Lex neither broke eye contact nor did he flinch. It was as if the actions of this officer were inconsequential to him. Amidst his boiling anger, a trace of doubt appeared at the sheer confidence Lex displayed. Although such a situation was highly irregular, could there really be a high-urgency, extremely confidential mission? Suppressing his urge to smack Lex across the face, The officer pulled up a projection and immediately looked for who the dragonling from the resources coordination room was. Then he found out who the dragonling reported to and directly initiated a call. As a soldier, it was sometimes more important to ensure there was no issue with any ongoing missions, even if he had to sacrifice his own ego in the process. In another portion of the headquarters, in a private office, the dragonling in question stood in difference behind Nelf. Since this battlefield was within the Swear Galaxy, most crucial positions were either held by elves or dwarves. Since dwarves were more likely to take on roles of either refiners or warriors, most leadership positions fell to the elves. Such a situation led to most elves feeling extremely proud and arrogant. Yet at this moment, this once proud and arrogant elf was sweating nonstop. When preparing the letter within that envelope, Lex had used the official letterhead as well as the innkeeper's pen and the inkwell. He had also poured all his anger into the words he wrote in that letter, which translated into the kind of aura they contained. The elf, who had been strong enough to look past the envelope itself, which carried only the title of the author of the letter, had been rocked to his very core when he opened the letter. The full force of the innkeeper's fury was exhibited in the few words that the letter contained. It simply read, "Stay the fuck out of my business." Chapter 849, Contingency Plan I. Chapter 849, Contingency Plan I. The dragonling who delivered the letter stood far back in the distance, so that he would not be under the influence of the envelope and the letter that it contained. As a half-dragon, he had always been extremely prideful. Moreover, it was exceptionally strong as well. It could attempt to break into the Earth immortal realm whenever it wanted, but suppress that growth itself. By working for the Alliance, it hoped to gain enough credits to have the Alliance help it transition from part dragon to complete dragon. At that point, it would naturally break through and would be much stronger than it would have if it broke through normally. After serving on various battlefields and accruing numerous commendations, it was exceptionally close to its goal, which was also the reason it had been pulled back from the battlefield. Its successful service only increased its pride. Yet, ironically, it was here, in the supposedly safe headquarters, where its pride had been thoroughly crushed. While it had not yet recovered from the ordeal, it decided to stay away from the letter and whatever it had to say. Looking at its superior sweating, it suddenly felt like it had made a wise decision. The elf in question was currently experiencing a personal Armageddon. Lightning was flashing, thunder was roaring, the ground was quaking, tsunamis high enough to blot out the sun were arriving on the horizon. All of that was, of course, only happening in his mind. Yet that did not change that the elf felt like it was the target of all these calamities. It could feel an anger that could destroy the heavens radiating from the words on his letter. And though the elf was not the target of that anger, he had somehow become a victim of it nonetheless. A soft, familiar ringing sounded in the office, and the elf was finally broken free from the grasp of the letter, his trembling hands dropping it. The elf did not dare to look at it again, but reflexively answered the phone call that was ringing. The person on the other end of that call asked, getting straight to the point. Though the envelope had dropped, those words sounded like thunder in the elf's ears. He roared before shutting the phone. He did not know if he had yelled out of fear, anger, or embarrassment. With trembling legs, he stood up and gave an incredibly dirty look to the dragonling before walking out of his room. This matter was far beyond him. He needed to report to the top. Back on the command deck, Lex had maintained eye contact with the officer as he made a call. When a screaming response came through, audible to everyone on the deck, Lex did not smile or gloat. He simply maintained eye contact, awaiting their departure approval. Chills ran down the officer's back as he recalled his previous urge to respond to Lex's cavalier attitude. Like he said, he might really not have the authority to look into Lex's matters. But if that was the case, why wasn't he being escorted properly with all his clearances pre-approved? That was what usually happened in such cases. But it did not matter. What kind of vessel do you have? Without waiting for a prompt, Cirque stepped forward as he began to list only the relevant details for the Silent Wanderer. The officer felt slightly confused, as the ship being described clearly wasn't one designed for combat. It was, however, designed for stealth and speed. That did make sense, considering the nature of their mission. The officer looked back to Berlin and said, "Take them to the loading dock. Have them bring their ship there and get on board." Poor Berlin, who had suffered the influence of domination the longest, could not catch a break and continued to lead Lex and Cirque. Lex nodded to the officer before following their guide. Fortunately, things had not escalated, and they passed the final hurdle without issue. But there was one problem. Whoever was targeting the battalion would soon learn, if they had not already, that help was on the way. He opened the battalion panel and spoke to Luther. The enemy probably knows help is coming. This was once again risky, for if the enemy became too desperate, they might just end up doing something that would get everyone killed. Lex was relying on the fact that their enemy, whoever it was not able to muster up enough strength for whatever reason. After all, the battalion only consisted of Foundation Realm soldiers. Together they were not weak, but they couldn't really claim to be too strong either. There were too many ways to deal with them if someone really wanted to. The fact that they hadn't done so yet is what made Lex think this was a trap. While Lex was musing such issues, they reached the loading dock and Lex released the Silent Wanderer from its spatial case. The sudden appearance of a ship attracted some attention from the nearby staff, but in such a place, unusual occurrences were somewhat of a norm. Through the use of some heavy machinery, the ship was being loaded properly onto the platform, which would take it to the departure formation. All of this seemed to be standard procedure, and everything was going according to plan when Lex noticed a powerful aura approaching. "Oi, oi, you the numbskulls that are delaying everyone's launch? What the hell gives you the right to stop all the other ships, eh?" Lex turned and saw a dwarf at the immortal realm approaching them. He was clearly incensed at his departure being delayed to accommodate Lex. "So much for not causing a scene," Lex murmured. Then he unleashed his aura and his contingency plan. Chapter 850 Contingency Plan 2. Chapter 850 Contingency Plan 2. When he turned to look at the dwarf, he channeled his spirit energy into his spatial bangle and had it at the ready. Although he had survived the attack of an Earth immortal before, he had been gravely wounded in the process. Suffice to say, he could not go up against an immortal on his own. He also did not want to take any risks or waste time arguing with unnecessary people. Not to mention, the dwarf might just be with the enemy and simply pretending to cause problems to get closer. In short, there were more than enough reasons for Lex to be prepared. "If you have a problem, take it up with the superiors," Lex said plainly. He was trying to deflect responsibility in the hopes that this would become someone else's problem long enough that they could leave. But of course, that hope was destined to become a disappointment. The immortal dwarf, who was already blaring his aura, as if he was afraid people wouldn't notice him causing a ruckus, seemed almost offended that Lex wasn't suppressed to the point where he couldn't even respond. The dwarf's aura crashed down on Lex even harder as he yelled, and his face warped into a distorted grimace. Countless others had noticed the situation, and a number of guards were already on the way to resolve the situation. Far away, Lex could also tell that the officer who had given him departure clearance was alarmed by the situation and was paying attention to it. A part of Lex's brain told him that if he held out for just a few seconds, others would solve the problem for him. But the majority of Lex's brain had already decided that this dwarf was working for whoever was targeting the inn. Why else would he behave so absurdly? Instead of responding to the dwarf, Lex held out his hand above his head, and a massive rocket appeared in it, its tip pointing towards the dwarf. Suddenly, the entire base, the hooligan dwarf included, froze. Of course they did. This was the most powerful rocket he had looted from the dragon. "I didn't quite hear you," Lex asked as he took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the now panicking dwarf. As an immortal, his senses were quite sharp, and from this massive rocket he felt nothing but an impending death with no chance of escape. Lex wrapped the rocket in his spirit sense and lifted it into the air so that it was floating above him. Then another rocket appeared in his hand. "What's the matter?" More and more rockets appeared above Lex as he approached the dwarf. Considering that even heaven immortals could be injured by some of these, they were a threat not just to the dwarf but the entire base. No one moved, so as to not agitate Lex, but an emergency alert had already been sent out as the peak powers of the base were being summoned. By now, the tip of the rockets were floating mere centimeters away from the dwarf's face as Lex closed the distance. "How urgent is your mission? I hope I'm not causing any inconvenience," Lex said, his voice actually sincere. But the menacing devil's mask made it clear to anyone watching what Lex really meant. Like the dwarf had blared his aura earlier, Lex unleashed domination as he finally approached the dwarf, his figure towering over the stocky dwarf. The dwarf did not dare respond, and his eyes were dashing left and right, hoping to be rescued by someone. Yet no one was closing in. With over 10 rockets capable of killing him floating just above the dwarf's face, no one dared to take a step closer. In the distance, an elf appeared silently in the room, surrounded by a large entourage. But in his trembling hands, he held a letter. As a celestial immortal, he had not been overwhelmed by the aura of the letter, but he understood clearly that certain matters had gone far outside the range of his authority. Now he just wanted to get the representative of the Midnight Inn out of here as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the next report he received wasn't of Lex departing. Instead, it was of him wielding immortal weapons right in the hangar. Absolute hate was radiating in his eyes, but he was not looking at Lex, but the dwarf. What was that maniac thinking? A part of Lex's brain took in all the information of what was happening around him. Most of his brain, however, was focused solely on the dwarf. I've come to realize that my relationship with dwarfs is not that great, Lex spoke softly. Lifting his hand, Lex tapped the dwarf's face a couple of times like one might do to a kid they were encouraging. "In the future, remember your place," Lex said softly. He had not slapped the immortal, but what he had done was many times more humiliating. But no one noticed that each time Lex's hand touched the dwarf, it seemed to fade a bit, as if disappearing. Lex was using his newest ability to turn his body into thought itself, and reading the surface of the dwarf's thoughts. This was not a true intrusion into the dwarf's brain, or else it would have required more effort. Lex simply wanted to know if the dwarf truly harbored malicious intent, or just an ill-tempered fellow. Fortunately for the dwarf, it seemed like the case was the latter. Lex looked around the hangar once, and saw countless faces staring at him. The dwarf wasn't the only one who could sense the danger from those weapons. With his point made, Lex turned around and walked away. The rockets, however, kept floating in the air until both Cirque and Lex boarded the silent wanderer. Even when Lex withdrew them back into his spatial bangle, no one moved. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.